Deputy Speaker.
Morning. Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've spoken many times in this place about the educational challenges young people face in rural, remote and regional Australia. Today I'll speak on how some of our students overcome the odds. Located in the Upper Murray along the New South Wales-Victorian border is Corryong College, where about 260 students attend. And today I want to speak about the 2022 cohort of Corryong Year 12 students who recently graduated. These graduates started their VCE journey amidst the Black Summer bushfires, which some lost their homes and their school became an evacuation centre. In the wake of those devastating bushfires, before anyone had a chance to process and recover from what had happened, their community was dramatically affected by the COVID lockdowns. This saw their many friends and support networks isolated for months on different sides of the closed New South Wales-Victorian border. Remote learning was truly remote for these students, their teachers and families who had the additional burden of very poor internet. Despite all of this, the students rose above these challenges and Corryong College was ranked in the top 10 best government schools for VCE results in Victoria in 2022, an extraordinary result. These young people endured and overcame much trauma and still came out on top. Corryong is famous for its legends of the high country, and these young people, their teachers and families are no exception. They are absolute legends. In recognition of the unique difficulties that rural students face, I draw the House's attention to a fabulous program called the Regional Education Support Network, or RESN. A few weeks back, I attended a presentation from this group here at Parliament House. RESN is a not-for-profit student network that offers rural and regional students free educational support such as tutoring, mentoring and access to study resources. They currently provide assistance to 1,400 students across regional Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria. With me on the day of that presentation was a young volunteer from Indi, Annika Goebel, who was working in my office prior to starting university here in Canberra. So impressed was she with RESN that she immediately signed up as a volunteer tutor. In my electorate of Indi, 450 young people have made use of this invaluable service over a 4-year period, and that figure continues to grow. Students such as Emily Walker of Mansfield, who successfully used the tutoring services and is now enrolled at the University of Melbourne to complete a Bachelor of Arts, travelling from Mansfield and now living in Melbourne. Indi students are reaping the rewards of RESN to overcome the disadvantage they regularly face when compared to their inner-city peers. I'm so proud of the young people of Indi, and I encourage students all over regional Australia to get engaged with the RESN program.
Minister and member for Scullin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As you well know, volunteers are an integral part of our society. They are the glue which binds communities together, especially in my electorate of Scullin, where we have countless volunteers who dedicate so much of their time, energy and skills towards improving our community. And this is why last Friday I held a Scullin Community Volunteers Awards ceremony to recognise many deserving people in the community, and I was particularly pleased to be able to do this after the disruptions of the last several years, a period in which the work of volunteers has been particularly important in holding people together through the challenges of the pandemic and lockdowns. It is so important that we do come together as a community to recognise and thank volunteers. Volunteers like, and I want to give a particular shout out to this young woman, Audrey, a 10-year-old from Thomastown who, out of her own concern, spends her Sundays going to the local park to pick up rubbish. Out of her concern for the amenity of the place in which she lives, this 10-year-old girl is making a real difference and inspiring others. She's been doing this every Sunday since last October and has inspired others to do the same. Audrey, your work is amazing and an inspiration. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank, although time doesn't permit me to detail the contributions, all those who were recognised at the award ceremony. And to make this point as well, all of these people were recognised by their peers. All of these people were identified by others in the community who saw the difference they make. And I want to also thank those nominators, those people who look around them to those who inspire them to make a difference. So as well as Audrey, I want to acknowledge in this place Christy Severi, Hansika Sharma, Frank Torcasio, Regina Lunghuni, and it was so wonderful to see Regina's daughter Emily there, who's been going through some hard times. Emily, you're in my thoughts now too. Cherry-Ann Peter, Karen Holland, Celia Munkal, Anastasia Xenofontes, Maria Lentile, Carl Reid, Sandra Archeri, Angela Petrucci, Mary Binisovska, Parvinder Singh, Andy Wincup, who makes amazing coffee, Abdullah and Muzna Siddiqui, Connie Testagosa, Jais Schilling, Noreen Elliott and Tanya Sharma. I'm so proud that I was able to meet with these volunteers, personally thank them and acknowledge the enormous contribution they make. They have made an enormous difference to the community and through their example will no doubt inspire others to do so. It is important that we acknowledge these selfless contributions in this place in Australia's Parliament, because it is indeed volunteers that make community and volunteers who make a difference.
Thank you. Member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Friday of last week, I was honoured to speak at and to be a part of the commemorations for the 81st anniversary of the Broome Air Raids held at Bedford Park in Broome. On the 3rd of March 1942, Broome was forever changed. The town was rocked by the second worst air raid in Australia's history, with Japanese bombers destroying much of the town and leaving a trail of destruction and devastation in their wake. The loss of life was substantial, with reports of up to 88 lives lost, unimaginable for such a small town. One witness from that fateful day was quoted as saying, "They left a trail of smoke behind them and set fire to everything they hit. In a few minutes, the whole harbour was covered by a pale of thick black smoke, through which it was impossible to observe what was going on." During the service, which was made even more poignant as we were unable to gather for the 80th anniversary last year due to Tropical Cyclone Nita and COVID restrictions, I was reminded of the bravery and sacrifices that were made during those dark days in World War II. I was certainly reminded of the hardships faced back then, and that our history shows the people of Broome were and always have been tough, resilient and determined. For those lucky enough to have visited our magical town of Broome, you may already know that it is much more than just those beautiful pearls and the beautiful beach, with Cable Beach now being crowned the 3rd best beach in the world, and of course those famous sunsets and also those camels, and I know that Madam Deputy Speaker is very familiar with those. Broome is a place that is rich in history and culture, a place where the community is made up of people from all walks of life, people who have always been strong and resourceful and who are proud to call Broome home. It is a town which proudly displays and celebrates its cultural background and diversity, and rightly so. It felt like on that hot Broome morning last Friday that we stood together not just as a community but as a family, and we mourn together but we also move forward together. But we must also forgive and learn the lessons from the past. These lessons have never been more important to heed, given the current uncertain geopolitical environment that we live in. I commend all those who are involved, the Shire of Broome, Broome RSL sub-branch, St Mary's College drama and dance students, and the Broome Primary School Choir, Vanessa Mills from ABC Kimberley, as well as our fabulous ADF representatives for what was a very moving and thought-provoking service. It was wonderful to be joined by so many community members and our friends and partners from Japan, the UK and the Netherlands. May we never forget the sacrifices made by our servicemen, citizens, men and children and women alike on that day in Broome on the 3rd of March 1942.
Outstanding contribution. Member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today is International Women's Day, and I'd like to wish everyone a happy International Women's Day. I want to mark this occasion by acknowledging all the women in my electorate and around the world. Today is not about recognising those women who, despite the inequality that still exists, have managed to become leaders in their field, as commendable as these achievements are. Today is about recognising all women and girls and reflecting on what we need to do to create real gender equality. This government is the first majority women federal government in Australia. The fact that this is seen as a great achievement in itself tells us that there is still a long way to go. Progress is not inevitable. It takes work and commitment, and this government has made it a priority to tackle gender inequality. We have recently introduced a bill which will publish gender pay gaps of employees with 100 or more workers to drive transparency and action towards closing the gender pay gap. We have increased paid parental leave, made childcare cheaper and increased paid leave for people facing domestic violence. But we know there is still a significant inequality facing women. 1 in 2 women have experienced harassment in their lifetime compared to 1 in 4 men. Women over 55 are the fastest growing group of people experiencing homelessness. Women do more unpaid work than men, even when they're at the primary breadwinners. 30% of Australian men don't believe that gender inequality exists, and that's sad because that's more than the global average of 21%. Deputy Speaker, clearly there's much more to be done. To achieve real change, we must listen to women, and this is why we've released the survey so that women can share their experiences, their thoughts, their feedback, and inform the national strategy to achieve gender equality. Deputy Speaker, and this is why today we are releasing a Status of Women report card, which will highlight the reality of life for women in Australia and remind us of the progress that we still need to achieve in this country. The report card will come out annually to show what progress is being made and what challenges women and girls in Australia are still facing. And this is an area we can only really achieve change if we all work together, and it starts by recognising that there is a problem and listening to women. So, Deputy Speaker, today I want to use International Women's Day to acknowledge all the women and girls and pledging to doing all I can to listen and act.
Thank you. Member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, I'd like to thank very much Senator Matt Canavan for his perseverance in getting the Rural and Regional Affairs Committee of the Senate to do a year-long study into the closure of regional and rural banks. We've been particularly hard hit in South Australia in the electorate of Grey. In fact, in South Australia, at its peak, we had 228 rural and regional banks, and we're now down to 67, a fall of 71%. In the last 5 or 6 years alone, and I think I've lost 25 out of the electorate of Grey, and of course these causes a lot of difficulty in individual communities when they occur. Largely they learn to adapt, and I understand that so much of the world banking is done on these things that it's sitting in our pockets now. But having said that, there is always a percentage of the population that aren't easily adapted to, and a number of businesses are highly inconvenienced. Now, often it depends how far you are away from the next community. Now, at the moment we're dealing with 2 bank closures in Grey. One is in Coober Pedy. You could not get much more isolated than Coober Pedy, let me tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's around about 700 kilometres, 800 kilometres from Adelaide, 500 kilometres from Port Augusta, and are similar to Alice Springs. The Westpac Bank there announced closure, and it closed about 2 weeks ago. Now, given that the major banks have announced, the CBA and Westpac have announced a decision to halt major regional bank closures for the extent of this inquiry, I have written to Westpac and asked them to reopen that branch. It's only been shut about 2 weeks, and supported the Coober Pedy Council in that endeavour. Coober Pedy has a large immigrant population, elderly, people that are not well adapted to the cashless economy, if you like, and for banks that are making profits around about $5 billion plus a year, I think they could keep a branch like Coober Pedy open. And I've been recently informed that NAB are closing the Roxby Downs branch. Now, Roxby Downs is a young, vibrant community of about 4,500 people or thereabouts. It's the only bank in town. And sure, the population there is more adapted to electronic banking, but it still will create enormous difficulties there. When I spoke to the NAB, they told me they were closing the bank, and they are pausing closures around Australia, but not Roxby Downs. They informed me that the reason they're closing Roxby Downs is because they can't staff it. Now, a lot of businesses can't staff their business at the moment, and we managed to keep the doors open one way or another. So I'm calling on both of those major banks to dig into those major profits and find a way to keep those branches open at least until this inquiry is concluded.
Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and happy International Women's Day. There's always so much wonderful community activity in Chisholm, and it is a terrific honour to be able to inform the Parliament and the nation of some of the many events and developments that have been taking place. Our community has, of course, always had a strong connection to visual arts in Australia, with the Box Hill Artists Camp being a significant place for the Australian Impressionists. And that is a connection that continues to this day. So it was my absolute pleasure and privilege to open SMART 2023, the 5th annual Small Works art exhibition at the Track Art Gallery in Mount Waverley. This exhibition is a real highlight on the calendar and is a platform for all artists in the community, regardless of their experience, to showcase their art. We even had Aileen, at 103 years old, who started painting in her 90s, exhibit her beautiful paintings. So I'd like to thank the organisers for inviting me and congratulate them on their magnificent efforts in curating such a wonderful show, and of course to all artists who contributed their works. I also recently attended the On the Street exhibition at Art Space in Box Hill, and wonderful to see the creative lens taken to familiar streetscapes which were rendered new and fresh and spectacular by the artists, and well done to all who contributed there. And I spoke at the opening of the SMART exhibition about our Creative Australia policy, about Cultural Policy Revive, and that was so warmly received by the creative community we have in Chisholm. I've also had the opportunity to be engaged in a lot of activities with our schools recently, and it was wonderful at Kingswood College to welcome new Principal Chrissy Gamble. I felt extremely honoured to be invited to her inauguration service for her arrival, and was really touched by the beautiful ceremony and the thoughtful reflections from parents, students and teachers, and thoroughly enjoyed the beautiful music performed by the choir. I also attended the grand opening of the Nido Early Education Centre in Chadstone, and it was just so special to be welcomed by Peter and the team to the opening. There was a gorgeous smoking ceremony and generous welcome to country by Wurundjeri Elder Uncle Colin Hunter. It was fabulous to see the rooms children will be learning in, and I wish the team every success. Our government really value the early years. We have around 7,200 families that will benefit from our early childhood education policies to make childcare cheaper. I'm really proud to be part of a government that values everyone from the very youngest to the very oldest in our community. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Labor government's decision to cut additional Medicare subsidised psychology sessions is callous and insensible to the pain Australians are currently experiencing. Mental health support could not be more critical during a cost of living crisis, with energy bills skyrocketing and many families struggling with basic necessities. This decision by those opposite is a blatant cut to Medicare. Let's be very clear about it, showing a complete disregard for the importance of accessible mental health support for Australians, particularly as communities continue to face difficult times. Instead of proactively working to continue to improve mental health support, particularly for Australians with complex circumstances, the Labor government has completely cut support for everyone. The government's ignoring the needs of the community, the expert advice from health care professionals, and of course the independent evaluation they commissioned. The independent evaluation of the Better Access Initiative has recommended that the additional 10 sessions should continue to be made available and should be targeted towards those with complex mental health needs. It's a statement of the bleedingly obvious. The Labor government has got to stop the irresponsible attack on the mental health services that Australians rely on, and has to explain why they've gone against recommendation 12 of the review and the needs of vulnerable Australians by cutting this support. Unfortunately, for the students of history and for those who have been in this place for longer than 5 minutes, this is a tragic repeat of history, as the current Health Minister cut the same program in 2011. You wouldn't read about it. Another example of this Labor government making it up as they go along, and when that fails, reverting back to failed notebooks from decades ago. As Mental Health Minister in the Gillard government in 2011, Minister Butler cut the same program from 18 annual sessions to 10. Extraordinary. Labor's history in the health portfolio is not pretty. When last in government, they couldn't list all medicines recommended for the PBS, let alone make them cheaper. Labor stopped listing medicines in the PBS in 2011, stopped listing them, cut funding for mental health services and cut funding for the private health insurance rebate, all because they couldn't manage the economy back then. The Prime Minister and the Health Minister have demonstrated that the Labor government is once again prioritising pet projects against the mental health of Australians. They're cherry-picking from the report they commissioned and pointing to accessibility issues. You would think the solution to access would be to invest in the program and to increase the workforce. Instead, those officers have decided to slash accessibility, tighten the entitlement and force those suffering from mental health to ration their treatments, postponing life-saving therapy because the Albanese government can't manage the economy. It's not new, but still appalling.
Member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to make the Parliament aware of a particular issue that I think is very unfair. As you know, the government, under Health Minister Mark Butler, introduced funding for people over the age of 21 with diabetes for continuous blood glucose monitoring technology. This is a very important way of making sure people keep their blood sugars under control, reduces the side effects from diabetes and reduces hospitalisations, saves the health system actually a lot of money. And it's been great. It really has been great for adults as well as children to use this technology. However, there is a small group of people with diabetes where that funding is being denied once they turn 21. That's people with cystic fibrosis-related diabetes. Cystic fibrosis causes a number of problems, but in particular it causes pancreatic damage from the build-up of very sticky secretions. And this destroys the islet cells where insulin is produced. Now, it's exactly the same defect in cystic fibrosis-related diabetes as it is in type 1 diabetes, i.e. lack of insulin. It's not type 2 diabetes where there's insulin resistance. This is damage to the pancreas so that they cannot produce insulin. Exactly the same defect, but the Department of Health classifies this not as type 1 diabetes, but as diabetes related to cystic fibrosis, and therefore, even though they have the same defect as others with type 1 diabetes, they are being denied funding for continuous blood glucose monitoring. Now, you know, it really is a bureaucratic, ridiculous defect in our system, and it should be changed. It's a very small number of people. It includes people who, because of their cystic fibrosis, often have chronic lung disease. They may have even, as adults, had a lung or heart-lung transplant. They have huge other costs for medicines and things. But because of this one definitional, bureaucratic, ridiculous defect, they are being denied our funding. Now, I would like to call on the Parliament in a bipartisan way, because the same issue was there in the last Parliament under the Liberal National Party government, where they were denied this funding. I think it is a minor issue, and I think it is something that really could be, just with a slip of a pen, changed, and it would enable people with cystic fibrosis and diabetes to get on with their lives, have much better blood glucose control, less hospitalisation and better health overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to highlight the plight of Mr Milad Armoon, who has been arrested by the Iranian regime on very spurious due process and, regrettably, like countless people in Iran at the moment, faces a frightening prospect potentially of execution without any of the fundamental human rights that he, of course, should deserve, like any citizen of our planet should deserve. And I have taken the opportunity to write to the Iranian ambassador to put a face to the plight of so many people in Iran who are facing persecution, and particularly those that have been incarcerated on very curious, in many cases no doubt spurious charge, and who face the ultimate potential outcome of execution in appalling circumstances. There is strong evidence that he has been subjected to torture as part of the incarceration that he is enduring. And I don't single him out because he is any different to the countless other people that are facing that persecution from that regime, but I want to put an identity to someone as part of an effort that many politicians across the globe are doing to make it very clear to the Iranian regime that we are following very closely the way in which they are treating their own citizens, and we will do all we can to make sure they know that what we are observing and what we are seeing in the way in which they are treating these people is something that we will fight for, and we will absolutely remember, particularly the specific members of the regime that are perpetrating these injustices upon their own citizens. I commend to the Parliament the work of the Senate committee that has recently issued their report regarding the situation in Iran, and I strongly encourage and want to work in a bipartisan way as a Parliament. I strongly encourage Minister Wong to look at those recommendations, and in particular the opportunity to declare the Iranian Republican Guard a terrorist organisation, the opportunity to put in place some Magnitsky sanctions against members of the Iranian regime, and also to downgrade the status of the Iranian diplomatic mission here in this country. I think we need to come together as parliamentarians to send a very clear and strong message about our regard for that regime, particularly in international fora, the opportunity to oppose them participating in any UN-related organisations and others that we have the ability to exercise a vote. We need to come together and condemn the atrocities that are occurring in Iran.
Thank you. Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to everyone on International Women's Day. Today, it is essential that we acknowledge the crucial role that women play in our society. However, despite our significant contributions, women's health and well-being have been neglected for far too long. Women face a unique set of health challenges in this world. From delayed diagnosis, overprescribing, and dismissal of pain or other symptoms, there are unique challenges that women and girls face to lead to poorer health outcomes. On International Women's Day, we must take a moment to recognise the importance of improving this situation. Today, I want to focus mainly on the issue of lower screening rates in my electorate of Holt when it comes to two diseases that predominantly affect women: breast and cervical cancer. Breast cancer is the most commonly diagnosed cancer among women. Approximately 57 Australians are diagnosed each and every day. That equates to over 20,000 women diagnosed with breast cancer each year. One woman under the age of 40 is expected to die each week from breast cancer. The statistics are a little better for cervical cancer, but does not remove the fact that women bear the brunt of it. Early detection is among the best ways to avoid breast or cervical cancer, which is only possible with regular screening. Unfortunately, research by the South Eastern Primary Health Network found that in my electorate of Holt, only 42% of women participate in regular screening for breast cancer, and only 49.9% undergo screening for cervical cancer. Establishing the National Women's Advisory Council will go a long way in addressing the stark differences in the health outcomes for women and girls. In Australia, women fall through the cracks due to medical misogyny, and I am confident the Council, chaired by the able and experienced Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care, Jed Carney, will find effective ways to address this problem. Women and girls require tailored and targeted healthcare that recognises and reflects their experiences and outcomes. On International Women's Day, I am proud to say the Albanese Labor government is leading the way in making this a reality. Once again, happy International Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you. And in accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Australia Council Amendment, Creative Australia Bill 2023, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Fowler. Oh, I apologise. You need to sit down.
Now I stand up.
Okay, let's try that again. And I give the call to the member for Flinders in continuation. Goodness, sorry about all that kerfuffle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In continuation from yesterday, it is proposed that the functions be absorbed by the Australia Council, now to be known as Creative Australia. It is worth noting briefly here that the Australia Council has tried its hand at philanthropic activity in the past, without, one might say, resounding success. In my time on the board, a co-investment subcommittee eventually dissipated, both in terms of activity and focus, but for the Venice Biennale, which has engaged broadly and successfully across Australia's philanthropic community to mount extremely successful exhibitions at the Australian Pavilion since the 1980s. However, this has usually been done by setting up a committee external to Council to undertake the huge 2-year fundraising task, as well as the design of bespoke programs offered to recognise donors and supporters alike. These are not the usual, nor may it be said necessarily comfortable tasks for public servants engaged by the Australia Council, who discharge their functions with accountability to the sector, but also to the taxpayer. The bill suggests all employees of Creative Partnerships Australia, but for the CEO, will be transferred to Creative Australia. But it is not clear yet whether the state capital city-based offices of Creative Partnerships currently located in Perth, Adelaide, Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane will be retained. Those offices provide a low-cost local link to Creative Partnerships Australia for arts organisations and artists nationwide, something from which the Australia Council for the Arts could benefit, given that it is solely headquartered in inner Sydney. It is important to recognise those who have contributed to the success of Creative Partnerships Australia, the board, which has included Catherine Walter, Dan Rosen, Natasha Bowness, Roisin Garnon, Leonard Very, Carol Schwartz, Samantha Mears and the great Rupert Meyer, but also to thank all of those who have donated through CPA and made a real difference to arts and culture in this country. The amendments will require Creative Australia to deliver the functions of Creative Partnerships Australia, including the attraction and recognition of public and private sector support for and philanthropic and private investment in the arts, and undertake research on public and private sector investment. There is indeed some crossover with a new approach recently established by the Meyer Foundation in partnership with the Sydney Meyer Fund, Tim Fairfax family and the Ian Potter Foundation, among others. A new approach, led by my former colleague on the Australia Council board, Kate Fielding, undertakes magnificent research in and around Australian culture. I highly recommend it. So in essence, the great loss from this change will be the disappearance of a dedicated entity focused on the delicate and, for many in the public sector, sometimes daunting task of philanthropy. The transfer will bring together private arts philanthropy and public arts funding within the one entity, the cultures of which are quite distinct and not always compatible. It will be interesting to see how the new philanthropic arm of Creative Australia is established and operated, so as to not lose the remarkable energy and activity around private support for the arts and culture, which has been an element of cultural endeavour since the beginning of time. Till then, I wish those involved patience and courage with the transition.
Thank the member and call the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And before I begin this discussion about the Australian Council, I'd like to wish Happy International Women's Day to all, particularly to my wife Lee, who's 1,300 kilometres away, having just got one son to school, another one off to uni, and no doubt cooking and cleaning and doing everything else that she does, as well as holding down a job. So happy International Women's Day, Lee. But to the matter at hand, a new chapter in Australia's cultural story began recently when Prime Minister Albanese and Minister Burke launched the nation's new cultural policy, Revive, a place for every story, a story for every place. Revive is the comprehensive roadmap that the arts and cultural communities have been asking for. After close to a decade of wandering around the LNP's featureless desert. Culturally, the nation has just experienced a lost decade under the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison governments. Compared to the Coalition's efforts over the last decade, I saw more culture in my son Leo's lunchbox that he left in his school bag over the Christmas holidays. There was plenty of action under Ministers Brandis, Fifield and Fletcher, but the deeds were either cruel cuts or deliberate neglect. I will never forget nor forgive the Morrison government for almost completely cutting out the arts during the pandemic when every theatre was closed down. They had to be embarrassed eventually into doing something. At the time, everyone understood the need for the cancellation for health reasons and closure of almost an entire industry reliant on bums on seats, through indoor music halls and galleries to large music and cultural festivals, all of those artistic endeavours. But for the Morrison government to simply abandon an entire industry in possibly its greatest hour of need was shameful. Perhaps all because the Prime Minister of the day didn't want to be seen hanging around with the sort of people that he used to tread the boards with back when he was an eager child actor. His deliberate, cruel and shameful act ignored the fact that our artists are both creators and workers. Our storytellers do a job. The arts sector is an essential part of both our culture and our economy, and Labor understands this. Art and culture touches and impacts all areas of government, from cultural diplomacy and foreign affairs right through to health and education. The arts are so important to our nation, and Revive will set the arts sector on a new trajectory with fresh momentum. This bill is an important component that will be a part of forging that vision and facilitating an upward trajectory. It will give effect to elements of Revive that are required to be in place by July 2023, one of which includes Creative Australia becoming the new business name for the Australia Council. Since 1975, the Australia Council has been the principal Commonwealth arts investment and advisory body, with a strong, proud history and profile in the arts sector. It supports and promotes creative arts practice that is recognised nationally and, more importantly, I would suggest, internationally. It provides research and advocacy on issues affecting the sector. Its funding and independence was severely compromised under Ministers Brandis, Fifield and Fletcher. The days of such myopic, petty interference are behind us, thankfully. A restored and modernised Australia Council, known as Creative Australia, will have that strengthened capacity. It will provide for greater strategic oversight and engagement right across the sector, and ensure that funding decisions continue to be made on the basis of artistic merit and not at the whim of the government of the day. Who wants colour-coded spreadsheets completed by ministers against advice when it comes to important arts funding decisions? Maybe there's a Victorian senator with a clay target shooting club that might be in need of a bit of arts funding, but that won't be the way of the future. The implementation of the Australia Council reforms under the National Cultural Policy will be staged to allow for necessary consultation right across the sector. And as mentioned earlier, some of these are required to be implemented by the 1st of July. Additional functions in this bill will enable the Australia Council to commence work on the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces and Music Australia. This centre will work with artists, industry workers and employers to raise and maintain safety standards for all art forms and ensure that matters are referred to relevant authorities when appropriate. The centre will also provide advice on issues of pay, on welfare and the development of codes of conduct and resources for the sector. It's no secret that the arts sector has a poor track record when it comes to working conditions. A report from 2021 noted that 45% of Australia's arts and cultural workers were in casual or insecure roles, and with all the housing and family problems that come with that. The gender pay gap in the arts is 9% wider than other sectors of the economy. The music industry continues to make headlines, sadly, for widespread bullying and sexual harassment. Meanwhile, the sector is struggling to attract and retain workforce talent. It's clear that things need to change, and the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces will be at the heart of that much needed change. The second aspect will see Music Australia support the Australian music industry to grow, including through strategic initiatives and industry partnerships, research, training and skills development and export promotion, something that I think we need to do more and more of in our part of the world. Australia has such a rich history of producing some of the best music in the world. You think of the Easy Beats, the Saints, AC/DC, In Excess, Paul Kelly, Powderfinger, the Divinals, Silverchair, Hilltop Hoods, the Go-Betweens, Nick Cave, Midnight Oil, and my special favourite, the Triffids, and that's just naming a few, Deputy Speaker. But on reflection, this list of bands and musicians might reflect my age, maybe the parliamentary band song list, but also what about Gang of Youths, Baker Boy, Thelma Plum, for some of those people perhaps born this century. The Albanese government wants to foster new up-and-coming artists to make their mark, not just here on our shores, but right across the world. And what a message to take to Asia when we have someone like Thelma Plum, a First Nations artist, engaging with the Pacific and Asia. A follow-up bill will be introduced later this year to establish these critical bodies with ongoing consultation with the sector informing the subsequent legislation. The bill will provide authority for the Australia Council to deliver the functions of Creative Partnerships Australia. This will include the attraction and recognition of public and private sector support for the arts and undertake some research on public and private investment in the arts. This increased access to private sector funding will maximise the impact of public investment and support a sustainable arts sector. The transfer of Creative Partnerships Australia will leverage the Australia Council's expertise, ongoing expertise, and bring together arts philanthropy and arts funding within the one entity. It will create synergies between public and private partnerships, as well as government and philanthropic investment. The bill allows the Australia Council to assume responsibility for the Australian Cultural Fund from the 1st of July this year, including all donations made into the fund prior to the transfer. The Australian Cultural Fund is an important mechanism utilised by Creative Partnerships Australia to deliver its objectives, to grow the culture of giving to arts and Australian culture, bringing donors, businesses, artists and arts organisations together. Through this legislation, the Australia Council will assume responsibility to assist Australian artists and arts organisations to attract and maintain support from donors and businesses, diversifying their sources of revenue and encourage and celebrate innovation and excellence in giving to and partnerships with the arts and cultural sector. Great goals. Under the bill, Creative Partnerships Australia Limited will cease to exist and will be taken to be deregistered under the Corporations Act at transition time. This bill also includes transitional elements to support a smooth transfer of functions, and the bill seeks to modernise provisions of the Act relating to constitutional limitations. The Albanese government is committed to improving the quality of Commonwealth investment in the arts sector and to strengthening and streamlining access to support, including for artists and arts organisations. A properly resourced Australia Council is key to delivering on this commitment. The transfer of the functions of and funding for Creative Partnerships Australia to the Australia Council will align with this objective. Timely passage of this bill will allow these initiatives to commence from the 1st of July for the broader benefits of the artists and arts organisation. It will ensure continuity of business between Creative Partnerships Australia and the Australia Council. These transitional elements cover the transfer of assets, liabilities, records, staff entitlements, all crucial. It will ensure that at the time of transfer, employees of Creative Partnerships Australia will be taken to be Australia Council employees and receive equivalent accrued entitlements and benefits. Lastly, we will also establish independent bodies and funds for First Nations arts and culture, contemporary music and for writers. We have over 65,000 years of stories, 65,000 years of culture to promote, support and fund. This nation is home to the world's oldest living continual culture, some of the world's oldest artworks, the world's oldest songs and stories. There is nowhere else in the world where you can tap into this knowledge, experience and culture to produce traditional art and music. And what a message it is to take to the rest of the world. We also have the opportunity to create some of the best contemporary art and music from First Nations people that not only needs to be celebrated, but importantly supported. This nation definitely believes in a place for every story and a story for every place.
Thank you. Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm honoured to speak on this bill. Most of us in this building have some connection to the arts within our community, and we certainly have consumers of the arts. That's something that's important to all of us. I have the Heidi Modern Art Gallery, and for those of you who have ever been to the Speaker's office, if you go into the Speaker's office, there are 2 Sidney Nolan paintings, the Ned Kelly paintings. They were painted in my electorate at the Heidi Modern Art Gallery. And I've told the Speaker that he should be very careful that shows a bias to Menzies, and he assured me that he will never show a bias to the member for Menzies. And I trust him on that. We've heard in this first in a series of bills that will support the implementation of the government's national culture policy. The Coalition does acknowledge that this is a continuation of Coalition policy and, in fact, is really, in effect, a rebranding exercise. And it is, at its foundation, comes from the National Cultural Policy Revive, which was announced on January 30th of this year, being a 5-year plan for the arts. We're often told in the chamber about all of the bad things that happened in the previous government. I understand that. Maybe there's a statute of limitations on when that will stop, but it still happens. So let me indulge in some achievements in this area from the previous Coalition government. There was $50 million of temporary interruption fund provided directly to screen producers. In 2020 and 2021, there was more than $370 million invested for Australian local content through the Australian Children's Television Foundation, Screen Australia, Production Offset and Post-Digital Visual Effects Offset. That producer offset for television content has been raised by the Coalition government from 20% to 30%, meaning Australian producers will receive a greater rebate, making producing film and television content in Australia more attractive and more affordable. The Coalition invested more than $47 million to digest and preserve collection material held by the National Film and Sound Archive, the NFSA, and 7 other national collecting institutions, also funding to maintain the National Library of Australia's Trove website. The Creative Economy COVID-19 support package was made up of 9 measures across 2020 and 2021 and now stands at over $500 million. And that was desperately needed. No one claims that COVID hit each sector of the economy or society equally. It hit some much harder than others, and the creative sector was hit particularly hard during COVID for obvious reasons. The Coalition also invested $220 million for a restart investment to sustain and expand, RISE fund, and that funded more than 541 projects occurring in more than 4,000 locations. There was a $53.5 million arts sustainability fund through COVID, which was designed to support systematically important arts organisations through the pandemic downturn, and has so far supported 16 leading arts organisations across Australia for $51.5 million. There was $40 million to Charity Support Act for immediate crisis relief to artists, crew, music and live performance workers across the country. There was $20 million allocated to supporting cinemas in their retention and survivability. There was a fund to provide business continuity and support to independent cinemas in particular. And a lot of those independent cinemas are family-run, and they have enough pressures as it is from most families who have Netflix or Prime or Disney accounts and probably go to the cinema less. But when you do go to an independent cinema in particular, you're reminded what a nice experience it is, particularly for children to go with their parents. There was also $21.5 million for regional arts, including $11.4 million to support arts and cultural development tourism experiences. There was $12 million to support Indigenous art centres and Indigenous art fairs in regional and remote Australia, and that was delivered in full. There was $540 million over the 7 years for 2026 to 2027 through the location incentive to attract domestic and international film and television productions to Australia. And all of this was on top of recurrent funding provided to the Australian Council, which stands at around $220 million a year, $260 million for the national collecting institutions, and over $80 million for Screen Australia. So the Coalition is proud of its commitment and support to the arts sector, and that should be acknowledged, even though the members here on this side, we weren't actually part of that government, but we are proud of the achievements. There is a risk at the moment that we're really adding more bureaucracy rather than more support. So some of the bureaucracies that are being created are the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces, Music Australia, Writers Australia and the First Nations body. Now, these bodies will be critical in building partnerships and their expertise will be important, but we do have to question whether this is more funding for middle management and not really more funding for frontline arts sector, which needs it most. I'd like to speak about the cultural policy which was released this year. What the Minister announced, we submit, fell a long way short of expectations. Much of the continued arts policy direction pursued under the previous government was merely adopted in this policy. For example, the Coalition worked to break down the division between the subsidised and commercial parts of the sector and to get more money to contemporary music. So it is good to see that similar proposals have been put into the policy. The Coalition backed contemporary music strongly with over $68 million, which went to 170 projects involving contemporary music, from individual tours by artists like British India and Peking Duck to festivals like Blues Fest, Meadow Music Festival and the Lost City Under-18s Music Festival. I don't know who they are at all, but I'm sure they're very good bands that are very popular by people in Australia. So maybe I know the songs, but I don't know who did it. I need Shazam to actually hear it. The Minister informed us that the policy includes a 30% tax offset for digital games production in Australia, and I'd like to come to the importance of gaming as a cultural policy shortly. The COVID pandemic, as I said at the start, hit the sector particularly hard, and it reminds us of the economic multiplier effect of the arts. If you go and see a show, you probably go to a bar or a cafe or a restaurant. You might stay overnight at a hotel, you might get a cab or an Uber, or even take a flight to get to the show. And I think that argument was key in seeing $220 million for a rise and hundreds of millions in other arts programs. So, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to briefly speak about video games, and my 10-year-old son would be very proud of me for talking about video games, and not in the context of that he should play less of them and Australians should play less of them. It's one of those things that there should be a healthy balance, of course. But we should acknowledge the importance of video games to our economy and to culture. It is important. So video games are talked about as having a cultural value in Australia, And we do measure that value in economic terms. In 2021 and 2022, it was $284.4 million, which was a 26% increase on the previous year. And numerous jobs were created from that sector. So just like musicians and painters, writers and all other artists, video game developers develop a practice through constant experimentation, and often that work doesn't lead to an economic outcome, but with so many practicing their craft, some really hit the jackpot and capture the imagination of people throughout the world. The sector took a particular hit in the 2008 global financial crisis, and it took many years to recover. In the early 2010s, the Australian video game industry arguably hit rock bottom, and many businesses went under and many people lost their jobs, and a lot of creative talent fled our shores. But despite all of this, since then, game developers in Australia have rebuilt the industry and deserve to be congratulated for what they have done. Australian games now regularly receive critical acclaim around the world, including Untitled Goose Games, Paperbark, Unpacking, Frog Detective and Cult of the Lamb. Slowly, Australia has caught up, and so both state and federal governments have introduced more funding and tax offsets for cultural institutions like the National Film and Sound Archive and Sydney's Powerhouse. And it's important that games did appear in the National Culture Policy. The ability to make money is obvious to all. They are inherently youthful and, for some people who like them, quite cool. And games can have a complex role to play in development. It can be negative, and we've heard of the concerns that many families have for games like Fortnite and others, that parents want to make sure that, particularly younger children are in a safe environment and not there for too long and being bullied online. That's very important. But there's other roles for games that are creative and encourage learning, and they're becoming more sophisticated. They're engaging with other professions like psychologists and teachers, and that should be encouraged and supported, because there's no linear path to commercial success in the arts or indeed in video games. So we do support the video game sector, and we congratulate the government on including that in the national policy. Can I conclude with one final observation about the idea of a poet laureate? Henry VII appointed the first United Kingdom poet laureate. I think it was John Dryden, and it was for an honorary 10-year appointment that has continued. The United States had a poet laureate appointed from 1937. It's appointed by the Librarian of Congress. Australia actually did have one poet laureate. Lachlan Macquarie appointed Michael Massey Robinson. He was our first and only poet laureate in the early 19th century. His task was to write odes for royal birthdays, and he was paid in cows. I think with the establishment of an official poet laureate, I think we would be asking that person to do more than write royal odes for birthdays, and I hope that we pay them in more than just cows, although the price of cattle, that might be a pretty good deal if I was a poet laureate. So poetry is a very important part of culture, and probably one of the oldest forms of culture, from humans sitting around fireplaces telling stories and using words in a way that is creative and beautiful and stirs the soul and our emotions. So I congratulate the government for establishing a poet laureate. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member and call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For the last decade, there has been a hole in the national cultural policy of this country. Artists, musicians, storytellers and creatives have been left behind in the face of ad hoc, piecemeal and uncertain policy. Creatives have contributed significantly to our community through their artistic contributions and their passion for their community, and that they bring a richness to people's lives daily, and that deserves celebrating. When we look at the essential and basic elements of a robust and functioning society and community, there is no doubt that arts and culture play a vital role. The arts bring us together. They help us reflect our differences and celebrate the stories that we share. It is through art and culture that we build our identity as a nation and a people. Under the previous government, Australia's cultural policy was gutted and left to the side. In 2015, those on the other side made $114 million worth of cuts to the Australia Council. They withdrew large amounts of literature funding, they quarantined funding to major performing arts companies, they decimated funding to small and medium arts organisations, and also to independent artists. The reduction in funding for the Australian Arts and Culture by the previous government forced the Australia Council to cancel project funding rounds for small groups and individuals and to cut funding to over 60 arts organisations around the country. Many small arts organisations were forced to contract, merge or drastically change their programs in the face of a 70% reduction in grants to individual artists and their projects. Screen Australia had its funding cut by $51.5 million over 4 years at the hand of the previous government. The National Gallery of Australia Director Dr Gerard Vaughan stated that ongoing funding cuts were having a profoundly negative impact on the ability of the gallery to run. And Deputy Speaker, they even got rid of the Federal Arts Department and merged it with the Transport Department. Now, I know some road and infrastructure and rail, they do put a little bit of art into the new infrastructure from time to time, but I think merging the Federal Arts Department and the Transport Department was a bridge too far, no pun intended, of course. If they hadn't already made it clear enough that they had no care for the importance of the arts, they surely did when they made sure it didn't even have a department that bore its name. Then, of course, in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, they again took the opportunity to show their indifference to the arts community, leaving freelancers out of the JobKeeper package, forcing the Australia Council to create a resilience fund for artists and arts organisations so that their livelihoods, practice and operations could continue to be supported through the pandemic. And I saw a lot of these impacts on artists firsthand. I was Mayor of the City of Ryde during the pandemic, and I saw the deep impact that it had on our arts communities and how deeply affected they were. The arts industry, as well as the artistic experience, has been devastated by COVID-19 as events, venues, markets and access to art were shut down in order to protect us all from the virus. It cannot be said better than it was by the Museum of Contemporary Art. In times of crisis, bushfires, pandemics, the arts have the capacity to give people ways of coping, imagining a future beyond the crisis. In the City of Ryde, we understood the importance that artists would have in supporting our community to get through those really difficult times. We implemented dozens of innovative and digital creative and professional development workshops to ensure that people in our area could continue to develop their craft. We hosted art programs digitally and encouraged artists and residents to engage in our digital entertainment opportunities. We worked with community radio stations 2SER and 2RRR to develop a radio series targeting emerging musicians. We launched the Get Gig Ready podcast alongside a group of local organisations to support and strengthen the music scene in our local area when times were tough. Local artists were hired to paint murals to brighten our facilities while they were shut down, such as the Ryde Aquatic and Leisure Centre, which now hosts a beautiful mural painted by City of Ryde staff and their artists. We implemented hardship programs and waived fees for outdoor dining when restrictions were slightly lifted, when we could go back out, just to encourage venues to host local artists so that they were able to continue to survive. We ensured that our initiatives would be included to the creative community who had been left behind by the government. And we did all that because those opposite just did not support the arts or the artists. Some of the great events early on were when we hired local artists to do online music concerts, and it was the first time that the organisation had done that. But the feedback we received at the time was extraordinary. People just loved sitting at home and being able to distract themselves from the difficulties of the pandemic at the time. Had the federal government done more for artists, I'm sure the industry wouldn't be as decimated as it was. and I'm thankful that now in government the Labor Party can support this industry once more. Witnessing the key role that the arts played in my community throughout COVID-19, it inspired our office, once I became a member of Bennelong, to create the Bennelong Award for the Arts. It's an annual prize presented to students from schools throughout Bennelong who have shown excellence in painting, sculpture, literature, language, music and theatre. In 2022, I was privileged to present this award to 15 students throughout our community who have shown dedication and merit in the arts. These students show outstanding skill and creativity far beyond what is expected of them, and I was proud to show support to these emerging artists and to encourage them to continue their pursuit of excellence. It's for people like recipients of this award that this legislation we're debating today is so important. This bill is one of many that will support the implementation of the government's natural cultural policy, REVIVE. As a government, we have a responsibility to foster the creative forces that live in our community. This government will provide artists with strong infrastructure, training, development opportunities and space to share their works. It will deliver a framework that empowers our arts, entertainment and cultural sectors. And it's a proud history of Labor governments to provide much-needed support to the arts. This government will continue to carry the torch of the hard work done by the Hawke, Keating and Whitlam governments before us. It was under the Whitlam government that the Australia Council was formed into 7 autonomous boards for different areas of the arts. Under the recommendation of the Council, they are established as a statutory body, giving the Australia Council the autonomy to make decisions outside of political interference or influence. Under Whitlam's leadership, the Council took in the Commonwealth Literary Fund and the Commonwealth Art Advisory Board. In 1984, the Hawke government consolidated the scattered and divergent cultural interests into the Department of the Arts, Heritage and Environment, ensuring that the past, present and future of our cultural movements were dealt with altogether. The Australian people have not seen a comprehensive and ambitious cultural policy initiative such as this government's current policy since Keating's Creative Nation in 1994. Creative Nation was the first time an Australian government formally developed a cultural policy. As this government's legislation does now, the Creative Nation policy emphasised the importance of culture to our national identity and widened our understanding of culture and the arts. Further to this, it highlighted the important economic potential of cultural activity and performances. The policy placed new models of cultural engagement alongside traditional forms of artistic expression, highlighting the equal legitimacy and value of art in Australia. The Creative Nation initiative changed the way Australians saw themselves and how we saw our place in the world. It highlighted the importance of Indigenous and migrant cultures in creating a national cultural identity. It funded and established the Australian National Institute for Indigenous Performing Arts and created a database for multicultural texts in Australia. As Australians, we view ourselves as a proud, multicultural and vibrant community. The legacy of strong cultural policy cannot be undervalued in the role it plays in this identity. It holds up a mirror to our nation and reflects to us who we truly are. This legislation is long overdue, and it's the first step in a legislative agenda that highlights and advances the values of arts and culture to this country. Through this legislation, we will amend the Australia Council Act 2013 to support the implementation of a new natural cultural policy. The Australian Council will now be able to operate under the name of Creative Australia until Creative Australia can be created as a new cultural body in its own right. The establishment of Creative Australia is the centrepiece of this government's natural cultural policy. The Australia Council's capacity to provide strategic oversight and engagement across the arts sector will be strengthened, and once again funding for projects will be made away from government and on merit and value to the sector. No colour-coded spreadsheet in sight. Under Creative Australia and Revive initiative will establish independent bodies and funding for Indigenous arts and culture, contemporary music and writers, and a centre for the arts and entertainment workers. The Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces will provide long-needed support to workers throughout the entertainment industry. In collaboration with artists, industry workers and employers, it will ensure that those within the creative field are protected from exploitation. It will raise and enforce standards in the industry, including in remuneration and safety. Further to this, any company found not adhering to these standards will be prevented from receiving government funding. This bill also reaffirms the commitment of this government to improve and support the arts. Pardon me. It's part of a 5-year plan to renew and revive the industry after it faced one of the most difficult periods it had known for generations at the deliberate design of the former government. Under the Albanese Labor government, we will improve the quality of Commonwealth investment in the arts sector, and we will ensure that artists and organisations have strong and accessible support. The funding of Creative Australia is key to delivering these commitments. With a properly resourced Creative Australia, we can ensure that the goals of this important initiative are met. Cultural policy touches the lives of all Australians, not just those who actively engage within the sector. Robust cultural policy is good for our economy, it's good for our health, education, and it's even good for our work around the world. The arts provide a space for every story to be told and every story to be heard, whether that's through music, literature, visual arts, or gaming, as we heard from the former member who was here, film. This legislation and the accompanying Revive initiative will deliver new momentum and ensure that Australian artists, art workers, organisations and audiences thrive and grow. It will ensure that art, culture and heritage are central to the future of our country. I commend the government for their commitment to the arts and to the cultural industry, and in particular Minister for the Arts, the member for Blackstone, who has done just an extraordinary job in bringing this important piece of legislation to Parliament. Early on in my time in this place, I was walking around with my family and kids. We got lost, obviously, and walking through the ministerial section, and Minister for the Arts came out and said, "Oh, what are you guys doing? Why don't you come pop into my office?" Because I have my young kids. Walked in, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying this, he just had musical instruments everywhere. Piano, these gifts, these little guitars, banjos. So I've got this wonderful picture of my partner and I, all our kids, 5 of us together. Everyone's got a musical instrument, and we just had a big jam session in his office. And it's just so refreshing to have a Minister for the Arts, self-confessed, not so good at playing music. I mean, that's his words, not mine, but someone who really appreciates the arts and culture, and I know who has been fighting for these reforms for a very, very long time. It was he who led this party to promote the arts and promote the injustices to the arts under the former government. Now that we've been able to form government, I'm sure it's a great pleasure for him and the entire Labor Party to be able to bring this important legislation, transforming legislation, to the Parliament. I'd encourage all in this place to support it.
Thank you. Call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My electorate of Brisbane is the arts and cultural epicentre of Queensland, home to institutions, artists and creative businesses alike. The Fortitude Valley Precinct is an entertainment hub unlike anywhere else in Australia. The Tivoli, the Zoo, the Triffid and Fortitude Music Hall are an important nest for local talent and a platform for showcasing national and international acts. We're lucky to be able to experience the incredible artistry of the Aboriginal Centre for Performing Arts, Black Dance and the Institute of Modern Art. In New Farm, the Brisbane Powerhouse is famous for hosting the Brisbane Comedy Festival and is celebrated for showcasing cutting-edge theatre, music and visual arts. We're lucky to host Australia's longest continuously running theatre company, La Boite, and the internationally renowned contemporary circus Circa. These institutions and many more are home to artists that form the beating heart of our city. The people of Brisbane know the social, cultural and economic value that the arts contribute to our communities, with the creative industries employing many of those who call Brisbane home. Australian artists have faced a decade of government neglect and historic funding cuts compounded by the devastation of COVID-19, when we saw many artists and crews lose their entire income virtually overnight. The damage this caused to artists' livelihoods, the creative process, and artistic delivery was immense, especially in the context of the housing and cost of living crisis. Unlike other industries, many artists received no government support during the pandemic and were unable to access the JobKeeper program. The road to recovery is long, and yet artists continue to find a way to create, interpret and challenge culture and the status quo for the betterment of our communities. And I'm glad to see some recognition for the crucial role the arts play in our economy and the health and well-being of our society to the tune of $286 million in funding. However, this pales in comparison to the $11 billion a year we spend to subsidise the profits of the fossil fuel industry, especially when you consider the massive $15 billion the arts and entertainment industry contributes to the Australian economy every year and the almost 200,000 Australians it employs. Now, the Greens went to the federal election with a multitude of policies to support and properly fund the arts. We would establish a $1 billion live performance fund to inject money into Australia's music festival scene and live performance sector, as well as a $1 billion Australian Stories Fund to develop and grow the local screen industry. We would support artists by providing additional COVID recovery funding through the RISE Fund, creating an artist wage pilot program and place an artist in residence in every school and library. Content quotas are also one of the first pieces of legislation that will come out of this bill, and the Greens will continue to call on the government to ensure that these quotas are fixed at a rate of no less than 20%. We'll also continue to push to legislate a minimum performance fee to provide stability for live performers who are still struggling through the cost of living crisis as the live music industry continues to recover from the challenges of the pandemic. Artists in Brisbane have also directly raised with me the importance of supporting creatives at a grassroots level. Traditionally, we've seen skewed delivery of government funding models for this industry where independent creators have lacked the same access to funding as larger organisations. It's critical that there are pathways for funding that are directly accessible for independent artists and not just major institutions. I look forward to creatives being able to speak from experience on these issues during the Senate inquiry into this bill. We must also deliver a sustainable funding plan for the National Library's online archive, the Trove, which will run out on the 30th of July unless the government decides to act. At a time where big tech companies have let fake news and misinformation run rife on their platforms, it's more critical than ever that Australians have access to quality resources and information. And the government must commit to funding this national cultural institution, as well as the National Archives, National Gallery, and the National Film and Sound Archive. We are lucky to have such incredible collections of artistic and cultural history, and we must ensure that governments prioritise their ongoing preservation.
Thank you. The member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor governments have a proud history of supporting and nurturing the arts because we know it's good for our economy, it's good for jobs, it's good for our international reputation, and importantly, the creative arts nourish our souls and give us pride in who we are, where we live, and our amazing cultural achievements. But there is much more we need to do to ensure that Australia's arts sector continues to thrive in an increasingly global marketplace. And that is why this bill, the Australian Council Amendment Bill, is so important. It delivers on our promise that we took to the last election to invest in the arts and create an environment where the arts, and importantly all those who work in the sector, can again prosper. Great Labor icon and visionary former Prime Minister Gough Whitlam recognised the power of the arts to cultivate culture and economic opportunity when he said the arts is fundamental to a vigorous Australian national spirit, to help cultivate a rich and enduring national pride and to enlarge the people's opportunities for cultural fulfilment. I've witnessed the importance of this firsthand in my own region. Last week I had the privilege of visiting the set of Netflix Surviving Summer Season 2, a production featuring Australian stories, Australian cast and crew, and filmed on our very own Surf Coast in Victoria. As I walked the set, there was a real creative energy, a buzz of excitement and, importantly, a large cast and crew working creatively on a production showcasing our landscapes, our culture and our people. From the young and upcoming actors to the seasoned veterans, the team were working together, driven by a common purpose to tell a compelling Australian story. The production is filmed in locations including Twisters, Torquay, the Jan Juk Surf Lifesaving Club, Point Danger, Strapper surfboards and a number of private properties. The production is testament to the resilience and creativity of our arts sector, which has faced enormous challenges in recent years, including through the pandemic and a lack of federal support under the former Liberal government. So, Deputy Speaker, it is time. In the words of Gough Whitlam, it's time to once again invigorate the creative arts. And this is the purpose of this bill, the Creative Australia Amendment Bill. It harks back to 1975 when Gough Whitlam launched the Australia Council for the Arts as the principal Commonwealth arts investment and advisory body. Whitlam said at the time, "I believe the formation of the Independent Australian Council will inaugurate a new era of vitality and progress in the arts. The creative artists of all kinds will enjoy a new measure of security and status in the community, and that the Australian people as a whole will have new and wider opportunities to participate in the arts and enjoy the emotional, spiritual and intellectual rewards which the arts alone can provide." The bill before you today carries on this proud and worthy ambition, cementing the government's national cultural policy, hopefully in legislation, and the establishment of Creative Australia. Creative Australia will strengthen the capacity of the Australia Council, providing the greater oversight with engagement across the sector. It will ensure independence for the sector, independence, the sense that funding decisions will be made on a merits base and, as the Minister for the Arts put it, at arm's length from government. The bill empowers the Australia Council to operate under the Creative Australia name for the interim. A follow-up bill will be introduced later this year to establish Creative Arts as a new organisation. This will also establish Music Australia and the Centre for Arts and Entertainment workplaces within that organisation. The establishment of these bodies is proof of this government's support for the sector. These bodies will be essential to building critical partnerships and expertise that will support artists and benefit Australian audiences. Consultation on this matter will continue and will inform that legislation. And I will be asking people in my arts communities to make sure they take part. This bill will provide authority for Creative Australia to deliver functions held by the Creative Partnerships Australia. The transfer will ensure that Creative Australia's expertise is leveraged to bring together arts, philanthropy and arts funding under the same umbrella. So this is so important that we work together to ensure across our government and the opposition that we get this bill through. It is going to make a huge difference. Importantly, we will fund this initiative $15 million over 3 years, from 2023 to 24, including $5 million ongoing and indexed from 26 to 27. This funding will enable increased access to private sector funding and will maximise support for the sector. We will be able to promote and support creative arts practices and make sure that they are recognised not just nationally but internationally. And we ensure that the Centre of Arts and Entertainment workplaces will work with industry stakeholders to raise and maintain employment standards. It will ensure standards set for pay and safety for all arts forms and arts organisations. And it will ensure issues are referred to relevant authorities where appropriate and make sure that those companies that do not adhere to these standards be prevented from receiving government funding. Moreover, the bill will empower Music Australia to support the Australian music industry to grow through strategic initiatives and industry partnerships through research, training and skills development. With this bill and the relevant funding proposed, I'm very hopeful that my electorate, which has a rich history in the arts sector, with several iconic Australian films and television shows being shot in the electorate, including Mad Max, which continues to be a location of choice for film and television productions. Summer Love for the ABC was also filmed using this location. Mad Max has been instrumental in shaping the identity of the region and has brought much joy and pride to the people who call Corangamite home. Mad Max was filmed in Victoria in the 1970s, and its iconic scenes were captured just a stone's throw from where I live. The film became a cult classic, and its influence can still be seen in popular culture today. But it wasn't just the action and suspense that made Mad Max a beloved film. It explored themes of survival, justice and human spirit in the face of adversity. It was a game changer for the Australian film industry. It was one of the first films to use Australian locations, crew and talent in such a significant way, and it paved the way for many other great productions on the Surf Coast and the Bellarine. These have included the Tomorrow When the War Began series, which saw the production blow up a car on a bridge at Barwon Heads, the iconic ABC program Sea Change, which we may all remember. And that's why I'm so thrilled to see Netflix's Summer Love continue this proud tradition. Surviving Summer returns to our region as well, and the government steps to improve funding will ensure that hopefully films like this will continue to be made in my region. Not only do they support actors, but they support our economy, and as I've said earlier, they showcase our region, our country to the world. So, as a consequence of this bill, my home region is also thriving. It has a live music scene. We've got the Queenscliff Music Festival, the Meredith Music Festival, through to the likes of Midnight Oil and the soon-to-arrive Rod Stewart at the Mount Dunedin Estate, and of course the infamous Torquay Hotel. It's an icon on the Surf Coast, and this venue will soon feature the likes of Peking Duck and the Grogans, and has previously hosted famous Australian band Skeggs. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge the importance of this funding in ensuring the First Nations stories are supported and told through our creative arts sector. The stories of First Nations people goes back tens of thousands of years. Their stories have been told in painting, in dance, in music and ceremonies. They have been told on country, in caves, on beaches, under stars. Stories of country have survived and defied colonialism. We find ourselves at an astonishing moment in the Australian arts, culture, heritage and nationhood. First Nations writers and filmmakers and artists are producing energising works, producing some of our best novels, our best paintings, our best poems and films and theatre. It's these new unique stories from First Nations people and the creative arts sector as a whole that brings us together. Our artists help us celebrate what makes us different and rejoice in what we share. It is through these many and varied forms of art that we build our national identity and that our regions are promoted to the world. This bill represents an exciting chapter for the future of the creative workforce and how we share our unique stories across diverse mediums. It builds on a proud legacy of Prime Minister Gough Whitlam and Paul Keating. These strong advocates of Australian arts understood the vital role of the sector in developing national identity, social unity and economic success. Julia Gillard and Ministers for Arts Simon Crean in the past established Creative Australia in 2013. It is this government's proud privilege to continue the tradition of these Labor leaders. I'm confident that this bill will provide the support artists need to thrive and grow. And I'm excited to see our extraordinary and diverse Australian stories continue to be told with originality and creativity. To return to the words of our great former Prime Minister Gough Whitlam, we are creating the conditions for a renaissance of Australian creativity. And I hope that everyone endorses this bill. It will make a huge difference to our creative arts sector and all those who work in it. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to wish a happy International Day, Women's Day, to many women members in this House, but also to my wonderful team, who are all women in my office. I wish them a very wonderful Women's Day, International Women's Day. Look, there are Paramount Plus billboards out at the moment about the new series called The Last King of the Cross. I can proudly say it features one of our own local creatives and only Australian Asian female artist, Maria Tran, who grew up in Cabramatta in Fowler. Maria is passionate about stories and creatives in Southwest and Western Sydney. I have witnessed her career trajectory and passion for filmmaking over the years. She has worked on projects both in Australia and Asia and has helped many of our local aspiring filmmakers produce their own stories and showcase it locally and at times internationally. She has lamented to me over the years that our voice, those from Southwest Sydney and particularly those from non-English speaking backgrounds, barely get a major investment or looked in from cultural funding bodies. It is often people from outside who gets funded to write our stories. Khaled Sabsabi, an internationally renowned artist in Fowler and an Australian of Lebanese heritage, shared with me that he's more successful overseas than in Australia. Why is it that Australian creative industry still struggles to fully reflect the rich cultural diversity of our modern Australia? Artists such as Maria Tran, Khaled Sabsabi, Annette Chunwa or Diane Nguyen are some of our culturally diverse artists at the forefront of a wave of new artists from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, creating works that not only resonate with our own communities but with people worldwide. Stories like that of the Dori Dari from the Powerhouse Youth Theatre in Fairfield is a Persian play produced by Afghan refugees in my community. Hasiba, the leading female performer, fled Afghanistan during the fall of Kabul in 2021, not knowing if she could pursue her dream of being an actor ever again. It was heartwarming to hear, though, that she and the Dori Dari Ensemble performed at the prestigious Sydney Opera House and Melbourne Arts Centre last year. 1 in 10 Australians live in Western Sydney. In my Fowler electorate, almost 70% of our population is born overseas or have a parent born overseas. Yet our region only receives 1% of Commonwealth Arts and Culture funding, according to a study by Deloitte. There needs to be more representation on screen, behind the camera, in production and in artworks, and appropriate funding for artists and creatives in Sydney Southwest. Last week I held an Arts and Culture Forum in my office to discuss these very issues. It was incredibly insightful to hear from creatives from all backgrounds and practices share their experiences. I thank representatives from Curious Works, Co-Curious, Kimligraphy, PYT Fairfield, Fairfield Museum and Gallery, and artists Sheila Ngoc Pham, Khaled Sabsabi, Linda Brescia for their contributions. While they commended the government's plans to prioritise First Nation stories in their new policy, many of them also want further recognition for Australians of culturally and linguistically diverse stories, which they believe is still not appropriately represented in the sector. And this has been my driving force, that our culturally and diverse communities, migrant and refugees, who are still not represented widely in creative sector, nor at leadership levels of mainstream institutions. Is it unconscious bias, or is it lack of talent, or a lack of talent pool? When I left my local journalism role at Liverpool and Fairfield Champion decades ago, I took a leap of faith and began my journey in the ABC. I started out as a researcher for a current affairs program and was placed in a room with one other person who was of Indian heritage. I remember she turned to me and said, "Do you know why you've been put in here, right?" And I kind of looked and I said, "No." She said, "Well, it's called the dark room." Now, she wasn't referring to the lack of natural light. While I ended up having a very long and fulfilling career at the ABC, surrounded by incredibly supportive peers, this initial interaction has stayed with me over the years. There may not be as direct discrimination present in these sectors today, but there are still many barriers of entry for those from Western Sydney, Southwest Sydney, and those from non-English speaking backgrounds. The conversations with some of the local artists highlighted to me that the very opposite is now happening. Instead of being shunned into rooms like I did, creative organisations and funding bodies are now using us as a measure that they have ticked the box for fulfilling a diversity requirement. One creative at my office forum told us that major organisations would reach out to her to help find workers from low socioeconomic and migrant backgrounds. She said it was actually more detrimental to recommend any POC or people of colour artists to certain organisations, as it was very obvious they are not actually wanted for their ideas, but for the colour of their skin, and for the purpose of ticking off their cold box. And often artists feel exploited after they have finished their contract. A local filmmaker and producer told us this is a very common occurrence. She said, they pair you up with some inner-city producer and give you the lowest possible ranking on a film, just that you have zero control over your idea. But it works for them because they get credit for your work while fulfilling their diversity quota. Now, it may be completely unintentional, but unconscious bias is very insidious in many industries, and art is no different. However, it's not just racial issues, but also of class and the tyranny of distance. In my consultation with my local artists, I was told that there is a very distinct disadvantage to growing up and living in the West and Southwest Sydney. The stigma of being in the West is still pervasive into these creative spaces, where artists feel they're judged because of their postcode. PYT Fairfield Theatre Company in my neighbouring electorate is the only place in my community where aspiring cold creatives get the opportunity to practice their craft and get the opportunity to have some paid creative work. But PYT representatives have said that their students are also working long hours as security guards, hairdressers or stacking shelves at Woolies to make ends meet while they pursue their dreams. It is not sustainable. It is not a sustainable lifestyle if you have to pay for petrol, pay for long travels, pay for rent, pay for food on the table for your family. They don't have the advantage of having wealthy parents who can bankroll their education and financially support them through unpaid internships, many of which are full-time and span across many months. Furthermore, a career in arts is not only built on the internships you do, but also the connections you make or already have. I was told that artists from more affluent suburbs would have gone to school or uni with people whose parents are connected to the influential producers, filmmakers or musicians who can get them a foot in the door. My creatives lamented that the industry workers from Western Sydney, who have often migrant or refugee parents, have to work harder for recognition and rely on each other to get work. As a result, these negative experiences lead to young emerging artists feeling demoralised and ultimately turns them off from pursuing a career in the long term. But we need artists and creatives from our community because their stories and their interpretations will help shape Australia's identity for the future. Therefore, I support the government's programs that will be implementing under the rebranding of Australia Council to diversify an arts and culture scene that neglects to recognise and support our community. Recognising the need for more cold arts is a start, but we also need to tackle the systematic issues as well. I call on the government not to forget South West Sydney when it comes to allocating funding for arts and creatives. Do not follow the previous government's behaviour of just investing in the marginal seats. I have heard the government in recent days attacking the opposition on this issue, so I challenge the government to fund South West Sydney Arts Precinct, and not just in Parramatta, but in Fowler, so that creatives can thrive. They would no longer need to travel the long distance for work or internships while also doing what they're passionate about. This will hopefully see less exploitation of cold workers, as they'll have their own community support and also have agency over their own stories and ideas. I acknowledge the government's work in implementing recommendation of the Jenkins Review within the arts sector, and there will be a Centre of Arts and Entertainment Workplaces established to provide a platform for creatives to learn more about pay, welfare and safety. Representatives from Curious Works, based in Liverpool, have told me their social enterprise program helps emerging artists avoid exploitation by bigger organisations. They assist them in negotiating rates of pay and educate emerging artists and industry workers on how to properly value their worth. It's fantastic to see creatives supporting each other. However, this support needs to come from the top down, not the other way around. The government must ensure these reforms genuinely support grassroots arts and culture and not just help fund the administration. Artist Khaled, our local artist Khaled says perhaps the money spent on the rebranding could be used to tackle systematic issues first. Artists must feel supported in their projects at this very base level, and the money could also be spent to support artists to grow themselves internationally. After all, they are understandably wary about whether these new changes will really improve the Australian arts and culture scene, and believe that success comes from going abroad. It just shows that in order to retain our talent, we need to make them feel valued and supported in their careers here in Australia. Otherwise, we risk losing them to other countries. The government has promised a multicultural review into ensuring our arts institutions are reflective of a modern Australia. Annabel Davis, CEO of Co-Curious in Liverpool, told us that it's exciting there is more appetite to create a more diverse arts sector overall. However, she says that some expertise is required around how to properly implement these changes and to ensure that those who aren't always able to enjoy a platform are given an opportunity to speak up and give a voice to the experience of multicultural Australia. There must also be tangible, real support for creatives from multicultural marginalised communities, given the myriad of issues that our artists also face in the sector. If we want our arts and culture sector that's truly reflective of modern Australia, then we need to make sure that everyone from the top down also reflects that. And when I say top down, I don't mean just boards and committees that dole out the grants funding, but also the major employers of the arts and culture sector. I must say that the mere debate about whether SBS should move to Western Sydney is incredibly disappointing. It should not even be a question. SBS services many of my constituents who rely on non-English speaking programs for news and community updates, and it's where many Western Sydney creators cut their teeth in the industry. However, during peak hours, our traffic, it could take up to an hour and a half one way just for us Westies to get there. How can our multicultural broadcaster reside so far away from our country's multicultural heartland? SBS Move to the West will incentivise many young local aspiring journalists, producers and creatives to stay in the sector while also boosting the local economy. We have a wealth of creative and cultural knowledge right here in South West Sydney and in particular in Fowler. Engaging marginalised communities will help revive our arts and culture sector by inviting new ideas, eye-opening stories and brave projects that will inspire the next generation of our artists. Our creatives will feel supported in their endeavours and not just used as another diversity token, and will feel empowered to share their stories in screen, in art and music. Then our children, the children of refugees and migrants, can confidently contribute to creating an arts culture that truly reflects our country's diverse heritage. And for those who are simply consumer of the arts, they deserve to feel seen and represented in every film they watch, the gigs they go to and the art galleries they visit. Let's shine the light on the arts and creatives in Fowler and the greater South West Sydney. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak in support of this bill and the arts in Australia. It's been a very tough few years for the arts in Australia with the pandemic, and before that, the Black Summer bushfires and a decade of coalition cuts. So I'm very pleased to be standing here today with good news for the vibrant and innovative arts sector. Art is a crucial expression of our humanity. It is a central part of how we express and define ourselves as a community, how we tell our stories. It's where we turn for inspiration, for comfort and entertainment. It was a lifeline for so many during the pandemic, when lockdowns meant so many of us had to turn to the arts for support and distraction. And I want to thank Arts Minister Tony Burke for his hard work and his leadership in this area through that difficult time in the previous parliament, and now bringing this work in getting the national cultural policy off the ground. And I want to acknowledge, his genuine passion and commitment to the arts in Australia, which I think is very obvious for all to see and a very refreshing change. The Minister has, of course, consulted far and wide to get the national cultural policy right, including last year holding a town hall in my electorate here in Canberra. And I know that the local arts sector were relieved and excited to finally have a minister willing to meet with them and discuss the challenges they face and the policy settings required to help them to thrive again. I've been very proud to advocate for Canberra's arts community through what has been an incredibly challenging few years for the sector. And I'm very, very proud to represent an electorate so rich in artistic talent and creativity, but also blessed with an amazing access to experience the arts at our galleries, theatres, museums, festivals, markets and so on. And a wonderful example of this creativity can be seen around the National Capital at the moment with the delightful Enlighten Festival, including this building being lit up at night with the work of local artists. And I really encourage members and senators to get out and have a look at that if they get the chance this week. Special events aside, Canberrans and visitors only need to attend one of our many national institutions to be immersed and inspired by some of our nation's and the world's great artists. And one of the great highlights of the Canberra calendar is the opening of the National Gallery's blockbuster art exhibitions. Over the years, I've attended many of these exhibitions to see some of the world's greatest works of art, and I know that many visitors come to Canberra to see these, but as Canberrans, we are so lucky to have this on our doorstep all the time. And one such exhibition is the Cressida Campbell exhibition, which it's the most recent exhibition at the gallery, and I was really pleased when I had my parents-in-law visiting to go and visit one afternoon with my mother and my mother-in-law, and we were just blown away by that exhibition. Just another example of the fantastic art they have there at the gallery. Last year I was thrilled to join in a very special celebration as well at the National Museum of Australia to open 2 new galleries, the Great Southern Land Gallery and the Tim and Gina Fairfax Discovery Centre, which is a very special section for children, and I can report that my 2 children absolutely love it. The free public event included a performance by iconic Australian band Icehouse, a wonderful example of the artistic talent that our nation has to offer. And it was especially memorable because it was wonderful to see so many people, over 1,000, I think, from memory, come together after the incredibly challenging few years that our community and our national institutions have been through. It was a valuable reminder of the central place that our national institutions have in Australian life and how we as the Canberra community are so privileged to live here where they are and be able to visit them anytime. But just, a reminder that these institutions actually belong to all Australians. They are critically important to Australian life, to telling our stories, to maintaining our history, to inspiring and delighting visitors from around our nation and around the world. And it's incredibly important that they are supported and resourced in the way that they need to be, not just to maintain that, but to build on that and to deliver on the great visions that the people running these organisations have to continue to deliver for all Australians what they do. And they have really been neglected over the last decade, and I'm very hopeful that our government is going to address these issues. These institutions bring us together to learn, to relax and to be inspired and to challenge our thinking. And as I say, over the last decade, we have seen them become a subject of devastating neglect and, dealing with issues such as leaking roofs, looking at needing to lay off staff or even close on certain days of the week in order to keep running. So there's urgent repairs needed in the National Gallery, for example, which alone says it needs more than $67 million to repair the 40-year-old building. Those repairs will help protect its art collection, which is worth an estimated $6.1 billion. And they urgently need to come up with that extra million to cover repairs to the building. So I was pleased to hear the Prime Minister earlier this year confirm the importance of our institutions and commit to address this problem through the budget. Further evidence of the Australian Labor government's commitment to properly funding the arts can be seen in my electorate through the $5 million in funding announced in the October budget to revitalise Canberra's beloved Gorman House Arts Centre in preparation for the centre's centenary in 2024 and to support our vibrant arts community. Of course, the arts community in Canberra is not just about our national institutions either. We have a thriving and vibrant local arts community who, despite the challenges of the past few years, continue to produce some of the most incredible art in this country. And just to name a few, and I apologise, I'll probably leave someone off, but our arts community here in Canberra thrives in spaces such as the Ainslie Arts Centre, the Canberra Contemporary Arts Space in Manuka, Canberra Glassworks, Gorman House Arts Centre, Manuka Arts Centre, the Street Theatre, the Canberra Theatre Centre, Watson Arts Centre and the Megalo Print Studio and Gallery. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the leadership and advocacy of the ACT government and the Arts Minister Tara Chain, which includes a $28 million commitment to revitalise Civic Square and expand the Canberra Theatre Centre, which is a very exciting project for Canberra, and hoping to see that develop into somewhat of a national theatre centre. It's been a stark turnaround since the Albanese Labor government won government last year, because for 10 years Australia was without a national cultural policy. 10 years the arts in Australia were neglected by the coalition as part of essentially a culture war, and I'm happy to say that Labor will end that lost decade and end the policy drift with our national cultural policy, Revive. This builds on Labor's already proud history of delivering for the arts in Australia. Revive will be the third cultural policy of its kind, following Paul Keating's Creative Nation and Julia Gillard's Creative Australia. Revive will give direction to the $17 billion industry that employs an estimated 400,000 Australians. At the centre of this policy is the establishment of Creative Australia, which will be governed by the Australia Council. Since 1975, the Australia Council has had a strong profile in the arts sector as the principal Commonwealth arts investment and advisory body. The Australia Council supports and promotes creative arts practice that is recognised both nationally and internationally, and provides research and advocacy on issues affecting the sector. A restored and modernised Australia Council through Creative Australia will strengthen the capacity of the Australia Council, provide for greater strategic oversight and engagement across the sector, and ensure that funding decisions continue to be made on the basis of artistic merit and at arm's length from government, which is critically important. It will also include the establishment of independent bodies and funds for First Nations arts and culture, contemporary music, and for writers, as well as a Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces. The implementation of the Australia Council reforms under the National Cultural Policy will be staged to allow for necessary consultation across the sector. However, there are a number of elements that require implementation from 1 July. This bill amends the Australia Council Act 2013 to give effect to elements of Revive that need to be in place by 1 July. The bill provides for the Australia Council to operate under the name Creative Australia and new functions to allow the commencement of work related to Music Australia and the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces. The Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces will work with artists, industry workers and employers to raise and maintain safety standards for all art forms and ensure matters are referred to relevant authorities as appropriate. Music Australia will support the Australian music industry to grow, including through strategic initiatives and industry partnerships, research, training, skills development and export promotion. A follow-up bill will be introduced later this year to establish these critical bodies. Ongoing consultation with the sector will inform this legislation. This bill will provide authority for the Australia Council to deliver these functions of Creative Partnerships Australia, including to attract and recognise public-private sector support for the arts and undertake research on public and private investment in the arts. This increased access to private sector funding for the arts will maximise the impact of public investment and support a sustainable arts sector. The transfer of Creative Partnerships Australia will leverage the Australia Council's expertise and bring together arts philanthropy and arts funding with one entity and create synergies between public and private partnerships as well as government and philanthropic investment. The bill allows the Australia Council to assume responsibility for the Australian Cultural Fund from 1 July, including all donations made into the fund prior to the transfer. The Australian Cultural Fund is an important mechanism utilised by Creative Partnerships Australia to deliver its objectives, to grow the culture of giving to arts and culture, bringing donors, businesses, artists and art organisations together. And through this legislation, the Australia Council will assume responsibility to assist Australian artists and arts organisations to attract and maintain support from donors and businesses, diversifying their sources of revenue and encourage and celebrating innovation and excellence in giving to and partnerships with the arts and cultural sector. The bill includes transitional elements to support a smooth transfer of functions and ensure continuity of business between Creative Partnerships Australia and the Australia Council. These transitional elements cover the transfer of assets, liabilities, records and staff entitlements, and we ensure that at the time of transfer, employees of Creative Partnerships Australia will be taken to the Australia Council employees and receive equivalent accrued entitlements to benefits. This government is truly committed to improving the quality of Commonwealth investment in the arts sector and to strengthening and streamlining access to support, including for artists and arts organisations. A properly resourced Australia Council is key to delivering on this commitment, and the transfer of the functions of and funding for Creative Partnerships Australia to the Australia Council will align with this objective. Most importantly, we have a government that recognises the importance of the arts as central to all facets of Australian life, in supporting our artists both as creatives but also as workers. A really important point that came through in the pandemic, where they were left out in many ways from the JobKeeper scheme and essentially not seen as workers in the sense that they are. Aside, of course, from the really important cultural importance of the arts, there is, of course, a huge economic significance to the arts in Australia, and this should not be ignored either. Here in Canberra, I will continue to stand with our arts community and be so proud to advocate on your behalf in this place as we continue to consult and continue to implement our national cultural policy.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Australia Council Amendment, Creative Australia Bill 2023, and I support and welcome the amendments that the government has proposed in this bill, which are long overdue. The arts are integral for our well-being and critical for a flourishing society. They tell our stories, propagate our culture and inspire us to be the best that we can be. The arts and creative industry in Australia is worth some $17 billion. Launched on 30 January 2023, the National Cultural Policy Revive is a comprehensive policy to revive the arts, entertainment and cultural sector. After COVID caused its most difficult period in decades to so many in that sector, and I know many in my community in Warringah. Between 2013 and 2022, we have seen that the federal arts portfolio contract and funding stagnated. Then we saw COVID-19 pandemic further devastate so many in the arts. The temporary crisis support that was offered by the previous government, it was offered, but it was distributed in an inequitable manner, and the arts ultimately did not get the same support that other sectors did. But let's get real. It was the artists and the culture and their content that sustained us through COVID, the COVID pandemic. Those long hours of lockdown, it was the Australian TV shows, comedy, arts, music, film, documentaries. They entertained us, they kept us sane during those long days in lockdown. When creatives couldn't work and had no source of income during the pandemic, it really highlighted how tough an existence it is to work in the arts in Australia. The pandemic saw the live entertainment industry decline by 69% in 2020, losing some $1.4 billion in revenue. So this bill proposes changes in the funding and provides funding which is much needed, and it's a boost to revive Australia's arts, entertainment and cultural sector. It's a first in a series of bills supporting the implementation of the National Cultural Policy. This bill will allow the Australian Council of the Arts for the Arts to operate under the name Creative Australia, and 4 new entities will be rolled out over the next 4 years from 1 July 2023. The Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces, Music Australia, Writers Australia and the First Nations body. Music Australia will grow our music industry and help secure global audiences. Of course, we have such a rich tradition. I mean, you know, when you think of some of our iconic rock bands that really led the way overseas, from Midnight Oil to INXS, I remember growing up with such Australian artists, and it was so exciting. Writers Australia will provide funding, research and advocacy for writers because, of course, we need to tell our stories. We need to ensure future generations have the benefit of those hard-learnt experiences, but also the inspiration that can really help them set their sights on what they can achieve. And appropriately, one of the first changes is the establishment of a First Nations-led board to make decisions about investment in First Nations art and culture. Because, of course, that is something an area that has just grown in recognition. It is so incredibly symbolic of Australia. Recognising the crucial place of First Nations story and the importance of self-determination. Legislation to protect the copyright of Indigenous artists, including blocking the sale of fake Indigenous art. I mean, it's quite eye-opening when you start to appreciate the statistics of what goes on there. And I have supported in this place previously seconding a bill for the member for Kennedy in relation to the sale of fake Indigenous art and just how abusive that is. A First Nations Languages Policy Partnership supporting 60 primary schools to teach local First Nations language. That's exciting. It's one of the things that I've seen develop actually recently during acknowledgements of country, where we now are starting to get more original First Nations language spoken. It's something that I hope that one day we will have a verse of the Australian anthem in Indigenous language like New Zealand has. I think it really would be exciting from a point of view of reconciliation to acknowledge we have the longest living culture in the world in Australia. We should be proud of that and celebrate it. So, and also undertaking to pursue the repatriation to Australia of First Nations ancestors and artefacts from overseas, and the formation of a national resting place, I think, is incredibly important and overdue. The Centre for the Arts and Entertainment will stimulate new employment and training opportunities and ensure access to fair remuneration and safe work environments. This is a big step forward. It's acknowledging arts workers as legitimate workers. It will address complaints about fair pay, sexual harassment, bullying and discrimination in the industry. Government funding will be withdrawn if organisations fail to adhere to new workplace safety standards. These are good. We have to think it was actually in the arts sector and the industry that the Me Too movement started, because of the acknowledgement of the harassment and the bullying that was occurring and the assaults occurring in that industry. Under the bill, the intellectual property rights of our creators will be protected. The bill will ensure that funding decisions continue to be made on the basis of artistic merit and at arm's length from government. I very much welcome and I know this bill is very welcomed by the production industry. And it's the introduction, and I note the Minister is here and I thank him, of the local content quotas for streaming services, which I've previously spoken about in this place. However, the exact percentage has not been announced, and I will be following up with the Minister on those issues. I've received many emails from constituents from Warringah calling for streaming services such as Netflix, Disney+, Prime Video to have a fixed percentage of local content. Quotas are vital, and industry would like to see a firm commitment to 20% or 30% made by the government. In Warringah, we have a number of great local content producers, including Cheeky Little, Kapow Pictures, Stick Pictures, among others, and they're under threat and constantly challenged from being crowded out by international streamers. And it's important to remember that companies like those, they employ the creatives, they employ the programmers, they employ, it gives birth to so much in that industry. And so we need to ensure that that streaming services do respect local content and that those quotas are in place. I'm pleased to see the other key measures within the Revive, and that includes from July a digital lending rights scheme, which is where authors, illustrators and editors will be able to earn money when their e-books and audiobooks are borrowed from a library. This could add thousands of dollars to their income. I've spoken with Pantera Press in my electorate about the issue, and they very much welcome this. The creation of a Works of Scale fund to commission new Australian works is, of course, very welcome. And the $11.8 million extra funding for the National Gallery of Australia for a pilot program to tour its collection to galleries around Australia is incredibly exciting. In February, I had the chance to tour the National Gallery of Australia and see and be inspired by the works of Cressida Campbell as the program of the Know Her Name campaign, designed to elevate the knowledge and recognition, understanding of female artists in Australia. And so many of the works of Cressida actually take into account the beautiful Sydney foreshores, and there were some sites, in fact, in Warringah. And it was just incredibly serene and inspiring to go and see that exhibit, and to know that it will have the opportunity to tour is incredibly wonderful. So I do look forward to future events, and I hope that there will be this continuation of a campaign, the Know Her Name campaign. For too long, women's contribution to our cultural and social fabric has not been properly recognised. And in particular today, on International Women's Day, it is incredibly important to acknowledge that. Developing an arts and disability plan under Australia's disability strategy for 2021 to 31 to enable people with disability to access and participate fully in the cultural and creative life of Australia. The restoration of the Australian Interactive Games Fund under the Screen Australia, which supports local video game development and which was abolished by the coalition government. The package will also include an increase in funding to Regional Arts Fund and a pilot funding for an art and music therapy program. So there is a lot to celebrate in this package. I think many around Australia will take heart in knowing that creative industries in Australia, both in our urban centres and in our regions, will be supported. There's always a few things that can be done better. So some criticisms in the media has been that there wasn't sufficient consultation from the GLAM sector. Now that is galleries, libraries, archives and museums. I did receive correspondence from concerned professors that the Ministers' panel did not include any historians, and that funding is desperately needed for the National Gallery of Australia and some of our other institutions like the National Library of Australia for infrastructure repairs and collections maintenance, including the free online research portal Trove. I've received dozens of emails from Warringah constituents requesting further funding to save Trove. Trove, for some of those that don't know, has more than 6 billion digital items. And with the Australian public being at a cultural crossroad, it's more important than ever to secure Trove's place in Australian storytelling. On the 20th of February 2023, I wrote to the Minister requesting funding, and I do acknowledge that he has indicated that it is front of mind and being considered by the government. There is still work to be done in the sector around wages. I know this is a sector with very strong casual employment. There is a lot of insecure work. It tends to be rolling contracts. I've strongly advocated for the literary and visual arts communities that need more recognition as well. It's easy to grasp onto the high-profile industries. Some of the others struggle a little. They've proposed, so the literary and visual arts communities have proposed a universal basic income program for artists in line with international models, as well as tax-free prizes. The bill makes a limited commitment to include consideration of minimum wages for the sector as part of the broader review of modern awards, and I think that is something that really should be considered. The National Association of Visual Arts has concerns about support for individual artists and arts workers in the proposal and wants to see payment of standards that are enforceable. In Warringah, our community is highly engaged in the arts, with almost 1 in 10 of Warringah's workforce employed in cultural or creative occupations. There are over 450 businesses in Warringah in the arts and recreation sector, and across the Northern Beaches, work in the arts sector expected to double. People working in this sector are expected to double by 2025. Live music in Warringah is seeing a revitalisation, particularly in Brookvale, through the creation and integration with the emergence of many microbreweries in the area. It's just nearly cool to be in Brookvale. As Council completes its consultation on the Brookvale Structure Plan, I urge them to ensure that the arts are front and centre of the design and that the live music can be blended within the new environment. The Brookvale Arts District, a consortium of local individuals, companies and institutions, they've come together to maintain and enhance the existing creative and industrial fabric of Brookvale, and they've done this, and it's so successfully, to integrate with future development in the area, creating a valuable and flourishing Brookvale as much as possible. There's so much potential and creativity already brimming out of Brookvale, so I really look forward to seeing what this group can achieve and develop further. Last year, I had the opportunity to attend the very highly successful activation of the Sydney Harbour Federation Trust lands at North Head Sanctuary. This was the Live at the Barracks night, and it will be coming again this year, so I'll invite the Minister to come and attend. We will have great Australian acts. It's a concert series bringing national musical talent to North Head at Manly. So you're standing in these iconic locations listening to great Australian music. The live music, the unique natural environment of the Trust lands and the surrounding national park. In the wake of years of funding cuts for the arts and creative industries, this bill is incredibly welcome. It's been welcomed by the industry. It's a major step forward. I congratulate the government for acknowledging the importance of the arts in Australian life by introducing the Creative Australia Bill, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank everybody who's contributed to the discussion, and where people have everyone's been supportive of the bill, and people have used the bill to talk more broadly about the cultural policy and Revive, and I want to thank members for that. There are a couple of issues that I should raise in response to different contributions that have been made. The concerns that have been raised about the collecting institutions have been heard loudly and clearly, and I respect the many members who have put those views forward. Decisions of government hopefully are not too far off in terms of being able to respond to that. It is true that both in the money available for wages to pay staff and the money available to physically keep the structures together of our collecting institutions, that they have been underfunded for a long time, and a whole lot of decisions now are more difficult as a result of that. But those decisions of government, I think, are coming soon, and certainly have to be made in time for the budget. The issue of historians with respect to the galleries, libraries and museums sector that was raised specifically by the member for Warringah, I'd put down that particular objection was after we'd formed the first 5 panels, a panel for each pillar. It was at least in part addressed when we put together the panel of 7 that would look overarchingly at the policy, by making sure that Claire Wright, extraordinary Australian historian, was a member of that, and then co-wrote the vision statement at the front of Revive with Christos Chalkas. I always take the view that if you want a document to be good, you'll always find the best bit of writing is written by professional writers, and one of those was Claire Wright, the esteemed Australian historian. I should also refer to comments that were made right at the start by the Shadow Minister, where he put out a genuine concern, and I think a concern that we all have to watch closely, which is in moving creative partnerships across to the new Creative Australia. That does carry an expectation with it that Creative Australia will operate differently to how the Australia Council operated. And I'm glad that the Shadow Minister brought forward that expectation. It is important for the new body to hear that up until now the Australia Council very much has been a funding body, and that's been its role. We are asking Creative Australia to be a body that will deal with the funded sector, with the philanthropic sector and with the commercial sector. And while I describe them as 3 different sectors, members who have a large number of artists in their electorate, such as the member for Warringah, know well there's crossover between those workforces all the time. And that's why we want there to be a single organisation in Creative Australia to be able to deal with them. So those concerns that have been raised by the Shadow Minister, I want to say that I'm glad he's raised them, and they are concerns where that message will be sent clearly to the new body. That shift is the primary shift that is in the bill before us right now. I will return with new legislation in the coming months that will establish Creative Australia as an entirely new body. Obviously, staff and everyone will transfer across, but it'll be established as a new organisation, not just a change of label. And that is in part to make clear the expectations that the Parliament have of the new organisation to be able to deal with all those different sections of Australia's creative sector and creative economy. That bill will also establish Music Australia and the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces. We will have later legislation that will establish the First Nations body, and legislation after that that will establish Writers Australia. The reason for the delay on the First Nations body is on that body we really want to make sure we get the consultation right and to work out exactly what forms of governance will be the right forms of governance. So that'll be in separate legislation. With Writers Australia, I want to have the benefit, given that the funding for that starts a little bit later, I want to have had the benefit of seeing how Music Australia goes to then use the knowledge that we have from that in how exactly we design Writers Australia. So all that legislation is to come, but the first step is the legislation before us now. I want to thank everybody for their contributions and commend the bill to the Parliament.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. The country no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Australia Council Act 2013 and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. The country no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Royal Commission's Amendment, Enhancing Engagement Bill 2023, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Burt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, which was supported by this government, handed down its interim report in August of last year. In September of last year, I presented the government's formal response to that interim report, and we got on with the job of implementing those recommendations as quickly as possible. We responded to those 13 recommendations then and have taken steps in respect of all 13 recommendations since. Last month, we announced the next steps in advancing our work on Recommendation 1 to harmonise and simplify veterans' entitlements legislation. As the Royal Commission pointed out, the complexity of the legislation veterans have to deal with and the delays veterans have had to deal with because of the complexity of that legislation has been a contributor to the suicidality of our veterans. This is a national tragedy that we have had to confront. That's why last month I announced our pathway for consultation, the Veterans Legislation Reform Consultation Pathway, setting out a way forward for us to improve the circumstances for our veterans by closing out the 2 older schemes that have been in existence for well over a century, moving forward with a single Act scheme where new claims would be dealt with under the remaining 21st century scheme. Consultation is now well underway. I've been travelling around the country, meeting with veterans, ex-service organisations and others who have had to deal with this overly complex system. We're working towards a system that is simpler and easier to use for the whole veteran community. In relation to the other recommendations of the interim report, we've made inroads. We've agreed to increase the staffing levels of the Department of Veterans Affairs by 500 to address the claims backlog. Those 500 new staff are in the process of being recruited, with the claims backlog figure now starting to turn a corner and head in the right direction, that is, down. In the October budget, we addressed the recommendation about improving the internal systems of DVA, allocating funding to modernise the computer and IT systems to support claim processing. We had already removed the artificial staffing cap from the previous government that it had imposed on the Department of Veterans Affairs and indeed across the public service. We've also been working with the Royal Commission in respect of a better understanding around parliamentary privilege protections. In terms of access to information, the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Defence have been working together and with the veterans and family community on a co-design model. We've been doing a range of consultations over the last few months with veterans and families, widows, to make sure that we have a properly designed system that's easily understood about how to access information about their loved ones who have taken their own life and how that can be obtained through the Department of Defence or the Department of Veterans Affairs. We've also entered into an arrangement, a memorandum of understanding between Defence, DVA and the Royal Commission to support people coming forward with information that they may be concerned is protected by certain classifications on information. So we have been progressing all of these recommendations as quickly as we can because they are so important. Today, I'm glad that we're taking the next step to support the Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide to ensure a better future for serving ADF personnel, veterans and families. The Royal Commission's Amendment Enhancing Engagement Bill before us today provides extended confidentiality protections for certain information given to the Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide outside of a private session. This bill will ensure that people can engage with the Royal Commission without fear of disclosure of their sensitive information. The bill therefore implements Recommendation 6.1 of the Royal Commission's interim report provided on the 11th of August 2022. I want to thank the Attorney-General for his swift action in responding to this recommendation and his commitment to supporting this long-needed Royal Commission. He knows that there is no time to waste when it comes to addressing the national tragedy that is defence and veteran suicide. Under the changes before us today, information given by or on behalf of a person to the Royal Commission that contains an account of a person's experience of or systemic issues in relation to the suicide or poor mental health of an identified person would be protected. Any individual who gives this information to the Royal Commission would be eligible to have their information protected under the amendments. Importantly, that includes both current serving and ex-serving members of the Australian Defence Force, their family members, or any other person who gives information to the Royal Commission on their behalf. I appreciate there has been a feeling, particularly among some serving members of our ADF, that they should not give evidence to the Royal Commission out of concern for the consequences of doing so. The Royal Commission itself has noted that serving members of the ADF are underrepresented in submissions to the Royal Commission that they have received to date. While I know senior members of the Australian Defence Force continue to support serving members to give evidence to the Royal Commission, I hope that these legislative changes will encourage even more people to come forward to be comfortable in sharing their stories or the stories of their mates and loved ones. I wish again to thank the Attorney-General for the careful consideration he has given to Recommendation 6.1 of the Royal Commission. This recommendation from the Royal Commission refers specifically to serving ADF members, but this bill indeed takes things a step further. After thoughtful consideration with key stakeholders, including the Royal Commission, it was determined that amendments should be extended to not only those in service, but their family members and veterans. These arrangements have been expanded in order to encourage more people to come forward and engage this vital Royal Commission, with the assurance that information of a sensitive, personal or confidential nature can be protected during and after the life of the Royal Commission. After all, the more information provided to the Royal Commission, the more information will be available for its consideration, and subsequently the more impactful and helpful its recommendations can be. The amendments in this bill describe the types of information able to be protected, with greater reference to the Royal Commission's terms of reference, such that the protections would be able to apply to information relating to most, if not all, of the terms of reference. This bill is indeed fit for purpose, as referred by the Royal Commission. The amendments will apply to information given to the Royal Commission from its commencement in July 2021. The information would remain confidential for 99 years after the conclusion of the Royal Commission's inquiry, its final report being due in the middle of 2024. That means that people who have already given evidence can be assured they and their information will be protected. This information would only be able to be used in reports or recommendations of a Royal Commission if it has been de-identified or if was given as evidence to the Royal Commission or produced under summons or notice. It would be an offence for any person to record, use or disclose the information except in limited circumstances. Information would not be admissible in evidence against a person in any civil or criminal proceedings in any court of the Commonwealth or a state or territory. We want people to come forward and share your experiences with the Royal Commission. We know that in order for that to happen, people need to feel confident that any sensitive information they share will be kept confidential as needed. The Royal Commission recommended introducing similar protections to those legislated for the Disability Royal Commission in 2021. We've worked quickly to bring this bill to the Parliament because there is no time to waste. It is incumbent on each of us in this place to pass this bill as soon as possible. That will allow time for the Royal Commission to then receive and adequately consider submissions of those who are waiting to provide evidence once these additional protections are implemented. I encourage anyone who has information to give to please come forward to give evidence, publicly or in a private session. The Royal Commission wants to hear from you and the nation needs them to hear from you. Submissions for the Royal Commission will remain open until the 13th of October 2023. I commend the bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I start first of all by acknowledging that it's International Women's Day today, and it was a great pleasure to be down this morning for the unveiling of the commemorative statues of Dame Dorothy Tanguy and Dame Enid Lyons, who were respectively our first women elected to the Senate and the House of Representatives. And I wish a happy International Women's Day to all of the wonderful women in my life. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Royal Commission's amendment Enhancing Engagement Bill of 2023. I support this bill, which amends the Royal Commissions Act to ensure the confidentiality of certain information given by or on behalf of individuals to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. This bill partially implements Recommendation 6 of the interim report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, which was tabled in Parliament on 11th of August last year. The recommendation was to introduce a new provision modelled on a section of the Royal Commissions Act, which applied to the Disability Royal Commission. In effect, this bill means that the same confidentiality protections over information given to the Disability Royal Commission in private sessions can also apply to certain information given to it outside of a private session. Broadly, the bill applies to provide protections of information given to the Royal Commission into veterans' deaths and suicides in private session, so that information given outside a private session is also protected. It particularly relates to testimony given by ADF members or veterans of their own or another's experiences of suicide, attempted suicide, or poor mental health related to any period of ADF pre-service, service, transition, separation and post-service. I consider this bill to be a sensible measure that aligns with the policy adopted by the Coalition in relation to previous Royal Commissions. Deputy Speaker, by way of background, private or confidential sessions were first established for the Child Abuse Royal Commission to enable individuals to tell their story about highly sensitive and personal matters into which the Commission was inquiring in a trauma-informed and less formal setting than a hearing. Royal Commissions prescribed by the Royal Commission's regulation, including the Defence and Veterans Suicide Royal Commission, can utilise private sessions. When giving information in a private session, participants do not give evidence and information is not given under oath or affirmation. There are strict limitations on the use and disclosure of that information, which apply both during and after a Royal Commission inquiries. The Defence and Veterans Suicide Royal Commission generally proceeds as a public hearing. However, it does receive sensitive information in ways other than in a private session, including through written submissions, phone interviews and other records of interview of an individual's experience. And that is completely appropriate to enable the Commission to hear from as many as possible about their experiences. The Royal Commission expressed concerns in its interim report that the existing confidentiality provisions in the Act were not adequate to encourage ADF members to tell their stories. In particular, the Royal Commission indicated serving members who intend to remain in the ADF were particularly concerned about the impact their disclosure of information, of sensitive information, may have on their career or their subsequent experiences in service. To address these concerns, information of this kind provided and recorded outside of a private or confidential session should properly be eligible to receive protections equivalent to those provided for information provided in a private session. Information provided to the Defence and Veterans Suicide Royal Commission, which includes members of staff supporting the Commission outside private sessions, will therefore be accorded the same confidentiality as material obtained for the purposes of private sessions, both during the course of the Defence and Veterans Suicide Royal Commission's inquiry and after it concludes. The bill also contains amendments providing that documents containing the information cannot be assessed or accessed under the Freedom of Information Act. These limits on the use and disclosure of information are necessary and reasonable to protect the privacy of the individual giving their account, as well as to respect the privacy and regulation of others who may or may not be named in the account. They therefore provide people with confidence that private information they give to the Defence and Veterans Suicide Royal Commission will not be further disclosed during or after the Royal Commission, and that they will not be identified in the Defence and Veterans Suicide Royal Commission's reports unless their information is also given as evidence. Deputy Speaker, a Royal Commission is not a court or tribunal and cannot determine criminal charges or civil liability. It can, however, refer information or evidence relating to a contravention of a law to law enforcement authorities or prosecutions. The bill, properly, in my view, provides that a Commissioner will retain a power to refer any confidential information voluntarily provided to the Defence and Veterans Suicide Royal Commission alleging another person has committed an offence to a law enforcement authority, and this is an appropriate insertion. Therefore, this bill safeguards both during and after the Defence and Veterans Suicide Royal Commission certain sensitive information individuals provide to that Commission while still retaining the Commissioner's existing powers with respect to referring matters of alleged criminal activity to the appropriate law enforcement authority. Deputy Speaker, to conclude, this bill sets out safeguards that are necessary, reasonable and proportionate and are sufficiently narrow so as to remain consistent with the right to freedom of expression. For all of the reasons set out, I commend this bill to the House to enable the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide to continue its very important work. Thank you.
I thank the member, and the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And this bill is an important one to ensure that those brave participants into the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide are able to enjoy confidentiality and protections regarding information and privacy. So the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide was established on the 8th of July 2021, providing an interim report on the 11th of August last year. And that contained 13 recommendations that the Royal Commission considered required urgent or immediate action. So our government is implementing its response to those recommendations as a matter of priority in order to support the Commission's inquiry and doing what we can to ensure a better future for serving ADF personnel, veterans and their families. The Royal Commission is required to provide a final report by the 17th of June next year, and this bill provides extended confidentiality protections for certain information given to the Royal Commission outside of a private session. This bill will ensure that people can engage with the Royal Commission without fear of disclosure of their sensitive information. These amendments are consistent with amendments previously made to the Act to protect information provided to the Child Sexual Abuse Royal Commission and the Disability Royal Commission. These amendments ensure that certain information provided by individuals to the Royal Commission can't be disclosed, except in very limited circumstances, for a period of 99 years after the conclusion of the Royal Commission. This Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicides, to quote the Commissioners, is anchored by the personal stories, experiences and perspectives that people, including serving and ex-serving ADF members and their families, friends and support networks, have described to the Royal Commission. These are brave and generous acts, people coming forward so that something changes, that we do what we must to stem the tragic loss of life to suicide by serving and ex-serving ADF members. It is reasonable and it is right that they are protected so that they can speak freely, so that the confidentiality for their courageous contributions to the Royal Commission can be assured. This bill implements recommendation 6.1 of the Royal Commission's interim report provided on the 11th of August last year. We've agreed to implement this recommendation in our response to the interim report of the Royal Commission, and this was tabled in Parliament on the 26th of September last year. These amendments reflect our government's commitment to supporting the Royal Commission's inquiry and taking action in response to its recommendations. So, under the proposed changes, the information that will be protected will be information where it was given by or on behalf of a person to the Royal Commission other than for the purposes of the private session, where it contains an account of a person's experience of or systemic issues in relation to the suicide of another, suicidality or poor mental health as an ADF member or veteran, where it identifies the person who gave the information or on whose behalf the information was given, and where it was treated as confidential by the Commission at all times after being given to the Commission. The information protected by these amendments would not be admissible in evidence against a person in any civil or criminal proceedings in any court of the Commonwealth or of a state or of a territory. And it will be an offence for any person to record, use or disclose the information except in limited circumstances, such as for the purpose of referrals for law enforcement investigations or with the consent of the person who gave the information. The information would only be able to be used in reports or recommendations of a Royal Commission if it's been de-identified, or if the information was also given as evidence to the Royal Commission or produced under a summons or notice. So, in terms of eligibility, any individual who gives information to the Royal Commission would be eligible to have their information protected under the amendments, and that includes both current serving and ex-serving members of the ADF, their family members and any person who gives information to the Royal Commission on their behalf. This information will remain confidential for 99 years after the conclusion of the Royal Commission's inquiry. Allowing these protections is really important. We know how brave it is, how courageous it is, how difficult it is for people to share experiences that are very emotional, and how that can mean that they are even more vulnerable than they may have been entering into a Royal Commission process. So I'm really pleased that we are getting on with the work of implementing the recommendations from that interim report, that we see this as a matter of urgency, and I'm really pleased that, to support this bill today. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I thank all honourable members for their contributions to the debate on the Royal Commission's amendment Enhancing Engagement Bill 2023. The Government supports the crucial ongoing work of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide and has welcomed the findings and recommendations made in its interim report. To enable the Royal Commission's findings and recommendations to be as robust as possible, it needs to receive information relevant to its terms of reference from a wide range of stakeholders. This includes, crucially, encouraging as many people as possible who have personal stories or experiences to have the confidence to share these with the Royal Commission. The Government particularly recognises the Royal Commission's observations in its interim report that serving Australian Defence Force members may have been hesitant to engage with the Royal Commission due to concerns around the adequacy of the confidentiality provisions in the Royal Commissions Act 1902. It is essential that the Royal Commission hears from as many Australian Defence Force members as possible, so it is vital that these men and women feel they can safely share their stories and experiences with the Royal Commission. While existing confidentiality protections in the Royal Commissions Act 1902 are strong, we recognise the Royal Commission's recommendation that extending these protections would give people greater confidence in sharing information with the Royal Commission. The new confidentiality protections being introduced by this bill will ensure there is greater ability for sensitive personal information to be protected, both during the Royal Commission's inquiries and after it has concluded. Under new Clause 6.0q, which this bill will create, certain information provided to the Royal Commission outside of a private session will be able to be protected in the same way as if it was given in a private session, if the Royal Commission treats that information as confidential at all times. This means that information to which the protections apply will not be admissible in evidence against a natural person in any civil or criminal proceedings in a Commonwealth, state or territory court. It will be a criminal offence to use or disclose the information in an unauthorised manner. The information will only be able to be included in a report of the Royal Commission if it is de-identified or if it is separately received by the Royal Commission as evidence. The information will be excluded from the open access period under the Archives Act 1983 for 99 years, and the information will be exempt from the operation of the Freedom of Information Act 1982. These protections will be available to information provided by any person. This includes serving and ex-serving ADF members and their families. In consultation the Government undertook prior to introducing this bill, the Royal Commission, the Defence and Veterans Legal Service and Defence and Veteran stakeholder groups expressed strong support for the new protections, along with hope and expectation that they will encourage more people to come forward and share their stories. I thank the honourable member for Berowra for his acknowledgement during debate on this bill of the importance of ensuring the Royal Commission receives as much information as possible to inform its inquiries, and his appreciation of the measures this bill implements to achieve that objective. I also thank the Minister for Veterans Affairs for his ongoing efforts to improve services and outcomes for the veterans community. Among many other important initiatives, this includes his recent announcement of significant public consultation on a pathway to reform more than a century of veterans' entitlement legislation, which will provide veterans the support they need and deserve. The Government also committed substantial funding to progressing responses to other recommendations of the Royal Commission's interim report. This is vitally important work. This Government is committed to undertaking a thorough and considered process on legislation and arrangements for veterans' entitlements and providing funding and support in order to deliver a better future for veterans and their families. It is the Government's sincere hope that the increased confidentiality protections in this
bill will encourage more people to come forward to engage with the Royal Commission, and that the inquiry's findings lead to better outcomes for defence members and veterans.
I thank the Attorney-General. I'll now put the question. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Royal Commissions Act 1902 and for other purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I'll put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those in favour? Aye. Aye. And I call the clerk. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3. Migration Amendment, Australia's Engagement in the Pacific and Other Measures Bill 2023, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Wannon.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I advise the Federation Chamber that in the House it had been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Migration Visa Pre-Application Process Charge Bill 2023. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Wannon has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to submitting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Shortland. Thank you.
Thank you, and I thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I thank Minister Giles for introducing these bills, the Migration Amendment, Australia's Engagement in the Pacific and Other Measures Bill 2023, and the Migration Pre-Visa Application Process Charge Bill 2023. These bills support the introduction of a new Pacific Engagement Visa, allowing up to 3,000 nationals of Pacific countries and Timor-Leste to come to Australia as permanent migrants each year. The new Pacific Engagement Visa is a groundbreaking signature initiative of the government's plan to build a stronger Pacific family. It is designed to grow the Pacific and Timor-Leste diaspora here in Australia. It reflects Australia's special relationship with the Pacific and Timor-Leste. It reflects the importance Australia places on this relationship and our commitment to strengthening ties with the Pacific family. Importantly, the program will address the underrepresentation of some of Australia's closest neighbours in our permanent migration program. In 2021-22, less than 1,000 permanent migrants came from Pacific Island countries and Timor-Leste. That's a mere 0.7% of the total migration program of 143,556 that year. As Minister for the Pacific, I'm especially proud of this new visa program and the potential it offers to both the Pacific family and Australia. The Pacific and Timor-Leste diaspora already make an incredible contribution to Australian communities and have done so for many years. In my own electorate of Shortland, I acknowledge the contribution of the Papua New Guinean, Fijian, Samoan, Tongan and the other Pacifica migrant communities. And I know members value the contributions of Pacific migrants in their communities, particularly in electorates like Chifley, Werriwa, Rankin, Macarthur, Oxley and Greenway, amongst others which have vibrant Pacific diasporas. Our government wants to grow and support Pacific diaspora communities in Australia as part of our wider agenda for strengthening Australia's relationships with the countries of the Pacific and Timor-Leste. The new visa will create new opportunities for people of the Pacific and Timor-Leste to live, work and be educated in Australia. This will deepen our bonds as people and enrich our communities and countries. And the government has been consulting with Pacific partners and Timor-Leste since coming to office last year. These discussions have been invaluable and we have adjusted the design of the program in response to their feedback. Let me repeat that. We have designed this program based on feedback from those countries. And these bills are the first steps in enabling implementation of the visa. The Pacific Engagement Visa will establish a permanent resident visa program for participating countries across the Pacific and Timor-Leste commencing in July 2023. Up to 3,000 visas, inclusive of partners and dependent children, will be allocated annually through a ballot process. A ballot system will ensure equal and transparent access to the visa pathway. The ballot will be open to eligible nationals of participating Pacific countries and Timor-Leste. This will include Pacific nationals who are already in Australia on a valid temporary visa, such as those working here under the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme. Eligible participants aged 18 to 45 will register in the ballot. Participants randomly selected in the ballot can then apply for the visa and include their partner and dependent children in their application. To be granted a visa, they'll need to have a formal full-time job offer in Australia and meet basic English language, health and character requirements. To maximise the prospects of a successful ballot, entrance finding work and taking up visas, we will be providing additional support to secure employment. An offshore service provider will work directly with successful ballot entrants to connect them with employers in Australia, providing access to a variety of roles at a range of skills levels. The service provider will also guide successful entrants through the visa application process, deliver culturally and linguistically relevant program outreach, and help prepare visa holders for life in Australia. As permanent residents, Pacific Engagement visa holders will have the choice to live and work where they prefer and can change employers like any other Australian citizen or permanent resident. While finding employment in Australia will be an important first step, we know the success of this initiative will ultimately depend on the growth of a healthy and engaged Pacific diaspora and a positive settlement experience for each individual family. And that's why we are extending supports and services to Pacific Engagement visa holders beyond the usual supports provided to permanent residents upon arrival in Australia. In addition to access to Australia's universal health care and public schooling systems, participants will be eligible for post-arrival settlement support through the Settlement Engagement and Transition Support Program. They will also have access to the Adult Migrant English Program. And we are committed to growing a vibrant and engaged diaspora through the visa. As such, it's important that participants are ensured basic levels of economic security. Subject to the introduction and passage of further legislation, we will be providing early access to a range of benefits to support the cost of raising a family and ease the financial burden of education and training. This will include access to Family Tax Benefit A and eligibility for healthcare card and rent assistance. To promote opportunities for education, career development, economic mobility, participants will have immediate access to the Higher Education Loan Program, VET student loans, Austudy and youth allowance payments. Access to education and training will broaden the scope of participation across a range of skill levels and experiences addressing concerns in our region around brain drain. My friend, the Member for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs, has outlined the bills in his second reading speech, but I want to add to his remarks by explaining how the bills will support the Pacific Engagement visa. The Migration Amendment Bill will create a legislative framework for the ballot process, which is used to randomly select entrants to apply for the new visa. The bill amends the Migration Act 1958 to allow the Minister to implement a visa pre-application process. This visa pre-application process or ballot will involve the random selection of eligible persons. Selection via a ballot process will be a legal requirement to apply for a visa where this is specified as a requirement in the migration regulations. Specifically, the bill inserts a new section 46C in the Migration Act providing legislative authority for the Minister to arrange a visa pre-application process to be conducted in relation to one or more visas. It allows the Minister to make a determination setting out details of eligibility to participate in a visa pre-application process and arrangements for the conduct of the process. It amends Section 46 of the Migration Act to clarify that regulations specifying the criteria for making a valid visa application can include a requirement that the visa applicant has been selected in a visa pre-application process. The Migration Charge Bill 2023 applies a charge on persons who register as a participant in a visa pre-application process. The charge bill provides the amount of charge cannot be more than $100, indexed in line with the Consumer Price Index. The government, importantly, intends to apply a fee of $25 for registering to enter the Pacific Engagement visa. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Pacific Engagement Visa is part of a wider package of policies to deepen Australia's ties with the Pacific and build a stronger and more united Pacific family. In the 2022-23 budget, the government announced several new measures to strengthen the Pacific family and meet our election commitments. These measures build on and expand the former government's Pacific Step-Up policies. They include an additional $900 million in official development assistance over 4 years to increase support to the Pacific family's development and resilience, including in education and health, new investments to advance Pacific security and engagement priorities, strengthening the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific, including through the establishment of the Pacific Climate Infrastructure Financing Partnership, and a new Indo-Pacific broadcasting strategy to provide better tailored broadcasting services and support for a diverse, independent and professional regional media sector. We've already delivered on our commitment to expand the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme and will continue to work to improve the program in consultation with participants and partner governments. More than 35,000 Pacific and Timor-Leste workers are already making an incredible contribution to Australia's regional communities in critical fields like agriculture and aged care under this temporary migration program. The new Pacific Engagement Visa will help improve the balance between permanent and temporary migrants from the Pacific and Timor-Leste. And as a proud member of the Pacific family, Australia is committed to working with all countries in the Pacific to achieve our shared aspirations and address our shared challenges. Pacific and Timor-Leste views have been central to the design of this visa. The government has consulted extensively to ensure that the Pacific Engagement Visa meets the shared needs and priorities of our Pacific and Timor-Leste partners. We have consulted and listened to the governments of all 13 countries in scope for the program since August 2022. We've consulted with Pacific employer, business and training organisations. We've also had close engagement with stakeholders in Australia, including non-government organisations, expert researchers, diaspora communities, churches, PALM scheme employers and workers, and Australian employers. And the Foreign Minister and I have also had extensive engagements across the region with leaders and counterparts. Between the two of us, we have visited each Pacific island country in Timor-Leste since June last year. This includes the resumption of the important bipartisan visits to the Pacific. The introduction of this bill does not mark an end to consultations. We will continue to listen to and incorporate Pacific and Timor-Leste views through the visa's implementation and operation. And we will continue to monitor, evaluate, adjust and refine the program to ensure that this groundbreaking initiative is delivering for all engaged. Participating countries will decide on the extent and nature of their participation in the program. In establishing this visa, Mr Deputy Speaker, we want to make a uniquely Australian contribution to the Pacific family by being reliable, turning up, showing respect, listening and being transparent and open. Pacific people are rightly proud of their culture and traditions and will want to maintain close links through family, church, sport and businesses. So the Pacific Engagement Visa will encourage free-flowing movement of participants between our home countries and Australia. The program will contribute to the economic development of Pacific countries through remittances, opportunities for skills exchange and investment. We are particularly conscious of the need to ensure we do not deprive Pacific countries of skills and talent in establishing this visa. That's why we're putting in place measures to help successful ballot entrants to find employment in Australia that matches their experience and capabilities, ensuring that this program is accessible to participants from a range of background, trades and professions. And that's why the ballot part of this visa is critical. And that's why I was so distressed when I saw the statement by the Shadow Immigration Minister yesterday saying that the opposition will oppose this based on the ballot. They fundamentally misunderstand the nature and operation of this visa and are undermining its complete operation. If you do not have a ballot, you do not ensure that you address the brain drain concerns of the Pacific. That is the fundamental point of this, and that is why it's been based on the highly successful New Zealand visa model. This initiative has been welcomed by Pacific governments and leaders and stakeholders, policy experts and respected development agencies. For example, in the PNG Australia 4th Annual Leaders Dialogue joint statement, PNG's Prime Minister Marape, welcomed Australia's commitment to provide in-country support for Pacific Engagement visa applicants to connect with employees in Australia. Importantly, the program responds to export recommendations for Australia to learn from the New Zealand's experience of Pacific migration by introducing a dedicated permanent pathway to complement our existing temporary labour schemes. This was a recommendation by a parliamentary committee chaired by the opposition when they were in government that they are now walking away from. A 2017 World Bank report highlighted the effectiveness of New Zealand's Pacific Access Category and Samoan quota visa programs and has recommended Australia consider a similar program. These views have been also supported by eminent Australian experts such as Professor Stephen Howes from the Australian National University and from the Lowy Institute. In summary, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Pacific Engagement Visa is a revolutionary change to our permanent migration system. Over time, it will strengthen our links with the Pacific family and deepen our ties to the region that's our home and critical to our future. Boosting Pacific permanent migration to Australia is an essential part of the government's plan to build a stronger Pacific family. This is necessary, and those who stand in opposition to this stand in opposition to Australia's engagement in the Pacific. They are undermining our position, continuing their incompetence they undertook when they were in government. And that's why they need to change their position, and that's why I commend these bills to the chamber.
I thank the Minister, and the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call a member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on these bills, acknowledging the vital importance of Australia's role in the Pacific and our relationship with our great family of nations. Mr Deputy Speaker, when I, in the previous Parliament, was on the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee, was part of receiving a delegation of the missions of all of the Pacific Island nations that came into the Parliament. We engaged with them in a meaningful way, and one thing that they told us loud and clear is that they are very thankful of the work that we do with our Pacific Island nation countries, our friends, our family, because that's what that is the nature of the relationship that we have. It is one of friendship. It is one of family. It is not one of dominance. We engage with our friends in the Pacific. We don't tell them what we want them to do or how to do things. That's as any good, responsible government should try and do. Engage with your neighbours as peers, not as some dominant party or country that sees itself as the dominant in a particular region. And this government needs to tread a very, very careful line when it comes to this migration program, and I'll unpack that over the next 13 minutes or so. Locally, the Sunshine Coast has a long and enduring connection to the Pacific Islands, spanning some 150 years. Today, through the University of the Sunshine Coast Centre for Pacific Islands Research, we're working with and learning from Pacific Islanders about marine protection, coastal adaptation and sustainable fisheries. In twinning with the Western Pacific University, UniSC is offering a collaborative academic and cultural exchange for academic leaders. And through the Centre for International Development, Social Enterprise and Leadership, the Sunshine Coast plays host to Indo-Pacific leaders for training and postgraduate research. These people-to-people links are about empowering Pacific Island partners to build their communities, to grow their economies and to strengthen their national institutions for the long term. And these ideals should be at the centre of Australia's national approach to engaging with our Pacific partners. Now, it was Liberal Prime Minister Robert Menzies who said just before World War II that in the Pacific, Australia must regard herself as a principal. Now, our relationship has moved beyond that of principle. We see ourselves as a partner with our Pacific colleagues. In World War II, Australian men and women held back the tide of aggression, which reached not only our shores, but those of our Pacific Island neighbours. And when the war was won, we didn't abandon the Pacific. We stayed to rebuild. Again, in the throes of the Vietnam War, Liberal Prime Minister William McMahon said, "We in the Pacific share a common purpose for peace, security and progress in the South Pacific region, and our destinies are permanently linked in many ways." And in the 50-odd years since he made that declaration, the bond between Australia and the Pacific Islands has deepened beyond neighbouring nations into a family of nations. And by and large, this has been on the Coalition's watch. Through multilateral bodies like the Commonwealth of Nations and the Pacific Islands Forum. Through overseas development assistance, with 43% of our 21-22 aid budget directly targeting PNG and the Pacific. Through trade and exchange programs like the New Colombo Plan, the Pacific Agreement on Closer Economic Relations and the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. Through defence and security ties like AUSMIN, the Quad and now AUKUS. And it's those defence and security ties which are of the greatest importance to us in performing our primary role as parliamentarians, that is, to protect Australians and their interests. China, under its communist regime, is set on dominating our Pacific region. Mr Deputy Speaker, make no mistake, they want to seek a permanent military presence in the Pacific. They want access to the Pacific's natural resources. They want to control critical trade routes. In the Chinese Communist Party's quest to become a global superpower and to quash Western democratic order, Communist China will stop at nothing. They make bold promises. They seek to corrupt national governments. They build shiny new infrastructure, and in the end, they entrap whole nations in economic, defence and diplomatic bonds. We've seen this even on our local shores, where they have sought to entrap Victoria through the Belt and Road Initiative. But it's not just Belt and Roads and trap diplomacy. The Chinese Communist Party poses a threat to every element of Australia's security and the security of the region in the Pacific. The Chinese Communist Party, or the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, their land, air, sea, cyber and space defence postures are formidable. Their navy power, their naval power and maritime militia has grown exponentially. That's why, in government, the Coalition's Pacific Maritime Security Program supported 12 Pacific Island nations with patrol boats. The Chinese Communist Party's cyber capabilities and the PLA's cyber capabilities, and in particular their ability to procure data through seemingly innocent means, is thankfully and concerningly becoming clearer by the day. It was only last year that Chinese attackers bombarded government agency employees with phishing emails containing a link to a fake news site to steal information relating to the South China Sea. TikTok is the perfect example of how they gather intelligence en masse and from unknowing victims. With an international submarine cable connecting Australia with Guam just outside of my electorate, running along Australia's Pacific coast, the protection of our critical infrastructure, and particularly digital infrastructure, has never been more imperative. And ensuring that Australia nourishes our great family of nations is vital. It was the previous Coalition government which led the Pacific Step Up to take an even more active role in protecting and shaping the future of this region. As part of this, we took steps to encourage more permanent migration from Pacific Island nations. We launched the Pacific Australia Labor Mobility, the PALM program, by streamlining the Pacific Labour Scheme, the PLS, and Seasoned Workers Program, the SWP, to ensure a more efficient and safer scheme. Thanks to our decision in government, the program has grown from 12,500 people to 35,000 workers. We encourage this federal Labor government to maintain the program and to set their eyes on even more ambitious targets. In doing so, they would have our support. Labor claims that the Pacific Engagement Visa will grow Australia's Pacific and Timor-Leste resident populations, enhance soft power links and boost economic relations. Now, these are admirable goals, and under the previous coalition government they were real outcomes. Under this government they are nothing but a pipe dream. The bills provide for a visa pre-application process which does not currently exist in the Migration Act. For the first time, this Labor government want to create a ballot process that will be able to be used not just for the Pacific Engagement Visa, but for any future visa that the government of the day may decide to introduce. Permanent residency that ultimately leads to citizenship in Australia is far too important to be decided by having your name pulled out of a hat. This has the potential to turn Australia's immigration system on its head. Our migration system, as it stands, is built on an ambition to attract skilled migrants who contribute to our economy and our community. Instead, this Labor government want to sign applicants up for some ludicrous visa-style lottery. They want to take their chance instead of thinking, consulting and legislating common-sense immigration policies. That is what Labor has done time and again for the last 12 months. They've made bold promises, they've realised they can't actually deliver on those promises, so they come up with a half-baked idea, throw it to the Parliament and hope to flesh it out with some oratorical flourishes. Policy on the run, once again, from an incompetent Labor government. And one has to ask why our Pacific Island partners would want to sign up for the program. Under the bills, they would risk hemorrhaging skilled workers, as 3,000 working-age citizens, whole families indeed, leave the region each year. They would lose the direct financial contributions through remittances, as Labor's plan will see families pack up shop and move to Australia, removing the incentive for remittance or reinvestment in their countries of origin. And as it turns out, we don't have to ask why Pacific Island partners would sign up for the program. They don't want to. Just a couple of months ago, Samoa's acting Prime Minister told their parliament that the Australian government made the announcement on new visas without consulting the Samoan government. He said this would hurt the Samoan Labor workforce and lead to the loss of more skilled workers and their families to Australia permanently, and will further drain Samoa's already strained workforce. Mr Deputy Speaker, when we were in government, and I took a very active role in this part, particularly when I was Speaker, I engaged and invited heads of mission from across the Pacific into the Parliament, and I did my absolute level best to engage with the heads of those missions as partners, not as master and servant, us telling them what they want. And it's incredibly important that we engage with them as partners, to talk with them, not to create some sort of a brain drain from the Pacific, because that is what these bills will do. It is fundamentally immoral for us as a country, a wealthy country, to be effectively drawing upon what may be some of the best and brightest of our Pacific Island countries, their own people of working age and their families. Just think about what sort of an impact that could have on small communities. So whilst we support sensible measures in the Pacific. We don't believe that these bills holistically will provide the sort of outcomes that, the sensible outcomes that we have seen when we were in government. The relationship between Australia and the Pacific is an enduring one, and it is so incredibly important, not just because these are our Pacific friends and family, but we have an enduring, as I hope I've outlined over the last little while, that we are tied from a defence perspective. Our defence, the defence of Australia, is tied to the defence of the Pacific and every country within it. And if we start adopting approaches which undermine the sort of relationships that we have built up over the last 9 years when we were in government, if we start telling Pacific Island nations what's best for them, that undermines critical relationships. It undermines both our national security and the national security of our Pacific family. So, as a member of the opposition, I think if I can be so bold as to say these bills need to be rethought. They need to go back and consult more broadly with those that will be impacted the most heavily by them. This is not a time for policy on the run. This is a time for working with our Pacific partners who are friends and family.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the amendment to the second reading, and just start by commending the member for Fisher for his contribution, and somewhat lazily attach myself to all of the excellent points that he made so that I can indeed use my time to just expand on some other points. But I do commend the tenor of exactly what he has said, and I think he's captured very appropriately the concerns that we have in the coalition around this policy approach. And frankly, it's something that is very important to push back against at the first opportunity, because not only do the principles of this worry me specifically to this, but potentially, if this was the approach that starts to become more common from this government insofar as pathways through our migration program, then we have got some very concerning issues to confront when it comes to what the principles are around migration policy. I worked for a number of years in the textile industry with some excellent companies in Fiji, and Fiji has a number of economic industries to be proud of, and some are more well known, such as tourism, etc. But the textile industry and the apparel and garment industry is a very significant one in Fiji, and they have done an excellent job of working with Australian businesses and the market in Australia to create a really impressive supply chain capability in Fiji, competing against bigger nations, bigger economies in that sector in Asia, but the niche, of course, being that they have better and closer links to Australian businesses, and equally have the ability to have a much more rapid supply chain response capability to be able to do smaller quantities, which is a relative term in textiles. So rather than quantities of millions, quantities in the tens of thousands, which most of us would consider to be significant, but in apparel that is a small production run. And so I learnt a lot and had some great experiences and have some excellent ongoing connections with people that in that industry in Fiji. And I say that because it's an excellent example of the economic opportunity that we should be supporting in and throughout the Pacific as a nation that is the largest economy in the oceanic region, that have a significant history with both positive and negative things in regards to our relationship with the various nations in the Pacific sphere, and the important points that have been made by other speakers, not just about our past but our future in the area, and the important national security elements and developmental opportunities that we have to support all of our very good friends in the Pacific family, for them to achieve the destiny that they want. And I don't believe it's the ambition of the communities of the Pacific to leave the Pacific and to come to countries like Australia. I'm very confident, having had my direct personal connections with people throughout the Pacific, that they want their future to be in the Pacific. Their governments want their future to be in the Pacific. They want to grow their economies. They want to establish existing and new industries that give the people who live in the Pacific a hope and a confidence and an ambition for their future to be exactly where they are, which is their home. And this policy is effectively encouraging the absolute opposite of that. That is saying that we want to offer people some kind of lottery opportunity to leave their community, to leave their economy, and to make their future in Australia. Now, we very proudly welcome people that want to make their future in this country, and we have two elements to our migration program, around the economic skills side and around the humanitarian refugee side. And I support and want to see us enhance and have that program doing exactly what it's meant to. But the principles in this bill should be anathema to what we're seeking to do when it comes to both elements of our migration program. And we do not want to be flippantly conducting lotteries for people to come to our country, and we don't want to encourage people that have got the ability to be the future of their own country to leave that country necessarily, unless, particularly through our humanitarian program, they're in situations, which is not the case in amongst our Pacific friends, where they need a humanitarian pathway away from where they are, where they currently are, into our nation. And that's essentially what we're saying here, is we want to go to our Pacific neighbours and say to their population, enter a lottery to leave your country and come and make your future in our country. And it would surprise me if the governments, if the leaders, and if the communities and societies amongst the Pacific nations view that as being something that a good neighbour like Australia should be doing to their communities. We have, of course, a very good, strong tradition of great economic partnership with Pacific nations, and there are economic opportunities. The PALM scheme is one of the ones that everyone would be aware of, that provide employment opportunity on a seasonal basis in our nation, which in agricultural communities is absolutely vital. It provides seasonal labour in places in this country with great shortages and great demand for that seasonal labour, and through the PALM scheme, obviously, that provides a pathway for people from Pacific nations to come to Australia to earn a significant income here in this country on a seasonal basis, compared to the income that they might earn in an ongoing basis in their own nation, to remit the earnings net of the costs they have in living here whilst they are on that visa, and that provides an enormous economic injection into the economies from where they come, and also provides them with a capacity to use that as a way of building their economic future in their own country. So to say, and I know there's a lot of anecdotal stories that colleagues may have shared who represent electorates where this scheme provides a lot of labour, where people might come, like the member for Leichhardt's electorate, where people might come for a couple of seasons in through the PALM scheme to earn an income that supports their family, but also they can invest in their country of origin to build their economic future there. Now, what this policy would effectively say is instead of that being the focus of opportunities for people in the Pacific in this country, which works very well for both economies, instead what we want to be doing is undertaking a lottery indiscriminately to people in Pacific nations to leave those nations permanently and come to Australia. Now, we have a skilled migration program that is important, and we do have significant skilled labour shortages in this country. The way in which we undertake that can always be improved, and in particular, I have looked very closely and am very interested in migration reform opportunities that are about demand-driven migration at the business level led, where employer sponsorship is at the heart of filling shortages in labour, which are both at the skilled level and frankly are also at the geographic level. And one particular issue in this country is that we are not as good as we need to be at ensuring that people that come through the skilled migration channels are in fact honouring the principle of why we want them through the skilled stream to come here. And that's really a geographic issue, whereby there's a lot of people that come into the country through the scheme that is trying to address labour shortages in regional Australia, even in my home city of Adelaide, which some might not consider regional. At times we have been designated as regional under the migration system because, regrettably, for someone that's not from Melbourne or Sydney or South East Queensland, we do find that those regions are a magnet for people coming into the country, and that they might be coming under the pretences of helping to address a skills shortage in somewhere like my home state of South Australia, but they are free to ultimately end up in the suburbs of Sydney or Melbourne. And so looking at regional rules and geographic rules around skilled migration is something that I would commend to all of us as policymakers to look at and to consider. And of course, having that employer sponsorship as a focus means that people are indeed coming here to fill major shortages in jobs that exist that can't be filled by Australians after we've demonstrated that business has attempted and exhausted all avenues to try and fill that job by an Australian first. And certainly when I work with employers on these challenges, I've never come across a business whose preference isn't to employ an Australian first and foremost. It is an enormous cost and an enormous risk to sponsor and employ someone to come into this country on a visa rather than to employ an Australian. And there's no benefit or the like from not having an Australian first and foremost, but there are significant issues around skills shortages, etc., that can be addressed through that channel. And then equally, we've got our humanitarian responsibilities that we take very seriously, and we participate through the international frameworks that are in place for us to have our fair share of humanitarian intake. That's what the focus of our migration policies and the migration schemes that we operate need to be. This is none of that. This doesn't do any of that. What this is doing, as I say, is seeking to cannibalise, potentially, some of the people that could make an enormous contribution in the countries that they currently live in and entice them away from contributing to their nation and their economy by giving them this lottery system to come to Australia. And the fact that we are now deciding that we would have some randomised lottery process of doling out Australian residency and Australian citizenship, that we have a government that has such a low regard for the standards that we should have and the control that we should have around people coming into this country, that we're now going to have some kind of randomised ballot system to select people to come into our country, I think is paternalistic and, frankly, is morally bankrupt, because it is essentially saying we don't believe that there is any way of determining what the priority is for who we select
to have the great honour and opportunity of a pathway to residency in their future in this country. And we're almost encouraging people not on the basis of what the economic need in this country is, or what that they are in a humanitarian circumstance that they need to have a future in a nation like Australia over where they are. Instead, we're saying enter this random lottery system to come to Australia and leave behind the life that you've got in the nation that you're in. So I and all of us in the coalition very much reject that approach to our migration system. We reject the paternalism of that. This is the sort of thing I thought was left in the 19th century, frankly, and whilst not reflecting on all the good things that were done by the British Empire, these sorts of paternalistic policies remind us of an era that we thought we would not see in the year 2023. Nonetheless, the Albanese government are proposing it here before us today, and that is why I certainly urge the House not to support the passage of this bill.
I thank the member for Sturt for his contribution. The time being almost 1 p.m, the Federation Chamber is suspended. The chair will be resumed at 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Unfortunately, 2 years ago. It's all about you. Unfortunately, Josh, you did that 2 years ago.
Okay. All right. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Wannon has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Fremantle in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to speak in support of the bill, which implements an important commitment of the government and does some important work in relation to a group of nations that are among our most important friends. And indeed, of course, we consider ourselves a member of the Pacific family, which is a perfect way of encapsulating the kind of relationship we have and hope to continue to have and strengthen with those island nations, and I include in that Timor-Leste, which is covered by this bill. Australia has a strong and deep connection to the Pacific Island nations, and it's a precious part of our identity to be able to consider ourselves a member of the Pacific family. We don't and we shouldn't take for granted the connections, the affinity, the shared well-being and shared challenges that bind Pacific nations, including Australia. And of course, as I said before, that same affinity and some of those same challenges exist between Australia and Timor-Leste. That position of respect, affection and to some considerable degree shared identity is fundamentally bipartisan, multi-partisan. I know that notwithstanding the views that various people have about these particular bills, that commitment is something that everyone in this parliament takes very seriously. These bills are about strengthening the people-to-people links between Australia, Pacific Island nations and Timor-Leste, and they're consistent with the approach that the Albanese Labor government has taken over the first short 9 months of its administration to date. This is a government that delivers on its election commitments. This is something we took to the election last May. It indicates again how ministers, in this case the Minister for International Development and the Pacific, but ministers across the full range of government responsibility are wasting no time in making positive change and in delivering on things that we said we would do to improve the circumstances that Australia finds itself in and to pursue Australia's national interest. A perfect example of the extent to which we understand that is the way in which we understand our engagement with the world needs to occur in a thoughtful, concerted, coordinated fashion through all the avenues of external affairs: diplomacy, development assistance, defence, trade and our migration arrangements. And when it comes to permanent migration, which has been such a key feature of our multicultural diversity and strength here in Australia, it's true that the Pacific has been significantly underrepresented. So to some degree, what these bills do in creating the Pacific Engagement Visa respond to something that hasn't been in its right proportion for a considerable period of time. The statistic from 2021-22 tells you everything you need to know, that in that year, when there were 143,500 odd people who became permanent migrants to this country, only 999 fewer than 1,000 were from Pacific Island nations and Timor-Leste, so that's 0.7%. Now that's just not right. That's not right when you consider the proximity of those countries and you consider the significance of our relationship to them and the things that we share as regional neighbours and members of the Pacific family. So these bills are partly aimed at addressing that shortcoming. And I'll come back to this again later, but it should be noted at the very outset that what we are proposing to do with these bills is exactly what was recommended by a committee in the 46th Parliament that had a majority of coalition members and was chaired by a coalition member of the former government. And so the idea that Australia should put something new in place that facilitates greater permanent migration from Pacific Island nations is, I think, a matter of common sense, and clearly was a parliamentary recommendation in the previous Parliament, made by a committee chaired by a coalition member with a majority of coalition members. I guess I'd sort of start by saying that under this government, without question, there's been a surge in activity and a surge of both kind of practical and person-to-person engagement and funding support and all of the ways in which we seek to partner with Pacific Island nations to a sort of a new and reinvigorated degree. And the fact that the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Minister for Development Assistance in the Pacific have visited Pacific Island nations in what seems like literally every week of the last 9 months is one indication of that. I'm someone who comes from the far other side of this island continent, and I can't say that I've had a really extensive experience of the Pacific. I was fortunate enough to be in Fiji late last year with yourself, Deputy Speaker, as part of a parliamentary delegation that went as election observers to help with the good conduct and integrity of that election. And I was briefly the chair of the delegation, a role that you ably undertook when circumstances meant that I had to come back here. And Australia has, over a number of elections, served as effectively one of 3 co-chairs of the Multinational Observer Group, 90-member group, that helps with the conduct of elections. And Deputy Chair, you filled that position very ably through what was a significant election, because it was a change of government through proper democratic process in Fiji. Prior to that, I was in Dili in Timor-Leste in 2015 as part of the second Asian Electoral Stakeholder Forum, and I was very privileged to be in Honiara in 2013 for the 10th anniversary of the Regional Assistance Mission, Solomon Islands. So I haven't been into the Pacific or to Timor-Leste very often. I've really enjoyed the times that I've been able to visit, and I hope I can do that more in the time ahead. What these bills do is they lay the groundwork for the creation of a Pacific Engagement Visa, while at the same time we are expanding the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Visa Program. And they're both very important and they both do different things. But this visa program, the Pacific Engagement Visa, will facilitate up to 3,000 permanent migrants from Pacific Island nations and Timor-Leste each year, and it will occur through a ballot process that's modelled on the Pacific Access resident category visa that New Zealand operates. It's become apparent in recent days that the Coalition doesn't support these bills. There was a period of time in which that wasn't clear. You would have thought, as I said earlier, that when there was a parliamentary committee in the 46th Parliament that they effectively chaired and had the majority of that made this recommendation, that they would have every reason for seeing the merit in this proposal. I think there are all of the other reasons for it. The fact that people from Pacific Island nations and Timor-Leste make up such a disproportionately low number of permanent migrants within our program. But I will look very briefly at a couple of the other issues that the Shadow Minister has advanced as reasons why the Coalition won't support it. One of them is that there's a potential through this program for there to be some kind of brain drain. You know, that is a legitimate concern. That phenomenon would be a legitimate concern. We don't want to have programs that effectively focus on people who have particular expertise and skills in Pacific Island nations and result in them coming to Australia in a way that means they don't get to apply those skills and that expertise in their own countries. That's why this program doesn't have that kind of point system skills basis. It's not targeted at a sort of some sort of talent scouting kind of outcome. It's done by a ballot, and it's non-discriminatory in that sense. There will be people who might be old or young. There'll be people who might have skills or be relatively unskilled who will be able to apply under this program. So to the extent that that's one of the reasons that the Shadow Minister for Immigration has identified as why these bills are insupportable, that just doesn't hold any water. Another reason that's been advanced has been that people who come here from Pacific Island nations or from Timor-Leste and are therefore permanent in Australia might not make remittances to their home countries and to their families, which and those remittances are a significant sort of form of income support that occurs when people from the Pacific are in Australia. There's just no evidence from all of the organisations, NGOs and other monitoring bodies that look at this kind of program where it happens elsewhere. Of course, New Zealand has one, the United States has a similar program. There's no evidence whatsoever that it leads to a decrease in remittances to the extent that that's something that the Coalition is concerned about. So it's very hard to actually put your finger on the reason why the Coalition doesn't support these measures. It doesn't conflict with the Pacific Australian Labour Mobility Visa Program. That's an important program. We're expanding it. It doesn't create and can't create a brain drain in the way that the Shadow Minister has advanced. It won't affect remittances in the way the Shadow Minister advanced. There's no evidence to support that. It would be hard for anyone hearing those arguments and then knowing the facts not to conclude that they are just things being plucked out of the air. And I don't think that that's a responsible way to conduct consideration and form a position on a policy like this that, as I've said before, was taken to the election, is a commitment of the government that was made clear in advance of the election. It's hard not to see the position that the Shadow Minister has announced in relation to these bills as anything other than essentially being consistent with a policy, a broad-based policy of just saying no, of negativity for negativity's sake. We have seen no to responsible climate action. We have seen no to energy price relief. We've seen no to secure jobs and better pay, and now we see no to a program that simply tries to ensure that people from Pacific Island nations and Timor-Leste are able to become permanent migrants in Australia in the same way that people from lots of other countries do. And in fact, really just for that to somehow exist in what would be a fair, proper and appropriate proportion, considering the significance of the region and its proximity to this country. So it's hard to really accept that there can be a good argument for not supporting the bills and going forward with the program. Today's been a day when the Minister, in a way that's not directly related to this topic, has expressed some concern about the flag that flies on the building, and that's fair enough. I mean, that flag should be in in good condition. We've heard explanations as to why it hasn't been changed because of danger and high wind conditions. But again, it kind of begs the question about the extent to which, or the basis, the foundation of the positions that the Shadow Minister and other members of the Coalition front bench are reaching their positions. I'd be surprised, knowing people in this room and their interest in the Pacific, if the view that the Shadow Minister has put is really a widely held one, because it really doesn't make any sense. And I think that what this will deliver, inevitably, is stronger person-to-person ties between Australia and Pacific Island nations and between Australia and Timor-Leste. We absolutely need that. It's right because of our membership of the Pacific family. It's right as a matter of our identity and our values. It's right as a feature of our concern for the well-being, the broader well-being of all of the communities in the Pacific. It goes hand in hand with the additional $900 million of development assistance that this government will provide over the next 4 years. But after you are motivated by all of those things, which frankly should be at the top of your motivational list, it is also significant for advancing our national interest in building ties to a stable, prosperous and peaceful Pacific region. And when you neglect diplomacy and you neglect development assistance and you neglect people-to-people links through a program like this, you weaken Australia's position to be the kind of supportive, consultative partner of Pacific Island nations that we should be. And our capacity to do that did fall away in the last several years, and in the last year or so of the previous government we saw some of the geostrategic consequences of that. And I think that those opposites should reflect on those outcomes when they jump out of the box and say no to something like this, which is actually a policy that they themselves were in favour of only 10 months ago. So I'm very supportive of this. I thank the Minister for all his work, and I look forward to welcoming more permanent migrants from the Pacific to Australia.
I thank the member for Fremantle. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I and the Coalition support efforts to engage more with our Pacific neighbours. You only have to visit the Mildura, Robinvale, Swan Hill regions in my electorate along the northern border of Mallee to see how migrants from the Pacific Islands contribute to our industries, our communities, working on farming properties and other labourer roles. Mallee is home to approximately 74% of Australia's almond production, 70% of table grapes, 57% of nectarines and 19% of oranges, with most grown in the north of the electorate. Growers from these areas have been dealing with workforce shortages for years, which continues to create anxiety and uncertainty for farmers at harvest time. If workers cannot be found, harvest is at risk of falling to the ground, resulting in losses into the billions of dollars. Remplan now estimates Mallee's gross regional product at $9.92 billion, with an annual economic output of more than $14 billion, a large part of that built on the horticultural industry. The Pacific Islander workforce in Australia contributes heavily to that industry in particular, and not just in Mallee but around Australia. Currently, under the Coalition introduced Pacific Australia Labour Mobility, or PALM scheme, employers in the horticultural sector have access to a reliable workforce where there is not enough local Australian labour to meet the seasonal demand. It's also an opportunity for workers from partnering countries to earn good wages and learn new skills. The money they earn is often spent on their children's education, family medical bills, or even used to build a house or start a small business in their home country. This is sound policy that supports our growers, the workers and their families back home. Now the Labor government is seeking to make their own mark on our immigration system by introducing two pieces of legislation that will see a new Pacific Engagement Visa developed. To be fair, this concept, aspects of it, has merit. Our Pacific neighbours are welcome in Australia. We can agree on that. However, Labor's new PEV will allow up to 3,000 nationals per year of Pacific Islander countries and Timor-Leste to be drawn from a ballot and migrate to Australia effectively as permanent residents. This is significantly new territory, moving away from Australia's current immigration policy. There is no precedent for this process in Australia and nor under the Migration Act 1958. Just because a process is new doesn't mean it's right. Labor wants to turn our immigration system on its head, which may lead to perverse outcomes. Instead of policy based on attracting skilled migrants who contribute to the economy, this government wants to pull names out of a hat for a chance to become a permanent resident in Australia. What's more, their families will be brought in with no eligibility and well on the road to Australian citizenship. With permanent residency, they will be eligible for Medicare and other social security benefits, unlike many other visa holders who have worked and contributed to this country before there is a pathway to permanency. DFAT's website expects the cost to enter each ballot to be about $25 for each time a person puts an entry in. It is permanent residency awarded at random. I and my colleagues in the Coalition support well-structured and well-planned immigration policy. We have a proud history in this country of depending on migration to build our workforce and enrich our nation. But a ballot system brings risk that is unacceptable. It sees employers take chances on workers with limited exposure to Australian culture and conditions. There is no regional policy in this legislation. There is no guarantee of adding to our workforce, particularly in the regions. Indeed, day two, people could begin to rely on welfare rather than work, thereby increasing the burden on Australian taxpayers. Labor's policy turns immigration into a game, and Australia is the prize. This legislation does raise significant questions regarding how it will be implemented, and the government needs to provide detail before we can call it good legislation. From information provided to the opposition by this government, it appears to be successful in gaining a PEV. To be successful, in gaining a PEV, the applicant must simply have an offer of employment in Australia. There's no room for exploitation here then, is there? We know Australia has a workforce shortage across many sectors. I've already mentioned growers having trouble finding fruit pickers, something the PALM scheme helps to alleviate. But there are many, many sectors desperate for workers. Earlier today, I met with representatives from Clubs Australia. They stressed to me the importance of overseas workers to the club industry's workforce by filling labour and skills shortages. Overseas workers fill skilled occupations such as chefs and cooks, as well as other occupations like food and beverage attendants. In fact, they told of one club who hadn't had an Australian apply for a chef role in years. They simply can't get an Australian person to apply, but overseas workers will. Hospitality and horticulture are just two examples. But, Deputy Speaker, how easy do you think it would be for someone applying for this visa to obtain a job offer for a whole host of industries in this current workforce climate? If they tried hard enough, there would be employers willing, or perhaps even desperate enough, to take the chance, particularly under the systems this visa would put in place. From the perspective of the employer, this PEV could mean less work getting workers. For the worker, as a result, they would have a job offer that would mean they come to Australia as a permanent resident. Both parties win when you cut out the red tape associated with current visa processes. Deputy Speaker, on face value, this almost reads like a great plan. It truly does. A nice carrot to get jobs filled and an easy way through the immigration process for willing participants. But once again, the devil is in the detail, and this isn't the first time that phrase has been applied to Labor policy. Another springs to mind, the expansion of the distribution priority areas, which has resulted in regional areas bleeding health professionals to major centres. The words unintended consequences describe a lot of Labor policies, health workforce and now the immigration system. It appears that once in Australia, these applicants could quit their job or be sacked after a day and be eligible to access the full range of welfare entitlements for them and for their family. One can only imagine there would be unscrupulous individuals out there happy to exploit this loophole. Deputy Speaker, Australia's migration system is well structured and rigorous for a reason, but this legislation is not. The government has stated they envisage the eligibility criteria for the visa will include being aged between 18 and 45 years old, having a formal offer of employment in Australia, English language ability, health and character requirements, although it will not have a skill level or occupation requirement or a regional requirement. This raises alarm bells as to its capacity to fill any workforce shortages we have. How would an employer know the person they are getting would be suited to the role they are applying for? The shorter answer is they wouldn't truly know until this person showed up to work. This new visa would move away from the skilled stream of Australia's migration program. This program targets young, highly skilled migrants who can make an economic contribution to our country and temporary migrants who can make an economic contribution by addressing workforce shortages. These are key cornerstones for any migration program in Australia. We need to ensure we have the right people coming in to fill jobs and contribute to Australia's economy. It is also a concern that this visa has no requirement for prior work experience in Australia, increasing the risk of visa recipients and their families having unsuccessful settlement experiences in Australia. And that is a risk that puts a lot more pressure on diasporas to support new immigrants. Going into the last federal election, this government had a policy of strong Pacific family. After all, the Pacific Islands are our closest neighbours, and it's important we in this part of the world remain united. But how is this unstructured ballot that offers a new country to families from their home nation and bring them to Australia to make the Pacific family stronger? It seems it would actually do the opposite. It would weaken the rest of the Pacific, all to address the issues we have here in Australia. These fears are shared by others, not just this side of the chamber. In January this year, Samoa's acting Prime Minister told their parliament that the Australian government made the announcement on new visas without consulting the then Samoan government. His worry was this would hurt Samoan Labor workforce, as it is already strained. Does Australia really want to rob Peter to pay Paul? Is this what entails being part of a strong Pacific family? Under the current PALM scheme, the worker in Australia sends remittance back to their families in the Pacific Islands. This, in turn, plays a part in stimulating their economic prosperity. Under this Labor policy, our Pacific neighbours potentially are worse off. Another unintended consequence. If this visa is a test of Labor's foreign relation and economic policy to make a stronger Pacific family, then the signs are not looking good. The Coalition is strongly committed to providing employment opportunities in Australia for citizens of the Pacific Island nations and Timor-Leste. We extend our hand out to our neighbours and are glad to work with them, not to take from them, but to offer opportunities for their people that would in turn help their countries. This was the aim of the PALM scheme, which I know growers around the northern part of Mallee have been thankful for. I'm sure there are many other communities relying on the Pacific Island labour around Australia in the ag industries or in abattoirs or numerous other sectors. We will remain strongly in support of mechanisms that provide employment opportunities for citizens of the Pacific Islands and Timor-Leste, along with pathways to permanent residency in a sustainable manner. But this legislation is not going to do that. As I said at the start of this speech, the PEV does have some merit, and I would be willing to work with the government and Pacific nations for the development of a sustainable PEV, knowing what it means to Mallee in terms of our workforce issues. A pathway for permanent residency is valid, particularly for those who have shown the capacity to work in Australia. That is something I support and will continue to support. What I can't support is the legislation in its current form. The PALM scheme itself could be a suitable vehicle to develop a PEV if, under the current system, PALM scheme participants are able to enter a ballot. PALM scheme participants have proven their suitability to work in Australia because they are already here working under a temporary visa. They would be ideal for a more concrete PEV. We know that under the PALM scheme there have been mutual benefits for all parties, including Australia, Pacific Island nations and individual workers, employers and even families and communities of workers back in the Pacific Islands. This government, this Labor government, should look at the PALM scheme and its participants more closely and, in effect, make the PALM scheme a step on the way to a PEV. This would ensure any PEV recipient was better placed to successfully take up Australian permanent residency rather than creating a whole new game. Wouldn't this be a solution in line with the country's current migration program that would avoid the need for a lottery and the risks it poses? I would think so. Australia as a nation, has long enjoyed strong bipartisan support for our nearest neighbours in the Pacific Islands and Timor-Leste, and we want to see that continue. So let's find solutions we can agree on.
I thank the member for Mallee. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on these bills that purport to introduce a permanent Pacific engagement visa through changes to the Migration Act that will allow the Minister to issue visas through changes to the migration regulation. Deputy Speaker, I oppose these bills, which propose changes to introduce a ballot system to conduct what is being called a visa pre-application process. It is in fact nothing more than a ballot through which certain registered people may be randomly selected to apply then for a visa. This marks a dramatic overhaul to the process of visa applications in Australia. This new framework, Deputy Speaker, is actually against the Labor government's own policy platform on engaging with the Pacific, because at the same time it's setting up a lottery system for around 3,000 of our Pacific Island neighbours. It is also grossly insulting to Pacific Island people. It says nothing more than you can enter a lottery to leave your own country. And an unintended consequence of these bills will be potentially a draining of our Pacific Island nations' skilled workers. The idea of a visa ballot system is used in some other countries. The proposal has been compared to the United States Green Card Lottery, which allows certain nationalities to enter a ballot for a diversity immigrant program and then leading to permanent residency. However, the model proposed by the Labor government is more closely modelled on New Zealand's Pacific Access Category Visas ballot. Having looked at the explanatory memorandum for these bills, it states that a ballot system will be a fair method of selecting eligible applicants for visas where demand exceeds available places. It is therefore well intended to manage efficiency in visa processing and avoid long processing wait times for applicants. And while the stated primary policy objective of the Pacific Engagement Visa is to support Australia's engagement with Pacific Island countries, this is not the way to do it. It is stated that the visa would build the number of Pacific Islanders resident in Australia, which is intended to strengthen people-to-people and country-to-country links, provide more options for mobility in the region, including potentially to respond to climate change pressures, boost economic, cultural and social exchange. However, it is not primarily intended, therefore, to respond to skill gaps in the Australian labour market or as a driver of economic benefit. This has always been the underlying intent of the granting of visa applications in Australia. The Pacific Engagement Visa Initiative is in addition to existing dedicated temporary visa programs for Pacific Island countries and Timor-Leste. The current visa program is known as the Pacific Island Labour Mobility, or PALM scheme. The procedure that's now proposed by Labor is that in addition to the visa ballot, there are other features that would be new to the Australian system. I mention these merely for context because, as noted above, the visa would be introduced into the migration regulations rather than the Migration Act, and is therefore separate from the provision of these bills. Deputy Speaker, a few visas, particularly permanent visas, are targeted at specific nationalities, the New Zealand and Hong Kong streams of the skilled independent visa being an obvious exception. The Pacific Engagement Visa will be open only to certain Pacific Island countries and Timor-Leste. It's stated that there will be 3,000 places set annually for the visa. And while the migration program sets annual planning levels for permanent visas, the Minister's second reading speech states that these places will be in addition to the places allocated already under the migration program. It is therefore, from the Minister's explanatory memorandum, intended that a certain number of places each year will be allocated to each country and a ballot run for each. Currently, only certain countries in the Working Holiday Maker program, a temporary visa program, have specific country caps. When the cap is reached for a given year, no further applications are accepted. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has actually been quoted as stating that the government would prioritise countries with limited permanent migration opportunities for Australia, and the number of visas available for each Pacific island was still being determined. So while the government has stated that it is envisaged that the eligibility criteria for the visa will include age, English language, health and character requirements, and for the primary applicant a job offer, it appears the visa will not in fact have skill level or occupation requirements. Therefore, this is a glaring error and will not help to address the current skills shortage we have within our country. The visa would therefore, because it is not aligned with the skills stream of the migration program. Initial details of the Pacific Engagement Visa initiatives were outlined in the Labor Party's election policy on PALM. The policy was confirmed by the new government following the election, including by the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Minister for International Developments and the Pacific. However, further details then provided in last year's budget. There was a notable difference from the initial commitment that the 3,000 places would now be in addition to the permanent migration program, not from within it. The budget, therefore, has had to allocate extra costs, $175 million over 4 years, to support this proposed policy. It needs to be emphasised as well that the required passage of the bills and subsequent amendment to the migration regulations to introduce the visa itself can be made by disallowable legislative instrument. In other words, the Minister will be able to, at each stage, simply change the requirements for the visa. We do not know at this stage, therefore, what exactly the eligibility criteria will be for people to enter the ballot system. The government has indicated that there'll be an age, somewhere between 18 to 45, and that the participants will have to have a formal offer for a full-time job in Australia and meet basic English, health and other character requirements. However, once the primary applicant is successful in gaining a Pacific Engagement Visa, the recipient and their family will enter Australia as permanent residents and be eligible for Medicare and all the various social security benefits and ultimately for citizenship. Therefore, while these bills purport to be addressing Pacific Island engagement, which is something that those on our side obviously support, the bills have unintended consequences, and these are the reasons that my side cannot support these bills. And one of the unintended consequences could be to drain the Pacific Islands and Timor-Leste of some of their skilled workers, which is not the intention of good engagement with our Pacific neighbours. For all of the reasons mentioned, Deputy Speaker, I oppose these bills.
I thank the member for Hughes. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition will not be supporting these bills, and I do concur with the Shadow Minister for Immigration, the member for Wannon, with the amendments that he has put forward, and totally support his views on this matter, on this important matter. Indeed, he is quite correct when he points out that this is basically pulling a name out of a hat, visa lottery for Pacific workers. That sort of system has not been in operation in Australia before, and once a lottery was established, it may well be expanded, and this is not the sort of situation that we've had previously, where we've had a bipartisan, non-discriminatory immigration program in place for decades. And that is why I support the amendments, but do not, cannot and will not support the bill as put forward. And in question time today, unfortunately, the gloves came off a bit with the Minister for International Development and the Pacific, the member for Shortland, making comments about the Coalition's record in the Pacific. And so much is made of what the Coalition did and what the Coalition didn't do during our terms of office, our 3 terms in government. And it is a shame that those opposite never ever acknowledge or recognise the fact that there was a worldwide pandemic, that it is ongoing, that it cost a lot of money to ensure that people remained in jobs. Moreover, that people were able to stay alive, because initially, in February 2020, even before James Kwan in Perth on March 1, 2020 became the first fatality in Australia from the coronavirus-19, we were already acting as a government to make sure that we kept people alive and to make sure that we kept people in work. And of course, migration has always been an important economic policy, not just a policy to ensure that people could come to this country, settle here, work here, enjoy the lifestyles that we have here, but making sure that we did it also in a humanitarian and compassionate way, making sure that we also were cognizant of the fact that the people we were taking were not only doing it because they wanted to be here and they needed to be here, but also not taking away those vital workers, those vital citizens of other countries, and leaving them without, leaving them the poorer because people decided to resettle in Australia. And I'm glad that the member for Wannon has joined me in the chamber, in the Federation chamber, because when he made the comments to James Masala of the Sydney Morning Herald just yesterday, he said quite correctly that Australian citizenship is too important to be decided by pulling a name out of a hat. Migrants to this nation should be incentivised to come for work, not to access the full range of social security benefits and Medicare. And adding as well, of course, that Australia's immigration policy should target young, highly skilled migrants who can make an economic contribution to our country, and temporary migrants who make an economic contribution by addressing workforce shortages. And he and I share pretty similar electorates in as much as agriculture is large, manufacturing is prominent, and vacancies are one of the biggest things that we are facing as communities at the moment. There are any number of work shortages throughout regional Australia. You only have to go down the main street of any country town or regional centre to see the notices and posters in windows of shop fronts imploring people to come inside and apply for the vacancies to fill those workforce shortages. But even when I was driving home the other day, there was an electrician's wanted sign on the highway as I entered Wagga Wagga. I've rarely seen those sorts of things previously, but as the Regional Australia Institute identifies, there are 80,000 jobs needed to be filled in regional Australia at the moment. And interestingly, in Mr Masala's article, in the second paragraph, he says the plan unveiled in February. I heard, if I was correct in hearing, a member opposite mention that this was somehow part of the agenda going forward to prior to the last election. No, it was not. No, it was not. This is the first that this has come up, this lottery-style system. Yes, getting more migrants into Australia is not only something that those opposite no doubt pushed as part of their election platform, but so did we, because we know, the member for Wannon and I know just how important it is to fill those vacancies. And as others have pointed out, as the member for Mallee quite correctly said, many of those who come to this country are quite happy to do the jobs we cannot, and no government of any political persuasion has not been able to get Australians to do, get homegrown workers to do, and more's the pity. But they're not just in jobs. They're not just in jobs, irrespective of what it says on my Wikipedia page, in just picking fruit. I mean, that's a complete misnomer. It was in answer to a question about energy and climate change and a lot more. But one of the big things that is important for the Pacific Island nations is that they come here and pick our fruit, yes, but they also work in our universities, our aged care sector, many areas of endeavour, skilled and unskilled, and the money, the remittance that's sent home forms a large part of their own island nation's gross domestic product, and it enables their families, their loved ones to be able to advance themselves, to make better themselves in their own societies, in their own communities, to the point where, as the member for Mallee pointed out, it even helps them to buy the block of land and sometimes the following year buy the house to put on it, and something that they otherwise would not have been able to do. And it's not paternalistic to say that they come here and pick our fruit. I mean, it's just the fact of the matter. But they do so many other things as well, and that needs to. And we thank them for it. We could not do without the energy and the work and the endeavour and the commitment and the spirit in which Pacific Islanders come to our shores and help out. It's a two-way street. We get benefit from it because otherwise many of those jobs that they do would not otherwise be done, and they get benefit from it because of the money they earn that often they send back home, and usually they send back home. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to also, as the member for Hughes quite correctly pointed out, have a brain drain. And what she meant and what we mean by that, what the Coalition's position is that we also need, as good friends and neighbours, to remember that, as I said before, it is a two-way street, and those countries want their best and, in some cases, their brightest and hardest working people to get an experience, to earn money, to upgrade their skills, but also to, in many cases, stay in their own countries, to benefit their own communities, not just to remove themselves from their own countries and settle here in Australia. We can't be seen as the paternalistic nation that takes the best and brightest and hardest working from our Pacific Island friends and not give them back, so to speak. And I mean that in the nicest and most respectful possible way, Deputy Speaker. and I've been to Vanuatu in recent times twice. I've been to Papua New Guinea. I've been to the Federated States of Micronesia. And when I spoke to civic leaders in those communities, they did express that concern that whilst they thought it was a good thing that their people come over here to gain an experience, to gain money and to improve their skills, they didn't want to lose them as citizens of their own nations. And that is why this lottery type of system, an application for permanent residency here in Australia, does disturb me, does worry me, and that is the reason why the member for Wannon has put forward his very sensible, practical, measured and responsible amendments to this motion before the House. Now, the government's two bills do seek to establish a ballot system for the introduction of the proposed Pacific Engagement Visa. Now, the government has stated that the visa would provide permanent residency for up to 3,000 nationals of Pacific Island nations and Timor-Leste each year. So that is a big drain on those Pacific Island nations and Timor-Leste. Now, we are, as a coalition, strongly committed to providing employment opportunities. That's why we initiated the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility, the PALM scheme, and it's been tremendously successful. And yes, it did expand and enhance those schemes put forward under the Gillard government, under the Turnbull government as well, and I acknowledge that. We also wish to see more pathways to permanent residency and support the intent of this visa arrangement, but having carefully considered the government's current proposals, the way they are currently drafted does not sit well with us, with the opposition. And our decision in no way diminishes our strong and continued support for nations in our region, despite what the Minister said in question time today, the member for Shortland. We remain strongly in support of mechanisms which do provide employment opportunities for citizens of the Pacific and Timor-Leste, as well as pathways to permanent residency. Of course we do. But a particular concern of ours is the idea of a ballot for places, and it would be the first time such a mechanism was used. And I know that it's been put forward that it would cost around $25. We don't want it to be seen to be like some sort of Willy Wonka's golden ticket. I mean, Roald Dahl has been very much in the news with cancel culture rife at the moment, but we don't want to see it become something like that. We're concerned that the absence of any requirements for prior work experience in Australia will potentially increase the risks of visa recipients and their families having unsuccessful settlement experiences in our country. We do, however, remain supportive of the principle of the visa, and we're willing to work with the government and the key stakeholders, and I do hope that they genuinely, and I note the Immigration Minister in the chamber, genuinely consider our sensible amendments. We're mindful in developing proposals which build on the government's proposal. We don't want to be creating new problems, such as what the member for Mallee said, creating any unintended consequences. We do consider the PALM scheme could be a suitable vehicle in which to develop a visa arrangement similar to what the government's intent is, without a lottery system as such. And whilst not without its challenges, and any Labor scheme is always going to have its challenges, PALM is genuinely well regarded. It's genuinely well regarded by Pacific nation leaders, by Pacific nation workers, and certainly in the horticultural and agricultural farming endeavours and industries here. It's very well considered because it fills roles and jobs that could otherwise and would otherwise not be done by locals. And no matter how hard farmers try, they just can't fill those jobs. And unfortunately, without those Pacific Islanders, fruit would be left to rot on the ground. Vineyards would wither literally on the vine. Now, PALM has already a strong support system in place to assist new workers settle into life and work in Australia, and that's the mechanism by which I believe this visa arrangement could be reconsidered.
And I thank the member for Riverina for his contribution. The question before the House is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Migration Amendment Bill and the Migration Charge Bill. Across the country, businesses are struggling to recruit enough employees to keep their operations alive. With rising costs in all sectors, the need for reliable, loyal employees willing to engage in work is vital. In my electorate of Mayo, I've been contacted by so many businesses on so many occasions who are deeply concerned about this issue. These employers are at their wits' end and they have pursued all recruiting avenues to secure Australian workers to fill these positions with little or no success. And they range from highly skilled roles through to fruit picking. Mayo is very much the fruit bowl of South Australia. We have the cherries, we have the strawberries, we have a we have Brussels sprouts, you name it, we grow it in my electorate. But the challenge is that a lot of that work requires manual labour, and we really are struggling, and we are, unfortunately, in many instances, leaving fruit to rot. And of course, 6 wine regions as well. Well, all of those vines need to be pruned. And when I look at, skilled operators, the Lauki Flour Mill, which operates in my electorate, is a prime example of where they can't get that skilled labour. This business has been trying for months to find a flour miller to join their team, and despite months of advertising targeting local candidates, the business failed to find anyone in Australia willing to apply. Nobody was willing to apply. It's down in Strathalbyn. It's a beautiful part of my electorate. Just before giving up entirely, the team encountered 2 qualified workers excited for the role and eager to start straight away. One was from South Africa, one was from Sri Lanka. This same issue was relayed to me by a motor restoration business in Mayo who advertised for 5 years to find a specialist coach builder for their Adelaide Hills business. The skill set required for the role is rare. There are not a lot of people possessing those skills, and very few in Australia have the skill set. For this business, the only viable option was to initiate a lengthy sponsorship process to bring an employee in from Florida. These 2 experiences provided insight into the desperate need for skilled workers to perform a range of roles in our regional areas. Not for want of trying, employers right across my electorate and Australia more broadly are seeking to hire and retain staff with the capacity to meet these demands. Sadly, too often this solution is complicated by an inability to access suitable visas or lengthy processing times which place these willing workers out of reach. The skills possessed by these individuals have the capacity to extend and expand our Australian workforce and assist with upskilling local employees, which is really critical. When we know that there is a skills shortage, we then need to move heaven and earth to make sure that we can skill up locals to be able to fill those roles. Across Mayo, many job vacancies occur in regional areas, and it is within our regions that record levels of agricultural production are anticipated between 2022 and 2023. In the Department of Agriculture's recent agricultural overview, it's estimated that production will reach $90 billion within this timeframe. But sadly, regional job vacancy rates do not reflect such positive movements. In April last year, data from Regional Australia Institute painted, I think, a very confronting picture. Regional job vacancies were up nearly a quarter compared to the same time in 2021. This bill and the subsequent creation of the Pacific Engagement Visa, the PEV class, provides a mechanism to address these obstacles which threatens the ongoing and successful operation of Australian businesses. For many applicants, the PEV creates a viable pathway to permanent migration for a cohort who have encountered frequent rejection from other visa streams, which are regularly oversubscribed. This targeted approach to migration, facilitated by introduction of a ballot system, will improve efficiency for visa processing times and attract applicants with the skills our regional industries are crying out for. This collective workforce, enriched by a diverse range of skills and lived experience, would not only address immediate challenges with employers in our region, but leave them stronger and better equipped. During a time of increasing global uncertainty and in pathways to permanency, such as the PEV, that will support the development of robust ties with the Pacific region, is this close relationship supporting economic, cultural and educational exchange between countries which drive mobility in the region. However, Mr Speaker, I think, I am supportive of these bills, but I feel it's also necessary, as permitted by our democratic process, to acknowledge the concerns that have been raised by the opposition and to consider some other proposals. I agree with the Shadow Minister for Immigration and Citizenship, who identified the potential for these changes to undermine the importance and value of Australian citizenship by resigning the status to, effectively, a lottery. Having attended citizenship ceremonies during my time as the member for Mayo, I honestly can say I continue to be amazed by the dedication and the loyalty and just the pure excitement and the years that it took to become an Australian citizen and how much that citizenship is valued. It's a celebration for the whole family. And as I said, that pathway to citizenship is often a very long pathway. To condense that process down to a simple ballot, determined predominantly by chance, does feel a little inadequate. However, on the other hand, I also recognise that when I think about my citizenship ceremonies, I don't have anyone from the Pacific coming and taking citizenship, because the bridge to get there, it's just so high. It's just impossible for them to do. Whether it's Timor-Leste or Fiji or Vanuatu, I can't think of anyone in my community. We have people working in my community, they're on the PALM scheme, but they're not at our citizenship ceremonies. And I would love to see at my citizenship ceremonies people from Fiji, people from the Pacific, people from Timor-Leste. And I do think that the opposition's many of the members here have talked about how the PALM scheme can perhaps have, greater opportunities for some permanent migration avenues, because people do become settled here and we want them to be invested in our community. The opposition, I think, did raise a valid concern with respect to associated rights, immediate rights with respect to welfare and Medicare, which potentially could place an increased demand on what is a system that is already incredibly strained. So I'd perhaps suggest to the Minister in that regard, could we look at a review of this in 2 years? My experience of people in the Pacific is that they are some of the hardest working people, whether I've been over in the Pacific or I've met people from the Pacific who are in my electorate. They are the hardest working people that I think I have ever met. And in Mayo right now, down the road at Beerenberg, there is a group of people from Vanuatu who are picking strawberries. Now, they've been picking strawberries all summer. Audi is at the back of my electorate office, and they come into Audi about 4 o'clock every day, and they all come in together and they are so happy. You wouldn't have thought that they've just done, really, the best part of I'm sure, a very long day picking strawberries. They are delighted to be here, and they add such joy and excitement into our community. So I do think that perhaps we could introduce some safeguards around our welfare system, and again, perhaps we could have some kind of review so that we can provide confidence to the Australian people that these people are coming here with the best of intentions and they are here to really make a go of it. The decision to permanently relocate, to commit yourself to a new life, is a very brave one. And therefore, to ensure this new visa class maximises benefit not only to regional employees but to those arriving in Australia, I'd ask the government to make sure that there are support frameworks to ensure a smooth transition, because many of these people, I'm hoping, will go to regional Australia to live, and we just need to make sure that those frameworks are there. And That also leads to another issue, another vulnerability, and that's around housing. Our country is facing a housing crisis, one that I can't, in my living memory, I can't remember a time when it was so difficult to rent a home, when it was so difficult to purchase a home. And what I don't want to see is that the people who would be coming over under this scheme would potentially be at risk of homelessness, or would also perhaps be treated in a way that maybe they are charged well over market rent, that they would be perhaps, they will be a vulnerable cohort, and I think we need to recognise that. Mr Speaker, as I said, I think we need to make sure that there's supports in place. I think we need to make sure that that we recognise the vulnerability. Every person who comes to Australia, who essentially comes with the bags that they arrive with from the airport, there is a sense of vulnerability. It's the unknown. You just don't know. We experienced that when we came to Australia back in 1973, and Mum and Dad were effectively going from one culture that was quite similar to another, and yet for them it still felt so incredibly foreign. So I do urge the government to make sure that we make this as smooth transition as possible. I look forward to hopefully attending a citizenship ceremony in my electorate one day where I say Bulla, where I say Vinaka, and where I say welcome. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the Minister.
I thank those members. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, I should say. I thank those members who have contributed to this debate and acknowledge in particular that of Minister Conroy. And I was very pleased to be in the chamber for the contribution of the member for Mayo and acknowledge the thoughtful contribution that she has made, and look forward to discussing those issues with her and with other members. Together, these bills will provide the government with the necessary legislative framework to operate a visa pre-application ballot process and for a charge to be levied in respect of this ballot, to support the creation of the new permanent Pacific Engagement Visa. This is an important commitment. It will boost permanent migration from the Pacific and Timor-Leste, creating new opportunities for people to live, work and pursue their studies in Australia. It will deepen bonds between Australia and the region and enrich our communities. The Pacific Engagement Visa is being designed in close consultation with Pacific partners in support of a more peaceful, prosperous and resilient Pacific. Indeed, it has been warmly welcomed by many Pacific governments, and we will ensure it meets our shared needs. We want to strengthen our Pacific diaspora. Providing greater access to our labour markets, our communities and our economy for the Pacific family is a natural advantage for Australia. The Pacific Engagement Visa will address the underrepresentation of some of our closest neighbours in Australia's permanent migration program. The visa will allocate up to 3,000 visas, inclusive of partners and dependent children, each year. These permanent visas are additional to existing skilled and family visas. It's disappointing those opposite are not supporting these bills, and this is more so because their rationale is incoherent. Those opposite say they support a permanent visa, but not for Pacific citizens to come permanently. Similarly, they say to select application based on skills, but don't want Pacific countries to experience brain drain. It was not always like this. As recently as March 2022, a Liberal-chaired parliamentary committee recommended Australia introduce a Pacific visa using a ballot. The facts are as follows. A ballot provides fair and equitable access where a number of people applying far exceeds the number of places available. We know ballots have been successful elsewhere, particularly in New Zealand, on which this approach has been modelled. We also know, by deliberately not selecting on skills, the Pacific Engagement Visa in fact mitigates against brain drain, proven by New Zealand's successful scheme. We are confident that remittances will be further supported by the Pacific Engagement Visa. Evidence suggests long-term migrants continue to remit income, and permanent residency enables this to occur over a long period of time. Those opposite instinctively reach to reject reform, in this case to reject a closer bond for our Pacific family. Saying no reflexively instead of thinking about the incredibly important consequences of their actions, a story all too familiar, including on climate. Instead of joking about people's livelihoods, we are getting on with the job. Instead of putting forward incoherent objections, we're introducing a visa which has been welcomed by our Pacific family and which reflects considered policy development. I urge those opposite to get serious about our relationship in the Pacific and support these bills and the national interests they serve. I welcome any constructive engagement with any member or senator. The government remains willing to work through in good faith any issues related to the implementation of these bills. These bills support Australia's long-held values of fairness and equal opportunity and support the creation of a new migration path to grow and support Pacific and Timor-Leste diaspora communities in Australia. I thank all members who have contributed to this debate. These bills deserve support and I commend them to the chamber.
The question is now that the amendment be disagreed to. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No. As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill, in accordance with Standing Order 195, this bill will return to the House for further consideration. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Migration Visa Pre-Application Process Charge Bill 2023.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I will put the question. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried. If no member wishes to consider the bill... Sorry? Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to impose a charge on the registration of a person as a registered participant in a visa pre-application process and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the reported question immediately. The question is that the bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 5, Treasury Laws Amendment 2023, Measures number 1, Bill 2023.
Just one moment. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I stand to express my support for the Treasury Laws Amendment 2023, Measures number 1, Bill 2023. This bill is a crucial piece of legislation that will help ensure that our economy remains strong and resilient in the face of economic challenges that we may face in the future. This bill will create several changes to the Australian taxation system to improve its integrity, sustainability and fairness. Deputy Speaker, I'm just one of those MPs that just loves it when the Assistant Treasurer brings these TLAB bills to Parliament. I look forward to them every sitting session, and I'm happy that this is the first time I've had the opportunity to speak on one. I like TLABs. I said it. There you go. These bills, by and large, contain sensible measures to help our economy, ensure the very best practice of our complex taxation system, and even are sometimes the vehicle for great reform. Last year, of course, we saw a TLAB bill bring forward changes to the tax system which will help small businesses right across the country and, of course, in Bennelong. The Small Business Technology Investment Boost was in a bill just like this one. That program is a great incentive for small businesses to invest in technology, capability and allow businesses with a turnover of less than $50 million to be able to deduct an additional 20% of their expenditure incurred for the purposes of business digital operations or digitising its operations on business expenses and depreciating assets such as portable payment devices, cybersecurity systems or subscriptions to cloud-based service. As we move out of COVID and as we have seen further digitisation of our economy, this boost embedded in a past TLAB will help small businesses. Similar, the same TLAB also brought forward the Small Business Skills and Training Boost. The former government left us in a skills crisis. TAFE was underfunded and undervalued, and our skilled migration program was in tatters. This government recognises those failures of the former government, and the Small Business Skills and Training Boost helps address those failures. So, businesses with an aggregated annual turnover of less than $50 million will be able to deduct an additional 20% of expenditure that is incurred for the provision of eligible external training courses to their employers by registered training providers. Now to this TLAP, another incredibly important one to support, this time for some very important environmental reasons. Schedule 2 of this bill will improve the sustainability of investments in Australia and, importantly, will provide standards on how investors will now need to consider the long-term impact of their investments on the environment. Importantly, it will create standards which will shine a light on greenwashing within our economy. Greenwashing is bad for our planet, it's bad for our society, and it's bad for our economy. Greenwashing is a term used to describe the practice of making false or misleading claims about the environmental benefits of a product, service or policy. As we know right now, Australian companies are greenwashing. A sweep of 247 businesses and brands across various sectors recently by the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, released only a few days ago, shows that 57% of companies had promoted concerning claims about their environmental credentials. The ACCC's analysis focused on identifying the industries or sectors that are most commonly using environmental and sustainability claims and assessing whether these claims were misleading to consumers. It looked at these environmental claims through the eyes of ordinary consumers and whether they would understand and accept what the claim means. Most commonly, the analysis found that companies right now are using vague and unclear environmental claims. And we've all experienced standing in the aisle of our local supermarket or shopping online and seeing terms like green and kind to the planet, eco-friendly, responsible or sustainable jumping out at us. But how do we know what these claims actually mean or whether they're backed up with genuine environmental action or qualifications? Then we have all the certification claims. We've all looked at the little logos on products that give us a claim that this product or that company are certified. It gives you a sense of trust in a product when you see a little logo claiming something environmental. Somebody has looked at this product, decided it meets the environmental and sustainable requirements they need and provide it with a certification. But we know that's not always the case. The ACCC sweep found several instances where the use of certification trademarks, also known as CTMs, could potentially mislead consumers. Several companies did not clearly describe the nature of the certification scheme or whether it applied to the entire business, the product range or only certain products. And, Deputy Speaker, there are even companies creating certification schemes for their own products. How open to misuse is that? They get to put their own tick or logo on their own product without meeting any higher regulatory requirements. In that case, they just become meaningless and they undermine the companies that are making the right decisions and doing the right things and correctly certifying their products, particularly on environmental grounds. These claims and qualifications are very important to consumers, and often there's rarely information to provide and back up these claims. Whether a company is using vague environmental claims, not providing important information about their claims, or, at worst, making or misleading false comparisons between products, exaggerating environmental benefits, it's known as greenwashing. In a time where community and consumer support for a transition to net zero economy and to solve problems relating to climate change, emission reductions and product durability and recyclability, all these themes are at an all-time high for consumers. We need to make sure that when a company makes these claims, that those claims are robust and that they stack up. We need to make sure that the bad eggs are not using positive consumer sentiment to make false claims and take advantage of what is now an open and relatively unregulated system. More and more consumers are becoming increasingly interested in purchasing sustainable and environmentally friendly products, and more customers than ever are using sustainability claims to make their decisions. Greenwashing is a major problem because it undermines the efforts of genuine environmentalists and companies that are truly committed to reducing their emissions and protecting our planet. It creates confusion and makes it difficult for consumers to make informed decisions about the products and services they purchase. When businesses make misleading, meaningless or unclear claims of sustainability and environmentalism, it ruins the trust that our communities have. Not only can this lead to a false sense of security and prevent consumers from making sustainable choices, but it could ultimately cause concerns to lose trust in both the claims of the product, but just sustainability claims in general. Greenwashing also undermines the efforts of companies who are genuinely committed to protecting the environment. And we know that there are a lot of companies out there doing the right thing. They are genuinely pursuing more sustainable practices, products and services, and for some, that incurs a higher cost. When businesses publish false or misleading information, it disadvantages those who are doing the real work and are doing the right thing. Greenwashing can also be detrimental to our economy. Companies that engage in greenwashing are not investing in genuine environmental initiatives, harming the growth of industries that are truly committed to protecting our environment. One way to increase transparency in this sector is to require companies to disclose detailed information about their environmental practices. This will enable consumers to make an informed choice and hold companies accountable for their environmental claims. This TLAB will form an important part of implementing these changes. Schedule 2 of this bill will improve the sustainability of investments in Australia by introducing much-needed sustainability standards for certain types of investments. The proposed changes would require certain institutional investors, including superannuation funds, to consider the long-term impact of their investments on the environment, social issues and corporate governance. It will introduce sustainability standards to make the regulation of environmental claims easier. It will ensure that there are standardised, internationally aligned reporting of climate-related plans, risks and opportunities by large businesses. The proposed sustainability standards will require institutional investors to consider environmental, social and governance factors when making those decisions, and will ensure that investments are made in a way that promotes sustainable growth and contributions to the long-term welfare of Australians. The proposed changes will also require investors to disclose how they have considered these sustainability factors when making decisions. This would also improve transparency and enable investors to make more informed decisions about where to invest their money. We also need to strengthen regulations to prevent companies from making false or misleading claims about their environmental practices. This can be done by imposing penalties for greenwashing and requiring companies to provide evidence of those claims. And we know that imposing penalties and legislating a requirement for companies to substantiate their environmental claims is what consumers need right now. There are some extraordinary examples of greenwashing around the world that we just simply don't want to happen here in Australia. Now, one example in the Netherlands, where gas giant Shell has been reprimanded twice for greenwashing. In 2021, a group of young Dutch law students made a complaint that Shell's advertisements claiming to be CO2 neutral were misleading. The students argued that Shell's claim did not account for the full scope of the company's emissions and that it relied heavily on carbon offsets, which do not address the underlying emissions. The Dutch regulator agreed with the students and ruled that the advertising campaign was deceptive. They found that Shell's advertising campaign was misleading because it suggested that Shell was reducing its CO2 emissions to zero, while in reality, the company continued to emit large amounts of greenhouse gases. There are also some great examples of what's happening overseas on how other countries are leading the way. In France, we can look at their innovative legislation that requires companies to provide more transparency about their carbon offsetting activities. Under their law, companies must now disclose how they plan to reduce their own emissions before resorting to offsetting. Companies must also report their offsetting activities in a clear and detailed manner. And French car maker Renault, they've recently announced that they're going to spend €1 billion over the next 5 years to reduce their own emissions before relying upon offsets. That's best practice, and the laws being proposed in this TLAB are an important first step to provide improved conditions for investors and consumers here in Australia, but also to provide certainty to businesses. They'll create much-needed and long-overdue standards to ensure that the regulation of environmental claims are easier and more transparent. These laws, put short, will stop will help stop greenwashing. I'd like to acknowledge the recent work of our regulators and in particular the ACCC and ASIC. They're now stepping up to hold greenwashers to account. In response to their own survey, referenced earlier in this speech, the ACCC will soon produce updated economy-wide guidance material and target guidance for specific sectors such as cosmetics and personal care and food and beverages where greenwashing is most pervasive. They will also look at concerns that have been identified with specific businesses and begin a more targeted assessment of their conduct to determine the appropriate compliance or enforcement approach. This will result in companies being required to amend their claims to ensure that they're not misleading, to pay an infringement notice or to face legal proceedings. We know that only a few weeks ago that ASIC has launched their first ever legal proceedings alleging greenwashing. This is a good thing and it must be encouraged. Greenwashing needs to stop, and this bill is a significant step towards that. The proposed changes in the bill will improve transparency, sustainability and fairness of the Australian taxation system and enhance outcomes for taxpayers and consumers. I commend the Minister for his hard work in ensuring our system is equitable and for the government for its commitment to this matter.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm just making sure I'm speaking on the right bill here, because I thought this was the one that was introducing changes to the franking tax credit system as part of the beginning of the rollercoaster ride of broken promises we're seeing from this government since the solemn vow they made after the results of the 2019 election loss that they would not be making changes to our superannuation system. But the previous speaker made me just double take on whether that was in this bill because he didn't mention it at all. Mind you, it doesn't surprise me that the government don't want to talk about Schedules 4 or 5 of this bill, which are, as I say, the beginning of a really frightening raid on the retirement savings of the people of this country. And the member for Maribyrnong will be kicking himself because he's probably looking at what the Albanese government is doing and saying, well, why didn't I do it that way? Why was I honest? And why did I come out and say before an election that I was going to make all these significant changes to the tax treatment of the retirement savings, hard-earned savings of the Australian people, and face the quite reasonable wrath of those that would have been significantly affected, who had planned for their retirement, had made decisions based on what they believed to be a reliable taxation structure and treatment of those retirement savings. Why did I come clean and say I had these plans to do it when I could have been like the Albanese government and said nothing whatsoever in an election campaign, waited till after the election to start rolling out all these raids, these smash and grabs on the hard-earned retirement savings of the people of this country. And I suppose we shouldn't be surprised, because for those of us that are members of the coalition, we always expected that the Labor Party Deputy Speaker would want to get their grubby hands on the savings of retired and soon-to-be retired Australians. But regrettably, probably a lot of Australians thought they could take Prime Minister Albanese and the government at their word. And during the election campaign, when journalists quite reasonably kept putting these questions to senior members of the then opposition about what they might do if they become government, insofar as superannuation policy was concerned, a solemn vow was given time after time after time. That was that the government, if it became a government, the Labor Party, if they became a government, would not make changes, none whatsoever. Not, we won't make any significant changes, or we'll do some things, but don't worry about it. They said they would not be making changes to the way in which superannuation is treated if they form government. And I suspect a lot of people believe that, because I suspect a lot of people would think that no one could commit such a colossal outrage as to give a firm, solemn vow on something as significant as the retirement future of the people of this nation, and then go back on that word after an election. I think most Australians probably thought we haven't seen anything like this in Australian politics for many, many decades, and maybe we can trust given the Labor Party were honest about what they were going to do in the 2019 election, they outlined all of the outrageous policy positions around undermining the retirement, sustainability and security of Australians. And so no doubt people thought, well, because they said they were going to do all those things in 2019 and they were rightly defeated because of those dangerous policy positions, maybe they've A, learnt a lesson about that, and B, they've given this very clear commitment, and we're reasonable. The people of this country are reasonable. They expect that people in high office or aspiring to be in high office can be, generally speaking, relied upon to, if they give such an explicit commitment, and there are so many, many times, and they're so very, very clear in their answer, most people would have assumed that they could take that party, the Deputy Speaker, the now government, at face value. And how broken-hearted those people that fell for that conjuring trick would feel now, as we're now seeing week after week more and more little death by 1,000 cuts to the way in which people's retirement security is being undermined before their eyes. So the two measures in this bill under Schedules 4 and 5, the first TLAB of 2023, of course, are the first two broken promises when it comes to superannuation and franking credits. Let's remember and understand what franking credits are, what the principle is. This is a franking credit is where a company has paid tax on a profit that they then distribute as a dividend. They pay tax at a corporate tax rate of 30%. And of course, if you own shares through your superannuation fund, your tax rate inside your superannuation fund is at a concessional rate, lower than that corporate tax rate. So obviously there's a credit for people where the tax rate that they should be paying is less than the tax that's already been paid on that money, that 30% tax rate. And this, of course, was looked upon with a great deal of greed by the Labor Party in the 2019 campaign. They thought, well, let's take that away from the superannuation savings of the people of this country, because that's money that we can use for all the things we want to do and all the extra spending that we want that's outside the ability of the government that lives within its means. So we'll just raise taxes on people that we probably think don't really vote for us, and we probably think we can get away with this, and they didn't in 2019, but they're now seeking to do it right now. And as I say, this is the commencement of what is clearly an agenda to pursue the policy positions of 2019 slice by slice. We have these two measures in this bill. We now have the government saying they want to lift the concessional tax rate from 15% to 30% on superannuation balances that are of a value over $3 million. Of course, we were told that that was 0.5% of accounts. Now we find that if you're my age or a bit younger, you've got a 1 in 10 chance of being slugged by that double taxation of your superannuation once you get to retirement age. And one wonders whether those projections and what those projections are based on when it comes to the inflation outlook, because regrettably, many of the inflators that have been applied through a lot of the models that are used, including by Treasury, have not been able to predict the significant and aggressive inflation rate that we've got going on in our economy right now. And we hope that that has peaked, but we will only find that out in the weeks and months ahead. And so it could be well more than 1 in 10 people my age or younger that are affected by that double taxation. And where will this end? Where will it end? Well, as I say, I predict it will end once this government has got their greedy little hands on as much of the retirement savings of the people of Australia as they possibly can by fully implementing the shortened agenda from 2019, just surreptitiously, by stealth, slice by slice, and the first two slices are in Schedule 4 and Schedule 5 of this bill. I've got more than 10,000 self-funded retirees in my electorate, and of course there are just as many that are approaching retirement in the years or decade or so to come. And it is a very big decision to make to retire. that once you've left the workforce, it is not so easy to re-enter the workforce. If you make decisions to provision for your retirement and you assume you can rely on a certain set of rules and tax treatments being in place, and then those goalposts are moved on you, for many people it is far too late for them to re-enter the workforce or change the way in which they've structured their finances in order to be able to provision for their retirement when the rules keep changing. And if the changes to those rules are just continuously ramping up taxes on superannuation, then all that means is the sort of retirement that people thought they were going to have is going to be greatly diminished. And that's really nasty, really unfair, and when these changes are built off the breaking of a fundamental election commitment to explicitly not do any of these things, like Schedules 4 and 5 do, then we've really got to ask ourselves some questions regarding the moral compass of a government that wants to go to an election, give those solemn vows, and then break them at the first opportunity. What will be next? We don't know, but no doubt we'll find out as more of these ideas are ventilated through the press and/or other essays that are written by treasurers and others. But all we do know is that we're now seeing the slow and steady march of continuous attempts to increase taxation on people that have made decisions to provision for their retirement on the basis that they thought they could take the Prime Minister at his word that he wouldn't change the taxation treatment on them. And it is quite heartbreaking for people that will be starting to get nervous who are approaching retirement about whether or not they have provisioned the right amount of money in their superannuation because they don't know how the rules are going to change on them, and they don't know whether or not the amount of money that they have calculated they needed to have provision before making the decision to retire will be enough if at any point in time suddenly all sorts of new tax treatments might come to play. We are seeing this, of course, just last week with the announcement on the $3 million balances. Well, that was accompanied by a whole range of other confusing thought bubbles and doublespeak and contradictions from the senior members of the government's economic team around tax treatment of the family home, whether or not unrealised capital gains may attract taxation treatment. And we even saw in question time today that the Assistant Treasurer has effectively confirmed that's what they're about. That's what's next. It seems, each week that goes by, there's another little slice at the hard-working Australians that have done the right thing, saved to provision for their own retirement, to be as limited a burden on the taxpayer as they can, and the punishment for them in doing so is to have that money constantly eroded away by decision after decision that this government is ventilating week after week to figure out how they can get their hands on more of these people's hard-earned savings. Now, this is money that people have worked hard to provision for their retirement. And in the case of the examples that came up in question time today, we're talking about primary production businesses. We're talking about a circumstance where, by the mere change in the valuation of your property, not through any event of selling it, but just through its valuation, you might be liable for a very significant capital gains tax bill. And then we got a lecture on the need for people who have structured themselves that way to have the liquidity to pay that tax bill. So apparently they're meant to be telepathic and assume and know that it will be the intention of a Labor government to always look for more ways to tax superannuation, and people should make sure they're provisioning for that. They got a warning letter saying make sure you've got enough liquidity in your superannuation because we're coming after you. We're on the way, and each week we're going to see more examples like Schedules 4 and 5 in this bill of the government looking for ways, as a death by 1,000 cuts, to implement the shortened agenda that was taken to the 2019 election. For the constituents of mine who are self-funded retirees or who are planning to retire soon, this is a very frightening revelation. And it's one that, in an environment of interest rates going up, electricity prices going up, cost of living growing, exponentially, inflation at its highest rate in my adult lifetime, self-funded retirees who were hoping to maybe help their kids get into a housing market that is ever more difficult because the policies of this government are driving interest rates up and making it more difficult than ever to buy a home. Self-funded retirees, or soon-to-be self-funded retirees, who are looking forward to a certain enjoyment of their retirement, because it would be, in many cases, the first time in their life that they'll be able to have certain experiences that they've been working hard to save their own money for, so that they can use their own money to enjoy their own retirement, to find that maybe that's not going to be possible to the extent that they had planned because these changes have happened. So we will fight all and any attempts of this government to raid what they derogatorily describe as a honeypot, and like some kind of socialist exercise of redistributing the wealth of self-funded retirees and the superannuation balances of hard-working Australians for the purposes of government policies that they're not prepared to properly cost and they can't afford. As we say, when they run out of their own money, this government comes after yours, and we in the Coalition will stand up for people having their money protected. We will fight against broken promises, solemn commitments that this government took to an election that they're already breaking, and the self-funded retirees of this country know that they can always count on the Coalition to stand up against this sort of recklessness for them.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Forde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise and follow my good friend the member for Sturt and his sterling contribution to this debate. But what is disappointing, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that once again we are standing in this chamber debating a bill that is going to make the circumstances for everyday Australian people worse. It's going to make the circumstances for everyday Australian people worse. And this is just the latest in a long line of government promises that have been broken and making life for the Australian people worse, when they promised at last election that they would make it better. Whereas I often say, Madam Deputy Speaker, don't listen to what Labor say,
Order.
Look at what they do.
Order. Sorry, just get the right one. A division has been called for the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed, at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Oh, I do apologise. It's quorum. There's another one that I read for quorum. Where's that one?
No, I think we just keep.
All right. Okay, we can just keep going for quorum. Right. Excellent.
Keep
Apologies. It's the first time it's happened when I'm in the chair. I do apologise.
No,
Member for Forde, you are on a roll. Keep going.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that's not a problem, but I suspect...
I do apologise, like, if you leave. Yep. Okay.
We'll have to wait till he comes back.
So
franking credits or superannuation, as I was saying before I was interrupted with the quorum, you can't trust the Labor Party on tax. Before the election, the Prime Minister and Treasurer both ruled out changes to franking credits. Yet before us, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a piece of legislation that actually does exactly the opposite of what they ruled out. Before the election, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer ruled out changes to superannuation. Well, what have we seen in the last week, Madam Deputy Speaker? Changes to superannuation. Then we've seen the hapless Assistant Treasurer this afternoon not even able to confirm what their policy is. I doubt he actually even understood the question that was asked by my colleagues on our side of the House. Now, less than a year in, this government is just adding to this list of broken promises. Now, as we look at this piece of legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I particularly want to focus on the franking credit part of this legislation. Franking credits, I think, are one of the great creations of the Australian taxation system. And we hear frequently from the Treasurer that he wants to emulate Paul Keating and Bob Hawke. Well, this was one of Paul Keating's great creations, a system in which our companies pay tax, and out of their after-tax profits, they pay a dividend to the shareholders. But that comes with a tax credit attached so that the shareholders aren't taxed twice. Now, that system has been of enormous value and benefit to the Australian economy over the last nearly 30 years. It has created the environment in which people wish to invest in our listed companies, knowing that in investing in those companies and assisting them to grow, they're going to get a return on that is from after-tax revenue, that particularly if their situation is such that they're a retiree or a super fund, they are going to get a tax refund. And even somebody on the highest marginal tax rate is still going to pay an effective rate of 15% over and above the 30-cent credit. And I think it's been a tremendous system. So why on earth would a government that purports to, in another piece of legislation elsewhere in this building, National Reconstruction Fund, want to see the development of manufacturing and a whole bunch of other industries across this country, which the notion of that I don't disagree with. The model the government proposes, I think, has more holes in it than Swiss cheese. But why, when they're looking to do that on one hand, are they, on the other hand, tying businesses' hands behind their back? The cheapest way for business to accumulate or to access capital to grow their business is through retained profits. So if you have $100 of after-tax profit and you distribute 70 cents of that to your shareholders, you retain 30 cents of that for reinvesting and growing your business. Now, that franking credit that goes with that 30 cents sits on your balance sheet in a franking account for distribution at some later point. Now, how that's distributed is up to the board of the company, and as it rightly should be. Companies should be free to make the capital allocation and distribution decisions that they believe are in the best interests of the company and the shareholders, both in the short, medium and long term. These proposed changes fly directly in the face of that, because they say to companies, well, no, if we think you've done a capital raising and then you're going to distribute some of your funds raised as a dividend to your shareholders, we don't like that idea. Well, that's none of our business as a government. Business should be free to distribute those franking credits as they see fit. That's the way the system was designed, Madam Deputy Speaker. So it will do two things. It'll do two things. It'll make it more expensive for business to raise capital and make it more difficult. And if they don't raise capital and they want to grow their business, the likelihood is that they're going to have to use debt to fund that capital expansion. Now, we all know that interest rates are going up under this government's watch, so debt is becoming more expensive. So each and every way you look at this, this is a bad outcome for listed businesses. Now, as I said on the National Reconstruction Bill earlier today, this is, in my view, just the thin end of the wedge. This is only looking at listed companies. What are they going to do with the myriad of unlisted companies that operate in all of our electorates? Small family companies that probably don't even distribute 70% of their after-tax profit as a dividend to their owners. They probably reinvest all of that money back into their business to grow. So each and every way that this is put together, it is a bad piece of legislation for the Australian economy. At a very time where we want to be encouraging businesses to invest and grow. And the best way that they can invest and grow is through the retention of capital earned on their activities today. But this is just the addition of a range of other things that we are now seeing. We have seen today the Assistant Treasurer in question time when asked a very straightforward question. Very straightforward question. Any of us here who have had anything to do in business understand the question very well. If you own a piece of property in a self-managed super fund, which many small to medium businesses do, Madam Deputy Speaker, they own their business premises in their self-managed super fund, they run their business out of it and they pay a lease payment to their self-managed super fund. Well, what the government is now proposing to do is, if that building is valued at $100,000 at the start of the financial year, and at the end of the financial year it's valued at $120,000, you're going to be taxed on that $20,000 as an unrealised capital gain. Well, I can tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is nowhere anywhere else in the world that is proposing to do that sort of system and apply that sort of taxation arrangement. It's a complete and utter disgrace, and it's a betrayal of the Australian people by this government in them proposing to do that in those changes. And equally, these proposed changes to franking credits will achieve exactly the same thing. As I said earlier, look at what this government does, not at what they say, because 9 times out of 10 they are two very different things. The government is on one hand wanting business to grow and develop and invest, and yet on the other hand is doing everything it can to make that increasingly difficult for Australian business to do. That, in addition to the IR changes last year and a range of other things that they are doing, including doubling taxes on superannuation. Now, they argue that that's going to affect 0.5%. Well, I was reading today, Madam Deputy Speaker, that actuaries are coming out and saying, well, what are you going to do with defined benefit funds? Again, it's a thought bubble, right? And they're raising a whole range of legal and other issues with regard to defined benefit funds. Again, it's not been thought through, as this has not been thought through. It's just a tax grab. In the National Reconstruction Fund, we see the government wanting to have equity in your business. Well, rest assured, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I was in business, I didn't want the government having any equity in it. I'm sure my colleagues here don't want the government having equity in their businesses either. They want to have equity in your home. They want to have equity in your super fund because, as the member for Sturt said, the Assistant Treasurer just views it as a honeypot to reallocate it to whatever their desired pet project is at the time. What else do they want to have their hand in? Well, now we're seeing they want to get their hand into your super fund or your franking credits and your entitlement to a tax refund from the tax that the company you've invested in has already paid. There's a complete and utter disgrace and betrayal of the Australian people. And I am quite proud to stand here on this side of the House, along with my colleagues, and oppose this bill tooth and nail, because it will have a negative impact on the ability for companies to raise, manage and access capital to do the very things the government says it wants them to do. This bill should die an honourable death, and I oppose this bill, as do my colleagues.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, and can I acknowledge the excellent contribution from the member for Ford, my electorate neighbour. I think some insights there are certainly things the government should be listening to, particularly given the member's extensive experience in the financial and banking sector. And I think he's hitting the nail on the head on a number of fronts, and I'm going to cover off on many of the same themes in my remarks over the next little while. So this Omnibus Treasury Bill combines reasonable measures that the Coalition supports with quite controversial measures which we absolutely do not support. Unfortunately, the Labor government are sacrificing good policy in favour of ideological recklessness. We support Schedules 1 through 3. They progress reasonable things and we certainly cannot object to those. And despite several flaws, it is important to note that the Australian Accounting Academics, the Australian Council of Superannuation Investors and the Institute of Public Accountants took issue with a number of provisions within Schedule 2, and the Coalition are willing to work with the government to advance useful policy in these areas and to outline some of these areas of concern and to work through them. But unfortunately, the bill does not end there. It goes to include Schedule 4 and 5, which we cannot support. These schedules attack franking credits, a policy that no stakeholder that I could find seems to support. It's a policy that was largely taken to the 2019 election by the now government, the then opposition, and was roundly rejected by the voters. Unfortunately, the government hasn't been honest to say that they were taking a similar, going to be taking a similar approach when in government to the last election, and unfortunately we're now seeing this brought in quite stealthily through this first Treasury Amendment Bill of this year. The Australian Shareholders Association asserts that the amendments will have a negative impact on retirees, and I certainly agree with that assessment. The association also notes that the changes are retrospective in nature and likely to create uncertainty amongst investors. If there's one thing that we don't need in this country at this point in time, it's uncertainty for investors. We've seen the latest national accounts come out last week.
Order.
Okay. All right. We might get started. I'll call the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I was outlining the current economic conditions in Australia that make it particularly perilous for the government to be taking actions at the moment that are going to be impacting on investors. We think about we've got much higher interest rates than what we had when this government first came in. We've got inflation continuing to go up and we've got employment going down. This is the classic sort of stagflation circumstances, and certainly this is a point when we should be encouraging business to make big investments and to be moving the economy forward and to be creating jobs. And unfortunately, as the Australian Shareholders Association have asserted in their comments around this bill, this will certainly have a negative impact on retirees and certainly increase the level of uncertainty for investors. The ASA takes issue with Schedule 5, legislating the removal of franking credits, as the policy is too restrictive with the capacity to operate retrospectively as far back to December 2016. It also notes that the test is too subjective in nature and would struggle in its application to companies that did not pay regular dividends. Finally, the ASA warn of unintended consequences, particularly concerning companies with large cash reserves that could become takeover targets. Moreover, the 2006 Coalition-led Board of Taxation found that off-market share buybacks should be retained as they provide a mechanism for companies to generate positive returns through distributing excess cash where investment opportunities are declining. Unlike this government, the Coalition respects stakeholder opinion, and we therefore cannot support these schedules within the bill. The Coalition would support this bill if these offending schedules were discarded from the legislation. We will be putting forward amendments in relation to this.
And if the Albanese Labor government do withdraw them, I'm sure they'll find open support from the coalition for this bill. These schedules are not just substantively objectionable, but stand for something far worse, a government that doesn't care about keeping its word. Not even a year into this term and the broken promises are piling up. Before the election, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer made a whole series of promises. None of them, unfortunately, have been kept. How many times did the Prime Minister promise to cut electricity bills by $275 during the election? 97 times. The member for Casey is quite correct in that interjection. How many times has that promise been uttered by the Prime Minister since the election? 0. That's right, it's a nice round number of 0, as the member for Casey points out. Not once. Of course, he's had many opportunities through the questioning of the opposition throughout all the question times we've had over these, what has it been now, 10 months of this term of government. Did the Prime Minister promise cheaper mortgages? Yes, of course he did. Did the Prime Minister deliver cheaper mortgages? No, he hasn't to date. Did the Prime Minister promise lower inflation? In fact, he did. Did the Prime Minister deliver? Has he delivered lower inflation? No, of course. Inflation has only gone up. Did the Prime Minister promise to lower the cost of living? Yes, he did. And unfortunately, the cost of living is going higher every day and is a major concern of my constituents when I go door to door in my electorate of Bowman. And of course, the Prime Minister promised to increase real wages, but unfortunately, the statistics show that real wages have been going down. And super, they promised they wouldn't touch it. And the PM, of course, said that he wouldn't touch it, and here we are this week, last week, announcements made about changing the super. And of course, this is where this bill comes in interesting. The Prime Minister, of course, promised that he wouldn't be touching franking credits, but here we are with this bill, only a few short years since the Labor government, or the Labor opposition then spectacularly lost an election over this and many other issues. Keeping promises is not something this Prime Minister cares much about. After all, the Labor Party believes that we're all worker bees in a hive and our money is just one big honey pot to be dipped into whenever they feel like it, simply to further the ambitions of this Labor government's objectives. This is a government whose principal currency is false platitudes. We see it every day, Deputy Speaker, and for reasons of time I won't even come close to naming all the instances where this government has failed to walk the walk, despite how often they talk the talk. For a government elected on a mantra of improving the lives of everyday working Australians and on integrity, they are consistently failing to live up to their word. It is worthwhile to go through the commitments the government made before the election regarding this bill. On the 1st of January 2021, the now Prime Minister stated, we will not be taking any changes to franking credits to the next election. On the 30th of March 2021, the now Prime Minister stated, we won't have any changes to franking credits and negative gearing. We won't be taking those policies to the next election. Well, they certainly didn't take it to the next election, but now they're elected, they're suddenly right back on the agenda. On the 4th of March 2022, also on franking credits, the Prime Minister stated, we're not touching them. The Prime Minister was absolutely consistent before the election, and it's only after the election and since he became Prime Minister that he has changed his tune. On the 15th of December 2021, the Prime Minister stated, we've made it clear that on areas like franking credits and negative gearing, we won't be taking these policies to the next election. If the Prime Minister wasn't clear enough, then what about the Treasurer? What did the Treasurer say before the election, before he was Treasurer? This was on the 17th of January 2022, when as Shadow Treasurer he stated, we won't be doing franking credits. I couldn't be clearer, he said. Well, it seems that even this wasn't clear enough for the Treasurer, for the Prime Minister or for this Labor government, because less than 10 months on, this is precisely what this bill is aiming to do. And my question is, what else are they aiming to do? This is, of course, a thin edge of the wedge. It's going to be a bit late in the evening. Thin edge of the wedge. I think we're going to see even lower thresholds for their extra taxes on superannuation. I think we're going to see CGT changes. Of course, the Treasurer did. I know the member for Griffith's strong support for that. and I'm sure he will. I'm sure the Treasurer will listen to the member for Griffith's calls and the public for that. We'll see. I'm sure we will see CGT changes, and I'm certainly sure we're going to see negative gearing changes as well. Something that they took for the 2019 election and were defeated. And of course, my question is, and the member for Griffith will be happy about this: what is the future for stage 3 tax cuts? I know. Well. We're having a bit of fun this evening, but certainly I think that that's going to be next on the chopping block as we approach the May budget. In a worsening cost of living crisis, all of this Labor government seems to care about is making everything more expensive and then coming after your money. We know older Australians, not-for-profits and the Australian super funds will be hit hardest by these changes. The Treasurer and the Treasury have both said this. But don't misunderstand this bill. The removal of franking credits is a tax. Labor's budget is clear on this. This is only one in a long line of policies that will increase taxes on Australians and make this cost of living crisis even more painful and more of a crisis than it would otherwise have been. Despite promising no changes to superannuation before the election, this Prime Minister is now proposing doubling super taxes on the 10% of Australians that will be on 10% of Australians by the time they retire. Despite promising no changes to franking credits before the election, this Prime Minister is now proposing to prevent companies from offering franking credits to investors, super funds and charities. Despite promising no changes to capital gains tax before the election, this Prime Minister is now promising taxing unrealised capital gains on super, meaning Australian retirees will pay tax on money that they haven't yet realised. And that was an important point made by the member for Ford just before I spoke here tonight, and it was also a point that the Assistant Treasurer attempted to tackle today in question time unsuccessfully. Beyond being blind to their own promises, as if it wasn't bad enough, this Labor government is also blind to cold hard facts and the opinion of experts. Despite Labor's claim that less than 80,000 Australians would be affected by their super tax, independent research now reveals that by retirement age more than 500,000 Australians will be hit. Not that this government cares too much, because for some perverse reason this government argues that a broken promise doesn't count if it only affects rich people. That's not too different from the view that theft isn't really theft if you only steal from rich people, because after all, they have plenty. This perfectly sums up the twisted logic of this Labor government, deeply rooted in the false narrative and flawed economics of class warfare. The broader flow-on economic impacts of taxes like this are never considered by the Labor Party, because when it comes to issues like superannuation, as far as Labor is concerned, it's not Australians' money, it's theirs. The Prime Minister says it will impact 1 in 200 people, then the Finance Minister says it's 1 in 10. That is not a small discrepancy. How can Australian people trust a Labor government that doesn't know the details of their own policy? And I think the Assistant Treasurer made a very good point of underscoring that in question time this afternoon. Even in ignoring slip-ups on the specifics, this government makes errors. In fact, they sometimes forget their policies exist at all. During Senate estimates on the 8th of November 2022, the Finance Minister denied 10 times that this franking credit policy was even in the budget that she helped create. How does a minister, particularly a minister in a closely linked portfolio, fail to remember her own policies? This is symbolic of a failing Labor government that's incapable of controlling its own caucus. As Margaret Thatcher famously quipped, the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. This observation is more or less true of every Labor government, and this bill is clear evidence that is certainly true of this government. The Coalition is opposed to the schedules in this bill related to franking credits. We think the government is taking yet another step away from the promises it made ahead of the election, and I think the Australian people are awake to the fact now that this is a government that says one thing before the election and a very different thing after the election. Thank you.
I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Greens will support this bill in the House, and contrary to the member for Bowman, we would certainly welcome phasing out the Stage 3 tax cuts and capital gains tax concessions, which on International Women's Day, it's worth noting, overwhelmingly go to wealthy men. However, we reserve on this bill the right to seek to take a different position in the other place pending a Senate inquiry into this bill. In particular, we are keen to understand how Schedule 5 would work. Unlike Schedule 4, Schedule 5 wasn't included in the government's October budget. In fact, Schedule 5 picks up a proposal first made by the former Prime Minister when he was Treasurer. The proposal to curb the distribution of franking credits funded by particular capital-raising activities was included in the 2016-17 MYEFO, but obviously not proceeded with by the previous government. We want to understand whether businesses with a greater capacity to take on more debt, that is, big established businesses, might be able to circumvent the intent of Schedule 5 and gain a competitive advantage as a result. We also want to understand whether the ATO can actually make a reasonable conclusion that a company's capital raising is linked to a company's distribution. We look forward to raising these issues and seeing them get an airing in the Senate inquiry.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to discuss the Treasury Laws Amendment 2023 Measures No. 1 Bill of 2023. Now, while this bill sounds quite innocent and mundane, the reality is that it is not. True to form with this government, this bill contains yet another broken promise. Before the election, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer made many promises. Remember the promise to cut electricity bills by $275? Broken. We remember the promise of cheaper mortgages? Broken. Or how about the promise to lower inflation? Also broken. And there was the promise of no changes to super? Broken. And this bill contains yet another broken promise, this time on franking credits. Now, let's be clear. The bill introduces two changes to the franking credits regime that the government estimate will raise more than $500 million through Schedule 4 and 5. And it's a change to franking credits. But what did the Prime Minister and the Treasurer say about franking credits during the campaign? Before the election, Anthony Albanese and Jim Chalmers said that Labor wouldn't touch franking credits. On the 30th of March 2021, the then opposition leader, now Prime Minister, said on ABC Radio, and I quote, "We won't have any changes to the franking credits regime which is there." And on the 17th of January 2022, the then Shadow Treasurer, now Treasurer, said, and I quote again, "We won't be doing franking credits." And also, and I quote, "I couldn't be clearer than that," end quote. Once again, further proof that this Prime Minister and Treasurer will say one thing to get elected and do another thing when in government. And that's the reality. The Australian people cannot trust this government to honour their word. And it leads to the question of what will be next. The Treasurer has spoken often about the challenges the budget face. We know the budget faces structural deficits of around $50 billion a year. This is before we include the $45 billion in off-budget spending that this government has already committed to. So when this Treasurer talks about improving the budget bottom line, Australians know what that means: higher taxes. And this is not the end, but the very start of the Treasurer's tax grab. Now, I'm not a big believer in coincidences, particularly in politics. And in the same week that we have the Treasurer and the Prime Minister breaking their promise on superannuation and franking credits, the Treasurer has also released the Tax Expenditure and Insights Statement, a fascinating document. And the statement showed modelling on revenue foregone from tax deductions. So let's have a quick look at some of the top items on that list. Capital gains tax on your main residence, $48 billion. Capital gains tax for individuals and trusts, $24.4 billion. Super concessions, the honeypot, $44 billion. That's $116.4 billion in tax deductions and concessions. Now, the question for the Australian people really is, given the Prime Minister and the Treasurer are willing to break their promise to the Australian people for a $2 billion increase in revenue on super, and this move on franking credits for $500 million, be in no doubt more changes are coming, and it is going to cost all Australians. And we are seeing this play out already. This is the standard playbook. The Treasurer refused to rule out changing concessions on capital gains tax for the family home when he was asked a simple yes or no question on national television. We saw he danced around it 3 or 4 times, refused to answer it. Hours later, the Prime Minister had to come and rule it out, and the Treasurer came out again to change his tune, was wheeled out a few hours later. But we know that this is the start of another broken promise by the Treasurer and the Prime Minister. And as I said, given they were willing to break their promise for $50 million to increase franking credit taxes, we know they won't hesitate when they're looking at the $48 billion in revenue foregone on capital gains tax on the family home. So what are Labor doing to franking credits? Currently, companies that undertake off-market share buybacks and capital raisings can offer franking credits to investors. Under Labor's law, they won't be able to. Labor's budget is clear that this is a tax that will raise $500 million. And we know from Treasury's tax expenditure and income statement that this disproportionately hits Australians over 75, not-for-profits and Australian super funds who will no longer be able to access these credits. Now, King and Wood-Malerson have described the measures as, and I quote, "The federal government is seeking to prevent entities from providing franking credits to shareholders in what they consider are inappropriate circumstances." Before the election, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, as I already outlined with quotes, both ruled out changes to franking credits. It's clearly and unequivocally another broken promise by this government. And 9 months in, and the broken promises are piling up. And it makes me more concerned about Labor's broken promise on superannuation taxes. It means that with soaring cost of living pressures, Australians will be even worse off. Because this is not just a broken promise. It undermines confidence in our superannuation system. Superannuation is your money, not the government's. It is your money to deliver quality of life in retirement, not a honeypot for governments to tax and spend. And Australians need confidence in the system because we have a social contract of agreeing to lock away our own money for 40+ years. And we saw that this government just doesn't get that in question time this week. When it was mentioned that some of these changes wouldn't impact people for 30 years, the Treasurer laughed and said it's 30 years away. They don't understand that's the point. Superannuation isn't about today. It's about the 20-year-olds, the 30-year-olds, the 40-year-olds that are locking away their money in a cost of living crisis for their future retirement, not as a honeypot for the government to spend as they will. Because despite promising no changes to superannuation before the election, Anthony Albanese and this government is now proposing to double super taxes on 1 in 10 Australians by the time they retire. And they're stopping companies from offering franking credits to Australian investors, super funds and charities. And they're taxing unrealised capital gains in super, meaning Australian retirees will pay tax on money they haven't even earned yet. And we've seen the Deputy Prime Minister and just today the Assistant Treasurer unable to explain how this is fair or even workable on TV and in question time today. Labor has been dishonest about changing super and dishonest about how many Australians will be affected. Despite claiming less than 80,000 Australians will be affected, independent research has shown that by retirement age, more than 500,000 Australians will be hit by this tax, and potentially more depending on inflation and where that goes into the future. The government can't explain how these changes will work. They can't explain how many people will be affected. The Prime Minister was saying it will impact 1 in 200 people. The Finance Minister says it will impact 1 in 10 people. If the government can't explain it, how can Australians understand it? Now, last month, and this is really important for the Australian people to understand this, you've always got to listen to what the Assistant Treasurer says. He's not quite as disciplined as the Treasurer. I'll give the Treasurer that. You know, the Treasurer is very disciplined. The PM, he can go off on a frolic. The Assistant Treasurer, he generally says what we consider an inside, in-your-head voice. Last month, the Assistant Treasurer compared superannuation to honey that should be managed, and I quote, in the best interests of the hive. And then he went on to say, and again, I quote, in the self-managed sector, there are over 600,000 funds holding around $870 billion in retirement savings. That's a lot of honey. There we go, people. That's a lot of honey for the hive, which, as we know, is government spending. It is clear the government is coming for Australian super. And already in my electorate of Casey, I have constituents contacting me to discuss their fears and outrage about these changes to franking credits and to super. They are not just afraid, but angry. They feel betrayed. Treasury has warned that there were significant concerns raised by the public. Over 2,000 submissions were received during consultation. Treasury says, and I quote, concerns were raised over retrospectivity, policy objective and potential for the legislation as drafted to capture legitimate commercial practices, end quote. Even the October budget acknowledged that a substantial portion of the revenue from this measure will fall on Australians' superannuation. This franking credits measure reduces the ability for companies to offer franking credits on new capital raising activities. There is genuine concern that the measure will have unforeseen impacts and wider application than Treasury claims. Before the election, this Prime Minister and the Treasurer made many promises. They broke their promise to cut electricity bills by $275. They broke their promise of cheaper mortgages. They broke their promise of lower inflation. They broke their promise no changes to super. They broke their promise with this bill of not touching franking credits. The Australian people know that this is not the end of this government's new taxes and broken promises. It's just the beginning. When Labor runs out of money, they come after yours.
I give the call to the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is quite extraordinary that the Coalition has decided that they are going to go to the wall for the 0.5% of Australian superannuants who have more than $3 million in their accounts. We know that the measure that was announced last week was a carefully calibrated one, which ensures that those who have more than $3 million in their superannuation accounts still get to enjoy a concessional rate of tax, but just not as concessional a rate as they would have previously. Indeed, the Shadow Treasurer has previously said that he believes that it's appropriate to consider the tax arrangements for those with multi-million-dollar superannuation accounts. And yet we have a situation in which we have 17 Australians with more than $100 million in their superannuation accounts. These are the forgotten people that the Liberal Party of Australia has decided to go into bat for. In the context of the current measure, it is more extraordinary still to discover the Coalition now arguing against a measure that was originally announced by then Treasurer Scott Morrison in the 2016-17 MyEFO, but never legislated by the Coalition. That measure will prevent companies from making franked dividends funded by capital raising for no commercial purpose at a cost to the budget. It will help improve the integrity of the tax system and it will save around $10 million per year. The activity covered by the proposal largely stopped when the previous government announced it, and so legislating it now would have a minimal impact on the market. We have also announced, as part of this bill, a measure which aligns the tax treatment of off-market share buybacks with the tax treatment for on-market share buybacks for listed public companies. It makes tax sense that we should align those two arrangements, that off-market and on-market share buybacks should receive the same tax treatment. But currently, listed public companies are offering an off-market share buyback can use tax rules to buy back their shares at below market prices by attaching franking credits to those trades. That isn't possible with regular on-market trades, and the benefits go predominantly to large businesses who can then use them and save money on their share buybacks. This will not affect the overwhelming majority of shareholders who will continue to receive franked dividends. Off-market share buybacks represent less than 2% of total franked distributions. The measure will save some $550 million. Let's look, Deputy Speaker, at some of those firms that have undertaken notable off-market share buybacks. Westpac last year, an off-market share buyback of $3.5 billion, garnering $1.6 billion in franking credit. JB Hi-Fi, $250 million off-market share buyback, $94 million of franking credits. Commonwealth Bank, 2021, $6 billion off-market share buyback, garnering nearly $2 billion of franking credits. So again, the Coalition are choosing to go to the wall for the few, not for the many, choosing to fight for the rights of some of Australia's largest firms to continue to conduct off-market share buybacks and receive concessional tax treatment that would not be available if they were to do an on-market share buyback. Deputy Speaker, we on this side of the House are concerned in ensuring that Australia has a more dynamic economy. We are committed to action on climate change, as embodied in Schedule 2 to the bill, which enacts sustainability standards, implementing the Australian Government's election commitment to ensure standardised, internationally aligned reporting of climate-related plans, risks and opportunities by large businesses. We're committed too, Deputy Speaker, to ensuring that Australia has a more dynamic economy. Over recent decades, we've seen an increase in market concentration and an increase in markups, the gap between costs and prices. We've seen a fall in the start-up rate and a decline in the share of Australians starting a new job. It's very clear that the Australian economy is becoming less dynamic, and after the lousiest decade of productivity growth in Australia's post-war history, it is vital that we look at the benefits that could be garnered from competition reform. In the 1990s, Australia saw a productivity surge, and a good part of that had to do with the reforms to competition initiated by Fred Hilmer and Paul Keating at the beginning of that decade. Those Hilmer-Keating competition reforms garnered some $5,000 a year in benefits for the typical Australian household. We need to consider today whether competition reform can help deliver a more dynamic economy. Since coming to government, the Albanese government has increased the penalties for anti-competitive conduct. We have banned unfair contract terms. We've received an important report from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission into digital platform services, and we are currently consulting on platform-specific regulation and a ban on unfair trading practices. Around the world, we can see the thinking on competition shifting. The Biden White House has quite a different approach to competition issues than the Obama White House did. There is a greater awareness that big is not necessarily beautiful and that large firms can affect the entire ecosystem. The impact of monopsony power, the way in which large firms can affect their can squeeze their suppliers, is coming into sharp focus. Take Apple, for example. Apple is able to occupy a dominant position in the smartphone market, charging more for consumers than it would be able to do if it had a smaller market share. But Apple can also squeeze its suppliers. There's only one way of getting an app onto the Apple App Store, and that is by going through Apple. And that's why the typical cost of an in-app purchase is 30%. So monopsony power can hurt suppliers just as monopoly power hurts consumers. One of the groups that can potentially stand to lose from monopsony power are workers. If workers have fewer choices as to where to work, then their wages will tend to be lower than the productivity gains they're delivering for the firm. You can see this most starkly in the examples of company towns, where there's just a single employer and workers are unable to bargain effectively. In Australia, work by Jonathan Hambor has shown that the monopsony power is growing in the Australian labour market at a very time at which union membership is shrinking, and now at 12% is the lowest level it's been since 1901. We used to talk about the workers united will never be defeated, but increasingly now it's employer power that is growing and worker power that's shrinking. And this may be a key factor in explaining why wage growth has been so lousy in recent decades. We on this side of the House believe in the benefits of competition and are concerned at the way in which large platforms are occupying increasingly powerful roles in the economy. Cory Doctorow and Rebecca Giblin's book, Choke Point Capitalism, highlights some of the ways this can operate in the digital space, through examples from Spotify to Amazon to Live Nation, looking at large entities that occupy choke points and potentially use technology not to drive down prices and to democratise capitalism, but to concentrate power in too few hands. We on this side of the House are watching closely developments in the United States, moves by Lena Khan, heading up the Federal Trade Commission, to ban non-compete clauses across the US economy. Non-compete clauses that now exist in 1/5 of American employment agreements. That proposed ban would have significant impacts on the ability of American workers to shift firms, and I should say on International Women's Day, on reducing the gender pay gap. The FTC's estimate is that banning non-competes could narrow the gender pay gap by up to 9% and deliver some $300 billion into the pockets of American workers. We're alive in Australia to the dangers that can arise in having too few start-ups in the economy. That's why we're moving towards encouraging start-ups, a start-up culture across Australian universities. Our move towards a start-up year, and here I'd acknowledge the work of the Minister for Industry and the Minister for Education, will create more opportunities for young Australians to be part of a start-up, and hopefully will turn around the drop in the start-up rate that we've seen over recent years. But that only works if those businesses are being started in an environment in which new firms have ready access to capital and young entrepreneurs have access to mentors. I've been too concerned in recent years about trends which have seen young firms starved of the capital they need to grow. The collapse of a number of neobanks is potentially a move which could ripple across other sectors of the economy. We need to ensure that if you want to start a business which takes on an established firm, that you have the competitive ecosystem that you need to survive and thrive. We want the ambition of young entrepreneurs not to be to make a firm that's big enough to be bought up by a behemoth, but actually to challenge the establishment insiders themselves. If you look at the Australian share market now, and you look at the top 5 firms in the Australian share market, 4 of those 5 were top 5 in the mid-1980s. If you look at the top 10 firms in the Australian stock market in 1917, 5 of those firms are still top 10 today. That's not true in the United States, which has turned over its largest firms to a much greater degree, and which on some dimensions enjoys a healthier competitive ecosystem than does Australia. Competition reform is fundamental to engendering the productivity surge which will ultimately drive living standards. In the long run, productivity is the key to ensuring that Australians enjoy better living standards at home, are able to be more generous to the vulnerable here and overseas. Productivity growth ensures that we can build the physical infrastructure and invest in the human capital we need. And the drop in productivity which occurred under the former coalition government may be tightly related to the drop in competitive dynamics that we saw in the Australian economy under the period of the former coalition government. I want to acknowledge the important work that's being done in Treasury and the Reserve Bank on these issues. This is an issue which needs to be heavily scrutinised. At a time when economists overseas are taking a fresh look at the so-called Chicago School approach to competition and acknowledging that greater competitive dynamics may be an important part of building growth in the future, Australia needs more research and more policy heft focused on that area of competition. We want to build a more dynamic economy. We want an economy that allows businesses to survive and thrive. We recognise that productivity growth will drive the profits which will ultimately allow long-term wage growth in Australia. That's the vision for this government, and that's the vision that is embodied very much in the bill that I commend to the House.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. A message has been... Sorry. Oh, I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations, financial services, sustainability standards and taxation, and for related purposes.
A message has been received from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The Federation Chamber will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the Federation Chamber to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Hume.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted.
I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. The Coalition will be moving this amendment to remove Schedule 4 and Schedule 5. The Coalition supports the measures in Schedules 1 to 3. We think they are sensible paths forward, but we cannot support the broken promise, Deputy Speaker, contained in other parts of the bill. Schedule 4 amends the Income Tax Assessment Act to limit the ability of listed companies to offer franking credits on off-market share buybacks, raising $200 million a year in tax clawbacks, particularly from older Australians. Schedule 5 amends the Income Tax Assessment Act to limit the ability of listed companies to offer franking credits on capital raisings, raising $50 million over 5 years. These two measures will limit the ability for companies to offer franking credits to shareholders. Now, before the election, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer ruled out changes to franking credits. They said on multiple occasions they will not be happening. It was absolutely unambiguous, Deputy Speaker. But worse, the taxes in Schedules 4 and 5 will fall overwhelmingly on older Australians, and particularly the money in their superannuation funds. Money which belongs to Australians.
There are so many in the Labor Party now that see superannuation money as money belonging to them, to the government, not to Australians. But the truth of the matter is that we should always see superannuation money as money put away over long periods of time, where those investors have to trust government, they have to trust the system, often over many decades, 5 decades for someone in a very young age bracket, but still very significant periods of time for older Australians as well. Now, I heard from the member opposite a claim that franking credits go to the companies, and this is deeply, deeply misleading, because the truth of the matter is franking credits are only useful to investors. There is no other point to them other than for an investor to avoid double taxation. And this was, of course, an initiative of Paul Keating, and a very good initiative indeed, because Paul Keating understood, as it seems those opposite don't anymore, that double taxation was a bad idea. Double taxation was a bad thing. And the whole point of franking credits was to prevent double taxation. Now, it seems the Labor Party is particularly predisposed to double taxation of Australians over the age of 75, because that is the group, as we have recently seen in the Tax Expenditure and Insight Statement, that I'm sure the member opposite reads, because he does do the detail, I understand that, that it's the over 75-year-old group who will be most punished in Australia by being taxed twice by a double taxation regime, which Labor, moving away from some of the very good reforms of the Hawke-Keating era, and we heard about the competition reforms a moment ago, and these were good reforms in many ways, and my former colleague Fred Hilmer was one of the ones who was behind them. So these were good reforms of that era, but Labor seems to have decided to move away from them. This measure reduces the ability for companies to offer franking credits on new capital raising activities, and we heard a long speech about the importance of dynamism and new entrants and being able to raise capital for new entrants. If you're going to have that dynamism, you must have the ability for these companies to be able to offer franking credits as part of their offer to raise capital. There is genuine concern that the measure will have unforeseen impacts and wider application than the Treasury claims, and that is why I strongly commend these amendments to the House.
Okay. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. All those in favour that the amendments be disagreed to say aye. To the contrary? No. Okay. On to this. Yep. As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill, in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will be returned to the House for further consideration. I call the member for Hasluck.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
And I call the member for Bass.
I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of the opinion say aye. Yes, let's go. To the contrary, no. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.